Futures holding pretty steady here this morning as we await what is to come this afternoon. Fed Chair Powell up at 2 p.m. We'll get the press conference to follow that at 2:30. We're going to get a hold. They're not going to move on interest rates, but it's going to be all about what is said from Fed Chair Powell at 2:30 during the press conference. How hawkish will the pause be this time around? We'll bring that to you live. We're back on at 1:45, a little bit early this afternoon to tee that up for you. Meanwhile, a number of other things to discuss, including, it's been quite the IPO week. There's another one today. Clavio comes to the NYSE this time, not the NASDAQ, but we'll touch on both ARM and Cart, of course. Cart with its debut yesterday, pretty successful overall. I mean, tons and tons of volume, but definitely not as exciting as ARM was. A little bit of movement in big tech this morning, some EVs moving around as well. We'll touch on that. It is Wednesday, it's Fed Day. September 20th, 2023, tradertv.live starts now. There's the overall market at this point this morning. You can see this is a daily chart, so we're green at this point anyways, but a little tiny bit only for both the NASDAQ and the SPY or S&P 500 at this point, as this, it's looking more and more like a consolidation forming on the daily chart overall. All eyes on the Fed pause to come today. Whether it's a hawkish pause or not remains to be seen. We'll touch on that, I'm sure, coming up this afternoon. Yeah, there it is. Clavio, 19.2 million common shares priced after the close yesterday. $30 is a pretty popular price this week for IPOs. Good morning.
Good morning. An interesting look today. New one on the NYSE this time around, the New York Stock Exchange, and not the NASDAQ, but the tech IPOs continue to come. An interesting look here. A lot of institutional investors involved in this one. Shopify also owns a big chunk. BlackRock has committed to buying a big chunk on the IPO. So we'll have to wait and see how it does. But if history's been any indication, especially after yesterday, it'll retrace a little bit after the initial launch. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah,
it wasn't much fanfare, I guess, around the Cart, the initial move, but we'll see. Interesting on the NYSE here for Clavio instead of the NASDAQ, but at some point, we'll see if the NASDAQ or the NYSE guys can get things together and get this thing open a little bit sooner than the NASDAQ has the past couple of IPOs over the past couple of weeks here. But here we go. It's Fed Day. Get ready for a hawkish pause.
Sure. I mean, the thing we're sure about is a pause. The language will be what it is at 2 o'clock. I mean, you'll see what words have changed here or there. They left out this, and there's no. The word further gets taken out, and a bunch of people are going to get sad about that or excited about it, and we'll see what happens. Then you get the dot plot and all that other nonsense. So it'll be interesting. We always have the same idea, like scalp trading from 2 to 2:30, and then look for a directional move on the podium talk from Powell. Like that's generally, I'm not changing anything from that, but I'm kind of expecting kind of a nothing burger. I'm not sure the market's going to move a ton off of it. I actually don't think it's surprising that Clavio is on the NYSE because Shopify owns 11% of them, and Shopify is on the NYSE. So that makes logical sense. Most of you probably don't know Clavio. They're just like an email, marketing, SMS marketing company, and a lot of Shopify customers use them, and Shopify owns 11% of the company. So this may be worth watching today. Shopify might be worth watching today. I mean, a lot of things had that plunge off the open, Shopify included. And if you're looking at Shopify in particular, it actually might have some levels that form up here. If this were to bounce, you just took out the 50 period and got underneath $60 on Shop, and what has been a bit of an upward trend. So if this gets back to the upside, that 60 level into about 60.5 and that 50 period on the daily actually looks like a decent resistance. So if there is some kind of a pop on Clavio, obviously Cart didn't have any pop, but if Clavio has a pop, that little sneaky resistance level on Shopify might come into play. There's a lot to get to. You had a couple of you had Intel with their event. That stock obviously tanked. We'll trade a little bit of that, looking at the chip names. And then don't sleep on Pinterest, who had their investor day, and they're actually to the upside. Strong move for Pins. Like what it's doing on the daily chart as well. They announced a buyback or authorized a buyback program. So looking up 4% right now. Looking for the long doesn't mean you had to force it, but it's finally making some moves here after their investor day. So it should be a heck of a lot of fun. I'll be in a good mood because the Jays beat the Yanks, and we're going to the playoffs, baby. Like 1 week ago, I was like lamenting at how bad the Jays were playing.
Well, they were.
Well, they absolutely were. And now, all smiles, man. We're going to the playoffs.
It's great that it's great that we're beating up these kind of teams, but we need to beat up good teams.
Yeah, the Yankees suck.
Once they come to the and then Boston. Well, Boston was okay, I guess.
Sure.
But yeah, losing to Texas there. But yeah, no. Hey, look, in the playoffs with our pitching staff, I mean, whatever, man. Gosman, they could show up and we can get those bats going. 3-game series, best of 5, I guess. We should be able. Is it? Wait a minute. The first round.
No, the first is like that game. It's a 3-game series.
Right, 3-game series.
I don't
So
like 3-game series, but whatever.
Yeah, no, I think it seems like it's too random, right? Because you could have like 1 or 2 bad days, and then you're
with our staff 5.
Bye the summer. Yeah, but okay. So Instacart looking already to break through IPO pricing, man. It's already down to $32. That's been an absolute disaster. I think I'll take some Clavio long, and we'll see if that can work out as well. But yesterday, Cart did not, and you can see where we IPO priced at $42. Its best days was its birthday, and that was it, 42 up to 42.70 or so, and then where's that? Yeah, that will be a good one. We could get that one for every time we fail on something, but there it is, the downside move right there coming through. So let's watch out to see if Instacart can do anything. I had ARM locked and loaded here as well, as that's looking to break below its IPO price as well. So it's actually below already. Well, didn't this come out at 55 or 56, ARM?
Issue 51, open 55.5. So it's under the open price already. Yeah.
Exactly. So we're already below here on, come on, Cart, ARM, there it is right now. A little bit flat here, but we'll look to see a break of 54. And just like them all, this has been what's been happening, right? So if you're holding shares of any new IPO, it's a really great trading facility for the first couple days. I mean, we've made a lot, not a lot. I mean, we lost yesterday on Cart, but you know, we've made decent money on ARM over the last couple of days. We got that good short into Cart yesterday. But I mean, IPOs normally go one way after a couple months, and it always seems to be lower than its IPO price. So we'll see if we can change that today. But either way, it's going to be a trading event. And I'm just in the middle of putting out the sticky note here, and I just think today you already nailed it with Pinterest. It's on the watchlist.tradertv.live. Make sure you guys go grab that. But trade names with catalysts today.
Is that linen?
This is linen, yeah, but it's not new. I mean, this is just.
I think I probably.
I was almost going to wear short sleeves, but then I woke up and it was what, 8 or 10 degrees.
Well, actually.
and right now it's 9 degrees.
I have my heavier jacket on, but Fabian wanted to shoot something, and I was like, ooh, I want to have like a more casual look.
Yeah.
So I wore short sleeves today, and it's freezing, by the way.
So this is my thing about shooting something, and Fabian, you tell me, because if we're going to be using something over the winter, it's like why I don't like to hit my thing with a sweater on. Because over the summer, it's like, hit it. Where's my thing with the summer? Because,
hold on.
It's like, I don't want to play this when it's 40 degrees outside.
Take this opportunity to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You won't be disappointed. There's lots of background there.
Okay, this is... So, by the way, we've never had the graphics in our earpieces.
Right.
I didn't realize there's like, it sounds like video game music playing.
I didn't realize there's a sound in the background.
I had no idea there was sound in the
So
background.
I'm just wondering that if you're going to film something... Okay, fixed our audio.
Yeah.
If we're going to be filming something, well, whatever, who cares?
We can do seasonal ones.
As long as you look.
And this time, we last year we wasted. Well, we didn't waste it. I think we semi-wasted the Halloween costumes by not shooting some stuff in costume.
Yeah.
I think this
yeah.
time, whatever.
No, we're not wasting that.
Whatever we happen to do, we'll probably have some fun stuff. Whatever costume we wear, we've got to shoot some stuff during lunchtime for that. I'm just saying it out loud so Fabian and Remain will listen to us and know that we have to.
They're first of all, yeah, we just listen to them. It's not, they don't listen to us. They're the ones in charge there. But what's up to Bray right here? I think this is a very appropriate statement. Time to blow my account in the chop. So that's kind of what I was getting at here. Bray and everybody else, Bray Wyatt, everybody, Sailor Moon, what's up? No, I just think it's important that we understand that. Like, that's what I was getting at, is that I think today you want to trade names that have actionable events or something around a key level. We'll talk about AMD there at 103. We'll talk about some Nvidia's always moving. The IPOs as of late going to be traded as well. Apple's been moving around. Neo's been. I mean, we had $1 yesterday on a $10 name for Neo, so obviously that's a mover as well. But yeah, trade names that have something about them today because it's 2 p.m., right? 2 p.m. we wait, and then even once 2 p.m. hits, it'll still be relatively flat until 2:30 when we get on the podium. And then, of course, see, mine says Warren on here, but I know who it is. Oh, it's Warren Buffett.
is
Oh, no, it's the Jamie Dimon one is Jerome Powell. So he's not phoning yet. He's got a very busy day.
Very busy day.
We'll see. Warren Buffett should be phoning about this housing, some of these housing stocks hitting the downside. We had a bad CPI print yesterday in Canada, by the way. It was not a great one there. Sharif, any thoughts on that, or?
There was a great one this morning. I mean, we were talking about that. There was a great one this morning in the UK, lower than expected by a significant amount as well, which was a huge surprise. But yesterday, yeah, as Sean was saying, a little bit higher than expected for Canada. Sean, you were making a good point there as far as volatility is concerned and reading my mind a little bit. Here's a note from Bank of America talking about the worst, according to them anyways, the worst 10-day trading period of the entire year. Again, this is from Bank of America. Starting today, so get set, starting today, volatility is dead according to them. We have had, if you scroll down here, 78 consecutive sessions where the VIX has been below 19. So this 10-day period starting today, according to Bank of America, the worst 10 days as far as volatility is concerned for the entire year. But obviously, as the guys were saying, coming up at 2 p.m., we could get a little bit of action, but it might be 2:30 instead.
I think it's going to be the 2:30 one. We've all but priced in a hold. What's interesting about the VIX is this year, I was reading an article, the VIX is averaging somewhere in the low 20s, whereas when you compare it to last year and the year prior to that, we were in the mid to high 30s for the yearly average. So that's very interesting. And I also wanted to mention something here about the Bank of England. Very interesting how they calculate CPI over there. Here we exclude energy and food as being volatile in price. There they exclude energy, food, alcohol, and tobacco. So much so is the importance of those two other items, Brendo, that they had to include them. So, yeah.
We know where everyone is at 5 o'clock in those parts on a daily basis. This is an interesting chart, just quickly to highlight this. This is a weekly chart of the S&P up here, S&P 500. So this grind continues. We're just working our way further and further into this consolidation. But yeah, volatility might be lacking a little bit today until we get to this afternoon.
Plus tip.
Yeah, well, we were just talking about shaving your head going bald, and then if you'd want to do it at home or go to the barber and get it done. For me personally, like a razor on my head, I guess, you know what, it's like one of those things. You do it the first time.
Oh, I cut myself during COVID. I cut myself like multiple times the first time,
then it was
and then after I do it fine. But we were talking about my pops pays. He goes to the barber and pays like whatever it is plus tax to get his head shaved. So he doesn't want to look at the gray. But this market, when you're talking about volatility being dead, as a trader, it doesn't. Okay, I understand the market might not make a gigantic move. When was the last time we saw like a 2% day, or are we going to get days like that? There are going to be fewer of them in the next little bit. Maybe we get something in the afternoon. That's why we talk about individual names that are in play. Like that's why NEO was in play yesterday. Like NEO didn't have an inside day. NEO didn't lack for volatility. The IPOs didn't lack for volatility. Kind of looking at Pinterest and Intel, those are the types of names that you want to look at. So just in case we sit and don't break the start to this week has not had a lot of movement. You had that big move off the open yesterday to the downside on the NASDAQ, but really after that, there's not much to sink your teeth into. This is why trade the important levels, trade the stocks that make sense. I saw a question in the chat, what's the 103 level on AMD? And sometimes you keep it simple. Man, I saved this line. I swear I did. You guys are going to watch me do it. So there it is. This is me. I'm going to make it even thicker. There you go. Thank you, P Pro 8. And then I'm going to do this, and I'm going to save my layout so that line stays. So yeah, this is the one. It's going to be there tomorrow.
Is it?
This 103 level. It's just about finding a key level of resistance, right? Like rejection on the big down day. On Friday in the afternoon, you found rejection, and then Monday rejection, pre-market rejection, and then famously missing this one yesterday. It went to like 86. and then turn around again. So this is an obvious level of interest on AMD. So that's a tradable level. Now, whether you're waiting for it to break out and you want to take a long off that, I think when I look at an inside day, I want to short big resistance as opposed to take a bunch of breakouts, because if the market's not volatile, then big levels I think are a little bit less likely to break or run away from that level, and I want to take the short off of those. So, that's what we look for today. As always, it was also a question, do we stop trading at 2 o'clock? Not really. You just kind of, you might change.
Fire it up.
Yeah, no, like you might change what you're doing. A lot of times I might get close to flat. Unless something's running really deep in the money at 2 o'clock, I'm usually looking to be out of positions and looking for what to do next. And then 2:30, I'm like scalp trading. 2:30 on, when Powell is on the podium, you look for a directional move toward the end of the day, especially when he leaves the podium. I think if you're trending in a certain direction, that can be your advantage. But just be patient, because the midday can be very, very choppy on a day like today. Thankfully, we have an IPO to look at. But trade key levels, trade stocks that are moving. Nimit was asking me about CEI. I'm like, it's done 300,000 shares. It's a penny stock. You trade that when it has volume, right? So you want there to be volume. You want there to be interest. You want there to be a catalyst. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting about volatility. You talked about that, what, 78 straight sessions or something like that with that low VIX. I mean, it is pretty incredible. But, I mean, part of the reason also, too, is we're getting a nice bump up here in oil. I mean, it's just, there's a push back and forth every day here. Oh, yeah, see, oil today is coming back down. I actually saw gas prices were a little bit down here this morning. So there comes down a little bit of a pushback here on oil. So I was actually waiting to hear what Fed was going to say about this move, because I almost feel like the next inflation print is going to be higher due to the cost of oil. What just happened to you?
No, I just won slots.
Oh, you won slots?
I've never won before, man.
Yeah, you got to get the rocket ship.
No, I got the 3 bells.
Yeah,
that's only
good.
2 to 1.
Still all good. But yeah, anyway, so that's what I was thinking about there also was that you do get a big pushback here from some of this oil, and then you also are going to, this is XLE right now. Remember we just talked about getting some out. I guess we have to do that now. It seems like it might be fading back in here. But just worried about the inflation print coming through the next time around, and then Powell's going to talk all about today. Yeah, well, he always does, data dependent. This is what they're supposed to be, so it's all good. But I just worry about that. I think that the volatility is coming back, Brendan. I'm not too worried about where we are right now. I feel like we're in a good spot. Let's see what happens. September is generally supposed to be a negative month. It's supposed to be the worst month of the year, S&P-wise, down 0.7 historically. So I actually don't know. Me and Sharif were going back and forth with the numbers the last couple of days, and I think we were close to being flat on the month. We'll have to double check it. But yeah, so far today, down right now?
Not much.
Okay, so we are starting to head to the downside. So if September finishes the way it's supposed to, we'll probably tick a little bit lower than where we are now, and then we'll see if we get the seasonality back in November, December, heading into the holidays, and then tax loss harvesting and stuff like that. It should lead to maybe a bump up here in some names heading into October, November, December, and then maybe a swoon at the end of December, and then a bump back up. But anyways, you guys can all look up the seasonality in that one. I would love volatility to return.
It'd be great, but you don't necessarily need it, I don't think. It's just a different type of trading, that's all. I think when the market's going crazy, the good part is all like the big tech can have the same directional moves. Like you'll have moments in this environment where, like, if you look at the Magnificent Seven, like 2 of them are super strong, they're at the high of the day in the midday, and then 2 of them are at the bottom, and then like the rest of them are in the middle, and that's what can happen. But that allows you to play relative strength and weakness, which I kind of like. So you can put a couple of names in the long bucket, and a couple of them are in the short bucket. The other day, Amazon was really weak, and like Meta was really strong, and you had Microsoft at bottoms and Apple at the top. So that gives you some opportunities on individual names. It can be frustrating for anyone looking to maybe get big moves on the futures. But I'm not really too worried about it. Seasonality you pay attention to as a day trader because you want to be in the right direction. But I don't want to overrate it too much. I just want to shout out a couple of people in the chat have been talking about some of these like low float runners that are moving. Just remember, if a penny stock is not doing 1 million shares, it's not moving that much. But if it's done close to 100 million, and a lot of you know, for the first time we'll probably talk about this EBET at some point, if it's doing close to 100 million shares, then suddenly there's interest in the name. So I know a lot of people will throw these orders, these names out there, but if it's not really moving, there's no point talking about it because there's no opportunity there.
Just double checking on the monthly numbers here. It's red across the board, but not a lot. 1%-ish for the S&P, about 2 and change for the NASDAQ, about 0.8 or so for the Dow. So not a huge number, but I mean in line with what we've seen. 0.7 is the historic number. A few people mentioning this one again. AVGR popped up on some volume earlier this morning, down significantly, obviously, after that big ramp into the close yesterday, got up to 12.5 there, so we'll keep an eye on that Avenger again. Interesting note here from Nvidia this morning, teaming up with Infosys, INFY for Infosys. Nothing happening with Nvidia shares, but another deal for them.
Yeah, and more of an American big tech expansion into China, into India, pardon me. So that's kind of what I'm looking at here. The other thing I'm looking at is how enterprise starts dealing with generative AI. We know the security concerns has been you don't want to take customer privacy data and put it into an AI system that's not locally held. And so I want to see what they're going to talk about with respect to that, because we saw Salesforce and what's his name? The dude who owns CEO of Salesforce, Mark Benioff.
There you go.
He was basically talking about the layer, the trust layer that they want to institute there, so that you don't actually have that data going off sites and completely anonymized. And so that was their pitch. I want to see what they're going to do here.
Yeah. Might actually be a bigger deal for INFY, but I was just noting 21,000 shares here in the pre-market. I mean, it's up 0.8% here for Infosys, but yet another AI deal here, guys, for Nvidia.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe it is big. Well, that was pretty cool.
What happened?
Oh no, just another a new one of those transitions.
Let's see it again.
Do it again. Can we do it again?
Maybe next time.
Okay.
That?
Oh, but it stayed on the shot, so it's not the same. It's different when it changes.
Yeah.
There you go. They're always doing new things over there.
Told you, man.
They're just
we're working for them, man.
it's so true. They'll make it up. It doesn't matter. We can suggest something. They've got a million ideas. Infosys is pretty interesting in terms of a trend trade. I don't think I'm not really seeing a day trade because the volume's always so bad on it, but it is making a gentle trend to the upside with a potential breakout happening. On the daily, you can kind of see 18-ish, 18 quarter. It's at $18 today. If it breaks out there, there is some potential, but breakouts need volume. You don't have any volume there, unfortunately. I think it's a big deal. Security is a big deal when it comes to AI. My wife's in the insurance industry. It's a very large concern, obviously, for insurance companies. To make sure that things are on site and they can't have data getting out and being corrupted. And obviously, it does still happen. This is the reason why companies like Crowd and Palo Alto trade at the multiples they do, because when cloud gets so big and now AI, it's inevitable. I mean, cybersecurity is just going to be an ever-expanding business, and they all give crazy multiples. Nvidia's going the other direction recently. So, we talk about AMD because I think the AMD level is pretty clean at 103. But if you kind of zoom back out a little bit in the 15-minute, you see the same thing for Nvidia. It's pretty close. It's not exact, but that 445. This kind of 445-ish level, because the last time it was up here was 443. It didn't really get there. It's about the same level of resistance as 103 on AMD. The difference would be, in the afternoon, AMD got there, whereas NVIDIA was making lower highs. So NVIDIA weaker than AMD. I still love the AMD level better because it's a really tight level where you can risk a smaller amount to try and get the gain. But yeah, NVIDIA 445, it seems to me like it's in a local downward trend, and you almost want to be shorting off that level if you can. If we get an inside day, fair enough. And my Fed quadrunk bottom level, just in case Jerome tanks the markets, I don't think it's a shock to say 420 is what I'm looking for. If there's a ridiculous dip and we're going to be buying, and there's a buy the dip opportunity at 2 o'clock or 2:30, NVIDIA 420 does stand out because of what happened on Monday. So that's where I want to look. As far as the intraday trade, AMD and Intel look a little bit more interesting to me than NVIDIA. But that 420, if we see that at 2 or 2:30, that could be worthy of a dip buy. And the reason why you like those trades is that when the market bounces rubber band action on a Fed day, a lot of times it can make back half or the entire move. So if there's a long off 420 in the afternoon, you might be able to risk 50 cents to $1, and then it could ram $10. We've seen that happen on a Fed day, even when they don't change the rate. So that's why that level comes into play. I always like to have 2 or 3 of those going in at 2 o'clock in a Fed rate decision.
Yeah, so we'll just address it right here with Don. I was about to say Johnny Zimbabwe, but it's
Johnny.
It's Donnie right here. Does Nvidia have support in the 430s or 420s? So, you know, like for me, looking at this chart, we've been calling this move since it happened. It's the same way when we called the AMD at 130 and it dropped all the way down to 100. So right now, I'm happy to sort of report Donnie's Zimbabwe there that I think you're getting close to a spot where you are going to be able to buy it in the near term against some of these levels of $400, right? And so I think that what Neil just talked about there, a dip into 420, it's not like it's that far away. I mean, right now you're at 434. You could easily get a $10 move down today. And I am expecting to get a little bit of a whoosh down into some of these names. Not just today, but over the next couple of days. I actually think today I'd turn it over to a bull. I think we could get bullish here today, especially after Fed Powell speaks. Now, whether or not you know, that happens, we'll have to wait to see. But yeah, I would say there's some support here. The thing is, you're under the 50-period moving average, so I wouldn't go long or try to catch a falling knife or sword on any kind of a big position. I think it's prudent to start potentially a swing trade here around 420, but then you got all these sort of wicks down, and some of these wicks didn't even happen. Like, you know, we didn't get down to 401 2 days ago, did we? Or maybe we did. I don't think so. But anyways, I think just into here, 420, things like that are what needs to be respected. So if you break through there, then you do have some realistic bottoms of 400. Remember the last time we got to 400, we made all this way up and then all this way back down, and then you got an upgrade from Goldman Sachs or from Morgan Stanley that ripped this thing back up. So for me, I'm gonna wait until it gets to 400, see if then there are some buyers down there, because at some point, valuation for Nvidia and where it's come from is going to matter, because people are gonna like the name and they're gonna say, okay, it's down 20% now in a month. You know, it's time to buy it, it's time to get upgraded. The sell pressure is just too large on this, right? But with China being an issue, with some of these global supply chain demands maybe coming through back again here as we head into worse weather. I don't know. The US dollar is obviously going to be talked about a lot after Fed today. So I don't know. Repatriating some of the money back in might hurt Nvidia. So let's just wait to see what happens down here. But I like the $400 level for sure. And I think you're going to get 420. So I would not start a buy in and around here. You know, we had Brian Shannon on yesterday. We've had Michael Noss. We've had some CMTs come on and talk about the market possibly, you know, looking to head lower. So I think that is a possibility, and I wouldn't start buying anything right now.
Interesting. Let's get some analyst moves for you to start things off so far this morning. Here's upgrades and downgrades. Pinterest, WDC, couple on Western Digital this morning to the upside. Sonos down here as well. Chewy, Dollar General, Skyworks, some semi weakness possibly, and Zebra.
You just say zebra? Like, look, man, it's zebra, or zebra. Whatever.
Zebra? No, I must have mispronounced it.
Is it? It's zebra or zebra?
Of course. Sonos.
Chewy's been having a rough time. Oh, what the?
Where'd that go? Put that back up.
The second we go to talk about it, it's like it disappears. I don't know. It happens every day. It's fine.
Back to the desk. What was on there? Zebra?
No, Chewy was a downgrade. Chewy's been having a rough time, though. I was going to mention...
I mean, Fabian, could we put it back on? I mean, we didn't see it.
There you go.
Yeah, we've already...
Well, Pinterest on the watch list. We've talked about that one. It's just usually we want to go over something that might not be there. I think Chewy's interesting to me because it's been attempting... for quite some time to make a bottom. Maybe it's trying again in the last couple of days, just because it might have rejected $18 or $19 for a breakdown. Worth watching. It's been an ugly run here for Chewy, just straight shot. It has had almost no reprieve. If we come to my chart, just almost no reprieve on the way down to $18. Been cut in half from 40, where it last consolidated. And kind of what I'm getting at is, like yesterday, volume at the open, rejected a 19 breakdown. So it got underneath 19, wicked underneath, recovered to 1950. So this would be the, can you hold a double bottom? And then maybe there's a relief rally. So Chewy's on the radar for double bottom, look to see if it can break back out. I don't see a lot of volume with this, but heck, man, Chewy wouldn't have to do much. You don't need much of a rally off this bottom. It doesn't have to get to the 50 period. If it gets to $24, you're already looking at a 25% bounce. That's the beauty of when you catch some of these and why everyone wants to catch a falling knife, because when it goes down so much, even small moves are big percentage gains. So it's worth it on the radar today. If it can hold 19, there might be a 20 break looming. maybe after Fed or maybe next week. But Chewie should be on the radar. It has a chance it's made a temporary bottom here.
Yeah, people leveling down on their pets, right? I mean, as inflation's, you know, if you don't have that much money to come through, then it's going to be tough to spend it all on your pet. But some people still do that. Okay, so just right here, Western Digital getting a nice bump, and you're getting close to breaking out. If not, you already are. Obviously, look at this 50-period moving average for Western Digital, a name that we don't ever talk about, but good upgrade there. I don't know the story about the upgrade, but if you're looking at a level, that's 46.50 right there, trying to break out. So that could be a good little level right there. We touched it, we came back in, we sort of respected that 50-period moving average down there at 41, and now you're trying to take out highs. So actually, this could be a really nice runner here today. But the thing is, you also get that gap fill right there. So I'd look at 50 as basically being the top. But as you're coming through to 46, 47, that's actually not a bad break at all. 46.50 basically. What are we at right now? Okay, so you're probably going to get that today. Watch out for 46.50, man. It's not a huge volume stock, but Western Digital, we talked about things with Catalyst, good upgrade, breaking out, looking good on the daily chart. So yeah, WDC today, something to be watched out for too if you want something that could give you a run for $3 or $4 up to 50.
Let's get a check of the overall market to kick things off at 9 o'clock here. Sharif's going to look at the futures.
44.90, Brendo, is where we closed out yesterday on the ES December contract. We're above 4,500 now. Let's see if we can hold 4,500. I'm looking at possible resistance here at 45.12. That was Monday's high.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know as we head towards the open on what should be a pretty exciting Wednesday. Might have to wait until this afternoon to get some action, but we'll get you filled in here on what you need to know as far as individual names that are moving around in the pre-market. We talked about it yesterday, coming off very eventful investor day for Pinterest. Huge move to the upside during the event yesterday, and then it comes out that they've also approved this repurchase program to the tune of $1 billion. Number of analyst moves on the stock this morning as well, including Citigroup going to a buy, going to 36 on their price target. Nice look. 2 days in a row here for pins.
Yeah, the pre-purchase program definitely getting people's attention in addition to the adjusted EBITDA and the margins that they're supposedly growing. So we'll have to wait and see. Catching an upgrade, like you said, from D.A. Davidson with a $35 price target.
I went back on the daily chart. It was the highest volume yesterday in 8 months. Long time. Huge, huge, huge volume day yesterday for pins.
That it is. We went over it a bit, but actually there was a question in the chat Siraj was asking about good settings for RSI for day traders. I have one chart that I have it up. I don't really use it a lot, and I just use the default settings at Day Trade the World, which is like 14 periods, and then the 30 and 70 bands, which is pretty standard. Shout out in the chat. I know a lot of people use indicators there. We have a great community. You can always ask what other people are using for their indicators and settings, and of course do your own back testing and see what works for you. That's the best answer I can give you. Pins, I like it. Buybacks are good. Stocks that are moving when the market isn't necessarily going crazy are also good. I just like what I see here. I was looking at the daily and weekly, so I'm going to pull my trade IDs here, because on the weekly, this is obviously a big level that we just liquidity grabbed underneath 25 and are holding out at that 25 level on the weekly chart. You're going to get the 50 here, 50 period here, holding up rather nicely on the weekly, and then on the daily chart, you essentially have the 200 period liquidity grab underneath, recover above that, and then that's the 26 level. So you've kind of blown past two good even dollar levels and in a bullish tone on pins. Whoops, why is that still Chewy? There we go. So I like longs. Now, whether or not it's going to hold a pre-market open, we see these that don't do big volume. Maybe you dip down here and you're looking for the long in front of yesterday's close, which is 26.25-ish, or it's just a hold to 27. I'm looking for either one of those two things to happen. There's room for this to finally break out on the daily. I don't think that's happening anytime soon. It just needs to get well above the 30 level. So a run to 30 in the next week would be a great move for Pinterest. For now, I'm just going to dip by into that 27. If that doesn't hold, then I look at the previous close. But I'm only thinking to find places to go long on Pinterest after the move that it's made. And with what I see on the daily and weekly, that might be a trend for the next couple of days and weeks if we can hold on to that 50 period.
Yeah, I was looking at 29 just to break. So, I mean, I don't... I always find it funny, like you get a huge bump off your investors day, right? I mean, obviously they're going to be saying things that investors want to hear. That's like sort of the purpose of the day. So I don't know. I know Intel, that kind of backfired on them yesterday as you started to go to the downside, tried to recover a little bit. But Pinterest is bumping its head up against this $30 level. So I wrote down here that we'd like to take the long if it breaks through 29. So if it can break through 29, which again, if we zoom in a little bit, you know, that's right here, but then you've got some wicks higher as well. So I'm not 100% certain, but I want to keep it on radar because 29 means you're up a couple more percentage points of where we are now. So if it gets going, we've seen breakouts. You do have the 50-period moving average right there, a decent support level at 28. So I don't think 28 is good enough. I'd like to get it up to 29. I think if that happens, then we can get $1 into 30. So a scalp from 29 into 29.50 into 30, I think that's what we want to look for. So I'm going to wait for Pinterest to actually start to blow up a little bit here and then start to take the long. So there it is right there, 29. Let's just see if it breaks it. It goes all the way back to the beginning of August. That's the level of concern for me. If it just kind of floats up there, maybe we'll short through it. But if it's going with some momentum and you can see that the buyers are there and they want it to break, then we'll break it with Pinterest and see if we can play the momentum to the upside. But if it's just drifting, then we'll probably short with 29 as some protection. So let's play Pinterest today for sure as it is moving around. So that's something that's on my radar, Pinterest.
All right, here's what you need to know on KVYO coming up today at some point. On the NYSE, 19.2 million common shares getting priced at $30 after the close yesterday. I just saw this. The company's going to pay $345 million in fees. Oof. Seems a little pricey.
That's how these investment banks make money, Goldman and them, yeah. So in case you don't know what this company is, because I didn't until I started researching it, they are a marketing automation company that helps store and analyze data for e-commerce brands and sends out personalized marketing emails. You also have big institutional names involved here, Brendo. You got BlackRock, you got Alliance Bernstein, Shopify owns a big chunk of this stock as well. So we'll see how they do. We'll see if they can hold the $30 price. We know Cart's just barely holding on to that right now.
And we'll see if the NYSE can get this thing open before the NASDAQ has in the past couple.
There's that dig. I actually think that we were asked, like, when is Clavio going to open? And my answer was between 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock, because that seems to be the window. Like, you had noon for the last two, but then they were NASDAQ. And I feel like anecdotally, New York was worse in the last 5 years. I might not be right about that, so don't hold me to that. I'm not entirely sure that I'm right about that one, but I feel like New York has been worse in terms of when we get that open. Shopify is worth watching. Though Clavio, it's going to price at 30. If it opens above 40, I don't want it. I just feel like that's a little bit too much. But, you know, it's just, I would probably take some size on the opening print. I didn't listen to my spidey senses on how small the open interest was on Cart and then still wanted the same amount in the opening print. If I think it's too small, I'm just going to lever down a little bit. Shopify, as I mentioned, I think is worth watching here at the 60.5 level. 50 period on the daily, resistance on Monday as well. So if it gets up there, if it breaks out, that's great for Shopify. But like we're sort of saying on an inside day, things are resistance until they're not. And right now it looks like that 60.5 for Shop could be a nice level to play off of. Nothing to show you guys on Clavio. It's just going to be, they'll accept quotes maybe at a different time. We'll give you the early look on the indicated open price. As we said, it is $30 they priced it at, but they priced Instacart at 30 and it opened at 42, and we all know what happened there. Didn't exactly hold up rather nicely for Instacart.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same talk. I just, you know, we want to go long, I feel like, on the IPO price. You see what happens, and then you trade it from there. I mean, it worked for one, didn't work for the other. ARM was great, Cart was not. You can get out of the way, and it's no problem. Like I said, we lost about half yesterday on Cart, what we made on ARM. So I feel completely fine with that kind of a strategy. And I mean, we've already talked about, and we're going to talk about Cart in a minute. So I don't really, we can go over to ARM, and it's the same talk, just because we'll just do Cart. There it is, nice IPO day, obviously finishing at its highs, opening up even higher the very next day. And then we've just been hit all the way back down into IPO pricing again of 55, 56 bucks here for ARM, right? So it got priced at 51, then it came out at 56. So we'll see what happens here today on the newest shiny piece that's in the market. But like we said, if you're going to trade today, I do feel like you want to trade names that have catalysts, and an IPO, no better than that. So this is what it looks like right now. VYO, isn't that what it is? Yes, there it is right there, Clavio. So I have no idea anything about this company, but you don't need to. There it is right now. So tap is $30, not looking like anything. We'll wait to see where this goes. And if you're looking for updated quote pricing on this, we're gonna have that, like Neil said. We'll give you the tap, that's a theoretical auction. So as that continues to change on our level 2, then we will be able to give you that opening price. We hit it yesterday at $42. We could see it. It was going on Cart. It was going, we're going to talk about that in a minute, but it was going from 42.50 to 42, back up, back down, and we just saw it go all the way. And that came out at about, what, 1 o'clock or so yesterday, maybe a little bit before.
No, it was 12:30.
12:30. So I remember because you were doing lunch money. ARM was about 12:08, 12:10, then 12:30. Now we have a New York one. I feel like New York is going to show strength and maybe open this a little bit earlier. I don't know. I mean, I saw on Twitter that a lot of people were complaining about how long that took. So I just feel like, maybe NYSE can say, ha-ha, and get this thing open. And if it does, you will see us trading it live.
All right, speaking of CART, here's day number 2 to the downside in a pretty big way here for Maple Bear. If you hadn't noticed, it's the parent company of CART. So Ritholtz Wealth, Josh Brown saying, sell now. And also sell Uber, Cisco, and something called EPAM systems.
Ah, okay. Well, Josh Brown's always got a lot to say, never a guy with a loss for words. But in all seriousness, with Cart, they maybe, decent start to their trading, but there's a lot of people that are still underwater on this. I mean, a lot of people invested in this in the private market when it was valued initially at $39 billion. The down round obviously was about way less than that. So a lot of people holding the bag on this, and I don't know if we really get a move up until that's kind of been filtered through.
Yeah, a ton of relative weakness now. I mean, market marching here, guys, or grinding, I should say. 0.38 for both the NASDAQ and the S&P. Cart downside again.
Yeah, market grinding. Cart's not grinding. I mean, Cart's grinding in the other direction to the downside. Now, look, the issue price was 30. There was a raise in 2018 at $29.74 for a relatively key price. I think that's interesting. Maybe it holds out. A lot of times you'll see the IPO issue price get defended early on by the underwriters. That means they'll be on the bid. So that's like Goldman and somebody else. It doesn't really matter who. It's just if you see a gigantic bid at 30, then I think I would assume that that's what's going on with it. As far as levels, if we pop to the upside, 35 stands out. Right, I think that's kind of obvious, the 35 level, and then in here, 36.5. So I got a couple of levels I like on Instacart today for some shorts. Maybe it breaks out. I don't know. I always tend to think the trend is your friend, and the story here was not a lot of people were excited about this, and the buyers never stepped in at any point. So until I see buyers step in, which that didn't happen yesterday, I'm not going to be excited about it. I think it can float to the upside because some people were probably holding some shorts overnight, so that might happen. But yeah, 35, 36.5, the 30 level's an obvious one on Instacart. Now, as far as Uber goes in that call, I mean, Uber's been a bit of a beast. Maybe it's due for a pullback. It's interesting because it did tank this morning, but if you look at the daily chart, it's been riding the 50 period here. So I guess if it were to fail 46, that would be pretty bearish here on Uber. But it's been a pretty strong stock in the last little bit. 46 looks like support on Uber, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I've liked Uber for a while, and I think that we want to continue to trade that. Yeah, 44 maybe for a down. But, I mean, I've already said this. The market has been pretty heated, and I just think that you want to slow down a little bit. It's nice to see the NASDAQ up pretty nicely today, up 0.4, and trying to get back up above that 15.5 level. So we'll see if that can hit today as well. But look, I wrote down here, it's the #1 name on the sticky note, short Instacart. We got to pay for short, so get ready for that if you haven't done that yet. But I was just looking at $34, basically not basically, exactly where we closed. So we closed right there at $34. So we'll look to see if there's going to be a down push here in that name to come through. So that's where I'm looking. If we can get a bump up into 34, we'll short that. A breakdown through 31 is pretty bearish, obviously, as that was the pricing. So like Sharif said, there's already a lot of people underwater on this name, and it looks like it's going to be getting even worse today. So down below 30. I mean, what is that bottom? 31.50. I mean, we bounced off there for some reason just now. So we can look at that level maybe as a short. Yeah, okay. Let's just punch the short. Let's punch our ticket 31.50 and see what happens up to 32. So let's get that order locked and loaded, and we'll trade a 31.50 short and see what happens back here. Maybe VWAP can be our support or our resistance level up at the top. But we did this yesterday with NIO. We were short already at this time. We were short a half hour ago on NIO, and we covered it at 4 o'clock. So yesterday, I think we had the longest trade in Trader TV Live history, holding it for 8.5 hours or whatever it was.
It can't be.
No?
No. I had one that I was in when I sat down like 7:15, and then had it at the close. It was like
that was a rebate stock.
Nope.
Oh no.
No, it was a small cap. I was into it at like 7 or something, and then I just basically held it till the end of the day. But that's as long as it can ever be. Like as a day trader, it's whenever you get in the pre-market, and then you can hold it to the closing print at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, we have to be flat.
It's a distinction without a difference. It's like a half an hour difference depending on when it is. But that's all you can do. We can't hold it overnight. Even if it's still probably a good short, again, you still can't hold it overnight. We can't hold it overnight. Anybody else can do whatever if you're retail.
All right, Microsoft and Google, it looks like. I was just running through the NASDAQ here trying to figure out what was, trying to lead this move back higher. It looks like Microsoft and Google among those. Apple, on the other hand, Amazon a little bit weak. Let's talk about semiconductors here, some chip names moving around a little bit anyways in the pre-market. Speaking of Microsoft, speculation, key, has emerged that Microsoft has scaled down its order of this H100 AI chip. A lot of people pointing to the fact that that might actually be maybe good. So some reality possibly setting in for the demand side for some of these AI chips, but Nvidia as well with that INFY deal on the AI side as well.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. We know that the hyperscalers were the ones really propping up Nvidia's purchases there. They're the only ones that can afford it, and they're going to basically look to rent it out and expand their own systems. But with respect to the Nvidia headline here with Infosys, they're looking at training 50,000 of their workforces on NVIDIA software. Like I mentioned before, NVIDIA just doesn't send you the GPU. It's an ecosystem here that's encompassed with software that works with it, so they got to get trained on it. We'll have to wait and see how this does on a scalable level.
Might, as we said early on, be a little bit bigger of a deal for INFY than NVIDIA, obviously, but I was just double checking the market cap on this is, I don't actually see it. Oh, 6 trillion? Oh. I would not have known that Infosys is 6 trillion, guys.
Of course it's not. Well, we had a question the other day. It was like, if you had to make a bet, obviously it's not, but if you had to make a bet on what the first $5 trillion company was going to be, and it was like, well, do you take chalk and say Apple because it's the closest, or do you make like some kind of a pick of like an Nvidia or
Randy
something
hooked
like
us
that.
up. So.
Randy hooked us up, so let's go cheers. I got it's only on one side. There you go. I got the bang mug, but it's only on one side there, not the one I'm showing because I'm right-handed. But yeah, so we already talked about NVIDIA, but let's get into Microsoft because it's like 917 here. Softy might take out this 330 level. At least it's attempting to take out the 330 level. It's been resistance the last couple of days. You can kind of see that 325 has been a good bottom in the afternoon. 327 held up pretty well there late little plunge, and it bounced off 327. So 27 looks like a good support level. Obviously 25 sets up for some kind of a big move to the downside. I want to go long there. And the 330, I think you got to give it some space because like you have 330 and a half, like it's broken 330 and gone to 330 and a half and then rejected. I don't know that this is like a chase, that breakout. It's almost allow it to work above 330 and a half, and then it looks a little better. We already mentioned Nvidia there earlier. Yeah, like a 420 dip if it goes crazy. 445 looks like resistance on Nvidia. And then we talked AMD. But yeah, Microsoft looking relatively decent. I don't want to say strong because it's exactly the same as the NASDAQ for now.
Yeah, I didn't even notice those Microsoft levels. Okay, well, I was going to talk about Apple. So let's go over, grab the story there. We talked about NVIDIA already. I think that, thank you so much to Donnie Zimbabwe. You know, we love those great names there. Exactly. See, Sharif, there was a super chat earlier from Donnie Zimbabwe right there. So the professor asking who, but 425 right there as a bottom. We'll see if that can hit for NVIDIA. Obviously, great news, all these partnership deals. I still think Nvidia is a couple upgrades away from heading back north side. So it's just a matter of waiting to find some of those dips. And I think like 420, 410. I don't really want to put anything into the account until a couple days after Fed. So let's just let this settle down a little bit. If I remember correctly, I feel like it's been a pretty positive reaction the last couple times Jerome Powell's hit the stand. So we'll see if that can happen again today. I'm a little more bearish once he's there, but I think into the meeting, I feel like it'll be an up day today. So I don't want to short Nvidia. It's up 0.35. Like Neil said, a lot of these names are very, very similar to the market right now. If I was going to go on any sort of a chip name, it's on a level here, 103. So I really like this 103 level for AMD. We've bounced our head up above it, or into it a couple of times and never really gotten above. And if we did, it's just been pennies. So we'll see if we could take this out. It also goes back down here as well. So there's some good levels here on AMD that I'd prefer. Dip buys, I already have a bid right now on Nvidia at $100. So if it comes into that off the open, we could get something. And then AMD, sorry, and then Nvidia, not 100.
I'm bidding 100 on
Nvidia should reverse split, honestly. I think if Nvidia imagine Nvidia did 4-1. I think that would be awesome.
I think if it takes 500 again, it needs to go back 500-600, and then they probably consider it. But
we've seen Tesla over the last couple of days. Yeah, I don't know. I just think they should consider it for sure. That'd be awesome. Nvidia the last couple of mornings has had a huge move up and then a huge move down. So if you're going to look for something, maybe we look for some Nvidia some Tesla to make a move down into the 200, which would be like that's right there, 267 already. But maybe into yesterday's close, somewhere into right around here, 266, and then get that buy. We had a nice break yesterday of 266 at the end of the day. So actually it was 265. That was a nice little break long. So Tesla has some support down here, 266, 265. So if the market does give something back, let's do that. Hey man, we still got 10 minutes before we open up. Let's just have a quick look at the imbalance locator here. NIO, like we said, was a big trade yesterday, man. We had about 10 to 12% on that. That was a big one there. Now today with a buy. So maybe we've seen the bottom of NIO today. Pinterest also with a buy. And there it is. There's that huge flush down yesterday on NIO. But look where it landed, man. It landed right back into 850, which again has found support in the past. So, you know, maybe this is a good level here, 850 to go long on NIO if we get some dip buy opportunities.
All right, a few things of note on Apple at the bottom there is Apple Week. Oh, by the way, it was rupees, obviously, for INFY. 6 trillion rupees, not USD, obviously. Huawei, with a minor note here for bypassing export controls for the US, which, I mean, it's an opinion piece. Obviously, it's not necessarily fact at this point, but suggesting that Apple and Nvidia could have more competition. This is what we were talking about earlier in the week. You found another couple of tidbits over there for Apple.
Yeah, just to build on your point, though, Brendo, there was a great piece written on the CNBC website. I put it in the chat yesterday. It's a required reading if you guys are going to get into microchips. Essentially, what it was Huawei found a way to use old technology to actually to manufacture 7-nanometer chips for these cell phones, which are basically the 5G type of chips that are required. The question is not can they produce them, but then can they produce them on scale? So that's what the article talks about. Go have a look back at the chat there. Just search my name and you see the post there. Actually, I think I'll be able to post it again right now because I sent it to Fabian. The other one here, Apple and Goldman were planning, Brendo, a stock trading feature for iPhones until the markets turned last year. I guess they didn't want to be on the bad end of some headlines. But yeah, Apple and Goldman want to incorporate some sort of built-in trading platform in the iPhone. They have since shelved those plans. Another headline here, Apple workers in France at the Apple stores look to strike if they don't get a 7% increase on the day of the iPhone launch on that in that country. And one last piece, I've got more.
Oh wait, there's more.
The iPhone absolutely sold out in China. The new 15, within 10 minutes, they were sold out completely, and it actually caused the website to crash several times. So some interesting headlines here for Apple.
Yeah, I was mentioning before we came on this morning at 8:30 there, like when I was in France, I didn't see a single Apple store. I mean, I wasn't going out of my way to find an Apple store, but you know, you'd think you'd stumble across one. But yeah, it's interesting for the launch note. I mean, not a huge move, but some of these cannabis stocks just popping up in front of me here. Tilray up 2%. Some of the ETFs just getting a uptick here as well. So Maybe a weed kind of day.
No, that street, I know you meant.
Yeah, I was there too, and I mean, like, obviously I was in Paris, and I wasn't really looking for. There's one. I'm sure there is one.
Yeah.
You just have to be in some kind of a complex. I'm sure they have one. What's interesting, if you're invested in ASML, like they were able to do this. Huawei was able to do. These chips were able to get made without using ASML's advanced lithography machine, which everybody usually needs. Like they have a bit of a monopoly. To be able to sell all the producers at. So the fact that they're able to do it without it, that's why everyone questions on scale, because you can't, like, nobody does anything without ASML's tech. So to be able to pull it off, can they do it at scale is a very big question. Apple, you just can't seem to punch through here on 180. Come to my chart for a second. Like, the last couple of days on Apple, this is 179 change. Yesterday it was 179.60 or so was the high. It's been stalling out at that level over and over again, and I feel as if you could be rounding into a little something. It would almost have to get past 180. I was like, yeah, if it gets past 180 and a half, 181, then I'm really convinced it's starting to break back up to the 50 period. Otherwise, pretty decent resistance there for Apple at the 180 level. Lower highs being put in on the daily chart since it made that run at 200, which it didn't quite get to. I don't want to say it's an automatic fade, but it's looking like it. I wanted to mention one other name. It's not on the radar, but it is on my radar, and that's got to be Rivian, because Rivian finally made a rejection of this hug of the 50 period on the daily. And it was to the downside, not to the upside. It rejected it to the downside. That has me looking initially short. It's like big liquidity grab underneath, but back into this 23.5 zone. I think that's the money shot, like 23.25 into 23.5. If it doesn't get above that, it could be the start of a trend downside here on Rivian. Big rejection of that 50 period on the daily. So if it can't recover, I think I'd be looking shorts. If it doesn't get back above 23.50.
It's the Champs-Élysées. There's some huge stores. And apparently, this Apple store here located near Opera Garnier is considered to be one of the most beautiful stores in the world.
See, now I should have gone.
So, yeah, lots of Apple stores.
I don't need to see a map to know where it is.
Well, it doesn't really matter. They're all over the place. There's
exactly.
There's one on the Champs right there. Then the Apple, I guess the Opera one is right there. And then there's another one. So there's 4.
I had to walk past.
There's 3 actually, I guess, within that area there. So, but it's a good thing that you don't see them when you're there, because you're not unless you're there for shopping. Anyways, one of the most beautiful stores in the world.
Check it out if you're in Paris.
Yeah, see, like now Brendan's giving us an idea of like what else to check out now that you're in Paris. But what about 179.50 here on Apple? I wrote down 180 as a possible break long. I mean, all these stories are great, right? I mean, possibly making a new app to go for the. Remember, Goldman and Apple are also tied with the credit card as well. So I think this is a good name, man. I mean, although you're falling back down here, if you go long 179.50, you can get out at 179. So I think that's going to be a good call. I've already got the order in to go long on that. So let's wait to see what happens. Now there's the NASDAQ orders just came out. So there's TTOO on watch again, about 171,000 shares. And again, you kind of get more bids than offers right here, than sells right here. So I think it's okay. eBet, people have been talking about that as well. That's on here right there as a number. But there's Apple right there as a bid. It's going to break right now, 179.50. So there we go, 179.50 breaking right now on Apple. So I'll have to wait for 180. I'm not going to take a break right now. I would love to take the break if it did happen intraday. But see, the thing is, if you take it right now, you're already down 20 cents to be wrong, which is fine, and you're not going to punch out immediately. So you get a nice little move back up, and then there it is. That's too bad. It looks like it's going to break right off the jump here. So, all right, it's 9:28. Lots of names to look at here again today. We're going to watch out for Pinterest. That's starting to head higher, so we made that call as well. But watch out for 29.30 on Pinterest. We wrote down 29 long. We'll see if that can execute. AMD down there at 103. That's probably heading north side as well. Yep, so that looks like it's going to break as well. So lots of stuff to look forward to here with only a minute and a half to go. Apple, AMD, both look like they want to break here early. Does that mean it's an early hit here? I don't know. Let's wait to see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see what happens at 103.
I don't like to take early breaks.
1 minute to go. Not a lot of time. You saw the imbalance locator already. NEO is going to be SSR, obviously, today, how far it fell to the downside. Bit of an iceberg. Well, it's not an iceberg, but a bit of resistance at the 880 level. I think 925 looks like a good, if it breaks to the upside, 925 first resistance and then $10 as well. But it being SSR, just look for it to hold any bit. If it holds 850 or maybe just holds a pre-market low, might have a bit of a relief rally here in store for NEO. CGC, same thing as yesterday. If it makes a move, bouncing off the $1 level. I did have 101s, was only able to get 5s late in the day, but it could do the same thing again here today. Only up 4%, but remember, this is a dollar play, bouncing off that dollar level. Not a heck of a lot of movement in the overall market off of that high, but as you said, AMD, Apple, all potentially testing those highs. The 103 on AMD might just come first. We'll see what happens. I'm not sure who's going to be on the bell on Fed Day, but there she goes. It is going to be Daryl on the bell. Check out our morning video, second time in a row. It's a good one. I think it's a lot of fun and new additions and new moves every single day. The countdown is on. It's Hump Day, Fed Day, and we're locked in, loaded, ready to go in 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it. And the cheering. I love having this in our ear now. Actually, it's just so much better.
Now we hear all that. We hear all the excitement.
I didn't know there was any of that. Oh, Pins is already breaking.
Yeah, Pins is trying to go as well. What did we just get long in right there? We just got into something. We just got Apple. So Apple takes 179.50 right now. So, all right, let's see what happens. We are long right here at 59. So we don't have the best price for sale right now on this name, but we'll wait to see if it does get back up to the upside. So here it is, an early, I'm not even on Apple. There it is, an early take of 179.50 on Apple. Let's see if it wants to go back up to the upside. So far, we'll just sit here and wait, see if Apple can get going a little bit. We do want to take a little bit out here if it gets up into the 70s and stuff like that. So we'll keep going on Apple here. But yeah, watching out for that 179 take back down to the downside there.
Yeah, Cart, small pop, not a big one. And looking over at ARM, I'm keeping eyes on AMD, which is already pulling back to 102. Cart just rejected. Oh, sorry, no, it did not. It was actually underneath 55 for a brief second. Might have rejected the pre-market or afternoon local high coming back in. Under 55, I think it's a little bit more bearish. CGC still at the buck. Pins is starting to come into the downside here. So looking for a pre-market low dip buy on Pinterest if we can grab it.
Whoa.
Incredibly strong. Market's tanking and Pins is holding up a little bit here. Tesla just flushed.
Yeah, Apple flushing.
Whoa, Tesla. Chill, Tesla. Okay, opening 265. 265 looks like a little bit of a rubber band action. I wanted to short on Rivian. I feel as if I was looking for 23.25, and 23 is just sitting right there for me. Might have to get a little bit more aggressive. I wanted 23.25. We were just talking about that. Market head to the downside. I'll short off 23. Tight stop though. I think I get out at the even on Rivian or like 02 where that top is. The market really reversed.
Yeah, we got out of Apple there. Again, we had a little bit too many shares, so we got some out. So we got in and out there at 179. But there it is, man. We'll flush ourselves down the toilet on that Apple. I thought it was a good story, and we wanted to go long on that one. So there it goes. Bye-bye Apple right now to the downside. AMD also. But, I mean, the market's fading out just a little bit here as well. So no surprise there as the market making those bounce actions one more time. I still think that we want to be into Apple here. Let me just take a small fill now. We're going to try to work off of, what is this bottom, 178.50, 178.65, something like that. So let's just try to see about, being a little more patient here. And if it does fall down, take this for what it's worth and not try to like push the top side here of Apple. We got in early, which is going to be a mistake after all. But let's give it a little bit more room here on Apple. Again, nice move downside there. So that was bad. I think you're right. I mean, we talked about this earlier. You could take it easy at any time here. So I think that's a good plan of action, although we're not necessarily doing that, that we're in and out of these positions right now early. AMD also making the move down. I mean, look at this market, right? You're spitting downside. So you're going to have to just calm down and chill out a little bit here and wait for this market to give you a trade, I feel like.
Yeah, I just tried the bounce play off the low on Tesla. Risked about 30 cents on it. There's buyers down here at 65. It's just a matter of allowing it to maybe form up a little bit. Still want that Pinterest. I'm about to get Rivian, I think. That's starting to come back into the upside. So maybe I get that fill in the 90s on it. Tesla's trying to bounce. I think it's going to go. Rivian could get taken with it. Pins is the strong one. We talked about this with the buyback, share buyback that is. Doesn't even get down to 27. It's holding 27.5. If this can get back up and take out the high, this does look like a bit of a bounce play or a breakout play for pins. Not much happening on the 2 IPOs or recent IPOs. I mean, this is Instacart still going inside, can't get through 33. Not seeing much happen on ARM either. So not as much interest in either of those two names. NEO not doing a heck of a lot just yet. I think NEO's going to be solid, but not really much happening there. So I'm into Rivian, looking for Pinterest to take out that top. And yeah, just going to be patient here. It was a big flush into the downside. Missed a short on AMD again because it never got to 103. If it gets back up there, we'll take our shot. But wow, if you miss a trade, you don't have to rush into something else. I'll work off that high. Oh, Intel, that's the other thing we forgot about.
Oh, yeah.
Intel flush city through 36. I was saying every 50 cents underneath 36, look for potential bounces, and then you got the 50 period sitting here. Intel was the other name. Nasty after their event, and then you're seeing the same thing continue here again today. 35, 35.50 for a bounce.
All right, so it looks like today will be washout big tech day. We just took a big long, well, not a big long, sorry, we took a long off of a big level of 328 here for Microsoft. We were looking at 330 earlier in the day on this one, but look at this drop down into some levels here. So we'll just take a small long. We're only long at 328.30 here. There it goes, seeing if it can get going back up to the upside. Of course, we don't get any fills up there. As if, like I'm waiting there at 63s. It just went 60, there it is. All right, Brendan.
NIO trying to get back to the upside here through $4. Excuse the crazy wick on this chart, but trust me when I say it. There was a ton of volume behind that as well for NIO. GIS, on the other hand, downside in a big way. They reported 1.4% already and heading southbound.
Yeah, General Mills. Remember, it's SSR bounce on NIO. It is down. It was down over 10% yesterday, which obviously means that you cannot short it without there being an uptick. You can't remove liquidity from the bid and short it without an uptick. I like a 9 break. I was looking to buy 50, but maybe we just take whatever the break happens to be, because I think 925, you've got room to that. If I can get mid 880s, I don't mind taking a shot here. Didn't really look at any of the other ADRs. I think NEO's the one you want to watch today. Rivian, so I'd have a tight stop if I got the 90s, because that wasn't, my price was 23.25 that I liked for start of resistance, then up to 50. So if I'm going to take it there, I want to have a really tight stop and let it float up into what I thought was going to be the bigger resistance level here on Rivian. It is powering to the upside. Pins still chilling out. Like Pins is just hanging out right here. Maybe it breaks. It's trying to go. Can't seem to break that previous high. Never got down to 27 even. So it's battling this high of the day. And if it can't take it out, I don't want to trade it. I want Pins breaking out, or I want it giving me the dip in 27. Neither one of those two things is happening. I didn't get filled on CGC, so I can only imagine it did not bounce off $1 yet.
Yeah, I'm just looking at big cap right now. We do have $1, almost $1 in the money. We have 70 cents in the money right now on Microsoft. So, you know, that was a good one. Apple, not. Microsoft, yes, right there. But here comes Microsoft back down. So we're out of 65% of this stock right now. We got a little bit out there of Apple as we had a decent, well, we don't have a decent price. We have 90s. It came back up into that level. And then I'm just trying to play it off that bottom, but it looks like we're getting closer and closer to said bottom right now on Apple. So we're going to take one more fill here around 61, 62, and then see if we can hold it back to the upside. And if it goes, it goes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. So that's that trade. Pinterest right now taking out 28. So that's a nice little level right there. There goes Pinterest on the nice move upside here. So it's continuing with momentum. We talked about, let's see if Pinterest has any momentum in the name. And that's exactly what it seems to have right here today. Up 7, bouncing off VWAP, hitting those pre-market bottoms again, giving you that opportunity. So if you really did believe in this name, which I do, but I'd like to see it get to 29 first, there's a nice little pull up there on Pinterest. So watch out for that one. And then, like I said, man, we're still in a disaster zone here with Apple, as I've just been wrong on this. I like
Neo 9.
Neo's at $9. Wow, so that's a nice move as well. Neo's looking at that as well there. There was big size. Remember chasing this name down yesterday after market, so, or into the close. So we can watch out for NIO here going again.
So I jumped into Pins. I didn't really get the dip buy, but the second time taking that high, I want to give this one a chance off of VWAP, but Neo might make the break here at $9 any second now. I'm going to get rid of that wick, but for now I can just kind of zoom in here. I wanted to dip into 880. Didn't get it, but if it can take out that 9, I want to take a punch through 9, ideally get 1s or 2s. have a relatively tight stop, because if it flies off that 9, it being SSR is a good play. Oh, there goes Tesla. AMD is going to come in as well. So 9 break, Neo.
Apple, what the fuck?
Here comes AMD at 103. It's absolutely flying back up. Tesla just broke 268 for a good breakout trade as well, if you like that one. I only got pins. Man, AMD in this 103 level, when it turns off this level, it just absolutely flies down 15 cents. I'll probably give it a few seconds past, not seconds, pennies past the 103 for this short, because the market, big rebound off of some of those lows. But this is the level we wanted to short. Only got one long in here. I do feel if Tesla holds 268, which it's not, that could be a long. Wow, that was in and out so fast. That's why I use a stop order. AMD, I was in and out of that in a matter of seconds.
Oh my God.
I was in short in the 90s and out at that 05 level. This is just a breakout. Pins, I'll take a fill once it gets to the quarters and then hold that one long. But AMD now flying. Gonna take that 15-cent hit. I think it looks like that's what we got. Tesla, do I chase that move? I'll let it dip back in. If it's gonna hold 103 or above it, I'll allow it to consolidate above that level and then look for a long. I was never really thinking reversal on AMD. It wasn't part of the plan for me. I was mentioning Tesla on the break. I had the dip. I made the bottom wick. It sucks. It does not hold 268. If it holds above 268, I think you can start looking for the long, but I don't want this. I don't want any breakout that's immediately rejecting unless it was on my original plan. Speaking of the one stock I am still in, pins did get to that quarter, so I did take some out there. I'm looking 50s and then evens. The 29 is a big level, so I feel as if that's a separate trade if it gets to 29, and then 29 to 30, and then cross that bridge if we get there. Big move to the upside in this market off the lows. Still not much happening. Going to the downside in Instacart. Cart and ARM, they're just not going. The market bounces, and this one's still going to the downside here. I guess you should have just sat short instead of looking for to short the pop on Instacart.
Okay, so yeah, I just got short on Instacart right now, but there it is, AMD right now, guys. There it is, 103. We talked about that. There's the break. The problem is I had a keystroke error because I didn't have as many shares as I wanted on that play. So that is, for me, a keystroke error. We wanted to have a lot more than we did on that play. I just must have put it in incorrectly at the beginning. There goes Instacart. Here it comes right back up. Watch out for 32. If we break above 32, then we will get out of this one. So let's put our order in right now. And it looks like it's trying to do that right here, right now. So 32 bucks. We'll get out and see if there's any more damage to be done on this name because we're wrong so far on the short. I don't know how we got 31.41 there. I don't know what was my trigger price there on that. So I don't know what we were looking at. Oh, 31.50, right. So that was okay. That was the bottom there. So it's not a horrible price after all on that name. But Apple trying to go, oh, by the way, we do have our first Dollar Club member of the day, and it's going to be Softy. As you guys can see, there was right there coming through for us, Microsoft with pretty easy dollar. It never really went against us. It did go against us down a little bit, but obviously nowhere near this one. So as far as odds are concerned, this is a pretty damn good one right there. And then finally, Apple trying to go, we're just going to get some more pieces out. This has been the weakest name. I mean, considering what this market's doing, and I can't even take a winner here on this Apple long that we've been into forever. So yeah, not really feeling this right now for Apple. So we'll keep taking it out if it does eventually continue to pop up. That would be pretty nice. But we took a bid there on Instacart at 80 because, again, wrong. So let's see now if it can float back down, and we'll see you get some more out here. If it's going to be right, it has to be right? So let's hold out for this. But temporarily, not as liquid as I thought on Instacart. So let's take a little bit out here and then go, because we almost got stopped out. So let's sort of feel pretty lucky that we didn't and see if we can get some more out here on the bid. I think that was a call for my guy over there. What's up, Brendo?
Day highs here for Western Digital, 6% right now. Just took out the highs there on a volume spike if you missed it. They got some debt sorted out for their Kioxia acquisition, $13 billion, according to Bloomberg after the close yesterday. There's also an upgrade on WDC.
All right.
Just going to ask for...
Yeah, get some ARM shorts.
Apparently we don't have free shorts today on ARM for the first time.
And Apple just continues.
We did before, but obviously we don't now. So Neo just broke to the downside. So it doesn't break 9. I was going to take the breakout, but then we decided, okay, well, I also like to dip buy. I had my order in front of the pre-market bottoms. It's starting to bounce a little bit here. I think it's 2 separate trades. If it gets to 9, I still like a break off an even dollar level like that, but I'm going to get out in front of that 9 even. SSR play. This is not saying that the news was good yesterday. Obviously, when you're diluting, dilution is bad. Everybody understands this, but it's SSR, so it is coming back in. What I was getting at with ARM, which I'm gonna get those shorts. It's back below that 55 level. It's a preparation thing. Although we had it free yesterday, so I kind of roped into thinking locates would be free again. That's my mistake. I have to go ahead and pay for them when I get a free second. But it's failing that 55 level. That was a big level yesterday. Now, if you look at the resistance on ARM, if it can't get above 56, it's not breaking out the local high and it's making lower lows. So a bit of a missed opportunity because it's already flushing off that 55 level. I'm going to take some more shares out of NEO here as that continues to have a bit of a relief rally. There we go. That's a loud one too. Got back up to 895 there on the dip, so holds the breakout price. Right, pre-market high on the dip. It holds that. Go into the long, stair step to the upside. Next stop would be at breaking $9. I want to be adding on a break of 9. I'm going to get an order in front of like 97s or something like that. And then pins, bit of a pullback on Pinterest. I still like the trend for this stock. Can't seem to hold 28. So I got the 28 to 28 quarter. Now I'm going to go for buy the dips and look for the trend to hold upside. Buy dip, take out at top, and if this can trend to the upside, Bob's your uncle.
Yeah, shout out to my, I actually have an Uncle Bob, so shout out to my Uncle Bob.
Sweet.
Yeah, we've said that a couple times here, so shout out to my guy over there, Uncle Bob, as well. So, yeah, Bob is your uncle sometimes and sometimes not. But right there, here we go. So we've got an L already on Instacart because of where we've gotten this out, but here it comes, just a little bit of a flow down here into some of these levels, but you can see it's still resisting a little bit. This is where we're short, so it's not, we're not taking profit on this yet at all. We just took some bids there where we got filled at 41 again, same price. So let's see if it comes back in. We are talking about it breaking higher, remember, so we got to watch out for that. As we have our order in above 32, we don't want any piece of this. So I'm just actually have to adjust my stop on this one because
Neil's turning.
NEO's turning. Yeah, I didn't really ever like that stock to the long side today, but it's nice to have a nice little downside move.
Yeah, we were able to get it on NEO to the break to the upside. We're able to get enough out that when it wicks this bottom, it'll be all right. I'm more concerned with Pinterest pulling back. Ooh, I have to hit accept. There we go. Now I got my arm shorts. You have to confirm that you want them if you're going to get them.
Yeah.
So just in my confirmation. Pins coming right back into VWAP, so if it can hold the line, it's looking a little something like this at the open. It's a little bit dirty, but you guys get the idea. So if we can hold on to that, I think the trend to the upside can continue on this name. ARM might have missed my chance. We'll see. It's not over yet. It is going down when the market is recovering to the upside, so it's still relatively weak, but the short should have been right in here off the 55 level. If it holds trend, the next available pop we can go into. A bit of a missed opportunity there, and it'll be frustrating. Coinbase is on one right now. The market's up. Coin's trying to take 80 again. 85 is the short. Get that out of the way. But if this gets through 81, I think a potential squeeze play on coin can be had as well.
And we just tried another long here. Apple's been a complete disaster. And I'm trying to think, like, where is this relief coming from? But it's the same thing happening again. Every time there's a pop, there's a seller coming through. You can see those ones on the time and sales right now. So there are some sellers here. We noticed this yesterday, and we're just gonna have to leave it alone. That bottom right now is 30, so we just made it right now. So we're long against that right here. We just bought some 40s. We held on to a little bit of it, but it was really this trade that was the problem. We've been able to get out for some capital right there, but yeah, now giving it back here as we hold the long, which we held the short up there at 179.50. But let's just see. It looks like it's going to break. So that's just the one last thing. And it's just crazy. We lost way more money on Apple than we made on Microsoft, and Microsoft's been a beauty to the long side, so that kind of sucks. Here goes Apple. Nice little relief rally back up. Let's just get some out. We weren't even able to get some out right there on that pop back up. So yeah, this is going to be a tough trade to the long side today for AAPL. What's up, Brendo?
Maybe all they did have to do is make a beer, guys. AAPL yesterday caused this. Here we go again, just taking out that high there for AMC.
In the afternoon yesterday, we talked about this level here at 850, 53 or 54, that if it gets through that, it gets pretty spicy, and then obviously the $9 level. So I guess you're right, all they had to do was make an L. I think it's a bit nuts as a story, but squeeze plays happen because shorts need to cover, and then you just look for the breakout to join the party. So 853 805, because it's above 850's resistance. That looks like the place where it really goes. We mentioned that. Well, shorting it in the afternoon. Still think at some point, like if that gets to like $10, it might be worth a look for a short, but we'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. I still want ARM to the south side. I feel like that's going to be the play. Instacart's coming back up. Okay. Doing what I want to on ARM, on Cart apparently, because you're not getting a pop into 55 here, so I might try something at the half. Instacart off 32 at this particular point. I think it's trend till it gets to 30, where the underwriters might have a bit of a bid. You don't need a 15-minute chart in a stock like that. So working off the 32, this is what I want to happen on ARM, where it stair steps to the downside, and then you short that pop into the lows. But we're not getting it on ARM. We're getting it on Cart. If you're waiting around for Clavio, I don't know when that's going to open up, but it's certainly not anytime soon. So we're not going to be that excited about it. Tom Trades is yelling about a firm.
Oh, no.
Is it flying again?
Firm.
No, it's only up 2.5%, not at 25. A firm had a huge reversal yesterday off this $25 level. I might look for that to be a little something if it can get up to 25. So big bounce here in a firm. Watch out if this gets anywhere near 25 for a short. The other name worth watching that had a big move was Intel. Okay, Intel is very weak relative to this market, down 1% with the market up 0.25. You're also getting a bit of look at these wicks above 36, 36.10. It's rejecting above 36 here. It just says to me, take your shot on Intel here. Get some 95s. I want an average price of 36 with a stop just above 10. And then we sit in Intel and see what happens. Market reverses. This should be a dog like it was in the afternoon. It was a huge dog in the afternoon after that investor event. They really sold the news off, despite some talk about their new AI chip and all that good stuff. I guess it wasn't good enough, right?
No, it never is. You never seem to think that.
You can't please, yeah.
Yeah, no, and that's what the thing is, CVYO. So let's just have a quick look, CVYO here on the New York Exchange. So we'll see, where are we, CVYO? Where are we exactly tapping right now? Still $30 and no update. So those of you asking. Sorry, K, not C.
For a minute
KV
there, I was like,
YO, there, yeah. KB Homes. All right, so let's go over there. Nothing happening on that stock yet. We just got some AMD back in right now, back into 103. So we'll hold this against 103. That is where VWAP is right now. So hopefully we can hold out. But hey, there's a dip down in on a strong name. So these are like, trades that we generally like. There we go, take some 20s out. These are trades that generally will take to the long side right there. Instacart looks like it does want to take out. Again, like, we didn't make money on it yesterday, so we're right back into it again here today, but there it is right now, back up. We did take another average right now, but we're going to get out if it breaks through 32. So this should be an L because it's not, it just keeps on resisting. Our best fill was where we got in already, so we took some out for flat right there and then averaged it back up. So this will be, looks like with slippage, probably about a 60-cent hit right now, so we're not happy about it, but we're also not sad either. So let's wait to see where it goes. There it is. So again, to me, worth the risk there, but it does fall through there through 32. And we have a little bit of an overfill, so let's just punch some out there at 20 or whatever we got. And then we'll just slap, again, not so bad, but it is an L. So there it goes. Instacart ripping back through 32 bucks. Not a great fill, but we wanted to take the end of the day there. Some outs there making a little bit better than a short again at 80. And then actually, we looks like we did get a pretty decent fill. I think we got 15s there. So not a great fill on the break, but not horrible either. So, yeah, there it is. Nice. Apple continuing down to 178. Like, am I going to keep on trying to dip by this? I don't think so. We're below the 50 period right now and starting to look a little bit lower. The trade that we have on, and we've already got a little bit of this out, was the AMD reload here at 11s. So let's see if AMD can get back up into the 50s. Obviously a lot stronger than Apple here today. Brendo.
Earnings to get through, including this one, Steelcase, better than expected report. I was just reading they make office furniture, so not anywhere near the steel industry anyway. SCS, 23%, straight to the upside so far today.
Straight to the upside. Well, Pins was doing good. Oh, yeah. I got that break. It got to the quarter mark, dipped into VWAP, broke the trend line. So I drew that trend line, and of course it's gone now. But you guys can imagine it. It was like right along here. Broke the trend to the downside. Don't want to fight it, unfortunately. We did grab one short on that curl. It was Intel at 30, just underneath 36. Got some 95s. It's into the low of the day. So finally we can ring the register on something which looks like it could continue. And continue the move to the downside with the market Still basically 0.25. It's not doing much, but Intel's definitely relatively weak. The low is 35.65. I think every 50 cents on Intel, as I was mentioning, is support. So if it gets to 35.50, I'm anticipating a bit of a bounce play on Intel. I'm going to wait for the next level on Instacart here. I had the same idea, like stair step to the downside, look for the shorts. You closed at 33.70. That's de facto a level because closing prices matter. And then 35 would be the next level up. I'm really just looking for the short there. And I never got into ARM. Bouncing on 54 now. Yeah. So the one you don't get, ARM, works gorgeously for the short. The one you do get, Instacart, not so great. It is what it is. That's a fail on me for not paying for locates just because they were free yesterday. I assumed they would be free today. But trending down on ARM, that is a short till it's not. And we'll look for VWAP on a retracement here. So Intel short, that looks pretty decent for now. Market is bouncing. Oh, I did grab AMD on the way back in there. I didn't reverse it, but it supported 103. Didn't really take anything out when it went like 30 cents in the money, but if it can hold 103, I do like this one to the upside. I know it's weird to say AMD long, Intel short, but on a Fed day, one's down 1.5%, the other's up 1.5%. It's not like they're going in the same direction anyways.
Yeah, it's not overly, like we saw with Microsoft went ripped up to the upside. Meanwhile, we just kept taking L after L after L on Apple. So yeah, these names could definitely trade a little bit differently. All right, so AMD's come right back in again here. So again, like this is kind of what we said in the earlier on spot on the day, and that was that sometimes sitting on your hands might be a good play. Like, why is AMD coming back in right now while the market is still like, you know, well above the 50 period? Now AMD's above the 50 period as well, but not expecting this. So here we go. We'll get out. There it is. So that last trade, kind of a flat trade there for me on AMD. Long. So first of all, the break was the greatest, and that tends to be the case there off the early break. Not with Apple, but with a key level like AMD there, it really got going, and we know the stock, so that was a good one. Then we tried to get the long at 11s and got out when it broke VWAP there, right there at 95. So again, about 20 cents. The best we ever got was 20s there. So I guess this last little reload would have been an L, but AMD still a good name for us here today. Not as good as it probably could be. We did test Apple. Let's get another piece out right here at 42 if we can, which we just did. So we did test it on the long there at 178. So far so good. That's paying out a little bit there on that long. But yeah, not great so far for Apple today. And Microsoft still 75 cents in the money as well. So we'll see. AMD did fly back in. Did we get to the 200 period? No. Oh, that's still way down. That's still 102.12. So I do want to go for a reload down there at that area. Yeah, basically it's just 102. I can put a bid down there at 102, and if that comes in, then hey, we'll take that. But for right now, there's a good little level there, 102.10. We'll see if it can hold that bottom 101.65 or so. There for AMD, let's just check out what we had written on here. So Cart, pins, AMD, but I guess you were already talking about pins.
Yeah, pins reversed, so I'm out of that one. AMD didn't hold 103. Maybe it gets back above, so in and out, pretty much on the same line. On the 15-minute, I like it if it overlaps. On the 3-minute, it probably won't, obviously. If you hold support, great. If you don't, I'll just jump out. Usually at this time of day, you get to 10 o'clock, you're like resolving into whatever is working and holding on to that. I'm not still in AMD, by the way. I got out. There's my out. If it goes to 104, it'll look great, but I'm not still in that trade. It'll probably update.
Oh, Apple, okay.
But the market is trying to bounce back into the upside. I'm going to watch out for some Cart. AMC is holding a higher low, at least temporarily. We'll see what happens there. And, oh, yeah, I wanted to get over to Meta. Meta. Meta's at the high of the day. Meta is a strong one. It's just, sometimes Meta does this. Look at AMD. 305 on Meta. What a great, the close price at 305, it dips into 305. This one looks like it's a strong one. If the market takes out the high, this is one I want to be in. So I'm pretty convinced that Intel, if the short's really going to work, Intel looks good. Out of the big cap tech names, despite what I might like, it looks as if Meta seems like it's a strong one here and today. AMC is, I thought it would get up to that 850 for a break. Long, but yeah, kind of failed here at 842 and coming back into the downside. So I only wanted a break. I think squeezes happen when shorts get stopped out, and that's not really happening here in AMC. Instacart, still looking for a short to pop situation, maybe a little higher. If it never gets through 33, maybe we try to work the short again off this 32 level. And as far as ARM goes, I don't know what to tell you.
Things are still going down.
It's the one, yeah, I mean, ARM just continues to flush. Didn't find a way to join it. Really should have had those locates on. I don't know how much I want to chase this. I want to look for, give me a pop that I can short or a consolidation. I need a level where I know where I want to get out. If I short the bottom, I'm not sure where I want to get out. It's not holding it all the way up to like 54 and a half, shorting 53. It's not going to do that. So we'll just stick with Intel, which just gave us another fill at the low of the day. That continues to break down. That brings me to Micron, actually. Is that anywhere near?
AMD falling.
No, Micron's coming off the highs.
Yeah, AMD just broke down as well. We tried AMD again there at 103 again, and it just, we were able to get some out and then not enough out as it bounced off the 50 period again right there. So 102.60. That's actually, we got out at a break of 70 there. So yeah, we probably should have noticed that there was a 50 period right there on AMD. But again, we've sort of been chasing this name anyways. So it's not, you know, this is not one that wants to work out for us. It doesn't look like anyways here on AMD. So Apple's working off the bottom, so that's good, but AMD's a little bit of an ouch there off that 103 level. I still feel pretty confident waiting for 102 on AMD, so let's not go too crazy with that until it gets there maybe now that we think about it, right? So what about this name? Neo off a 9 again. Yeah, I
still like the break.
I still some people talking about it. What's the market doing heading southbound? $9, 880. Yeah, I mean, I was looking for the 200 period there at 880. Could be something.
Google.
Instacart's coming back a little bit now. We did not re-short it. Maybe we should have up there at $33. That KVYO, it's nothing new on that one yet.
We'll let you guys know.
Yeah, as we wait for that. And then Microsoft, we only have about 15% left of this one as it just keeps on bouncing off 329.28. So let's just put an offer up there again near 329, just near that top 329.10 or so. We'll see if that's good. Here comes Apple back in a little bit. Do we want to buy it again at 178? I mean, the market's still okay. We could do a little bit of a larger look here. 15.15 right there. 15.3. Nah, there's really nothing there. I mean, you're going to have to come back down into 15.2 if we're going to do anything here on the NASDAQ. And then you're still bumping your head up to the, we said we need to get to 15.5. That's the 200 period right there. Needs to get going. So right now you're kind of just stuck in the middle. And which we said that would sort of be the case, right? I mean, the futures here, nice move down, nice move up, and then right now flat back to VWAP. So it looks like maybe the shorts want to come in here today, and that wouldn't be surprising at all considering the day that we're waiting for. I mean, at noon, maybe start to pick it up again. But remember, 2 p.m. is when the Fed comes through. So there goes AMD back down to 102.50. So watching out for this 102 area to get long on AMD. All right, time to take care of some business.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. All right, all eyes on what's to come later this afternoon with Fed Chair Powell coming through at 2 o'clock. Make sure you're with us. 1:45. We'll be back 1:45 to get you set for not only 2 o'clock, but 2:30. Might be more important as far as what the overall market thinks. So it's going to be a hold, 99.2%. Last check of the CME Fed funds tool this morning. I mean, the market anyways, pricing in a hold. That's how the overall SPY is setting up, though. A little bit of a bounce here off that 440, 442 area of support. Once again, as we await for Fed Chair Powell. If you missed it this morning, that UK inflation print, surprising some as well. 4.7 versus 5, which was better than expected. KVYO, yeah, IPO to come at some point today on the NYSE. Pins and Apple both discussed along with KVYO in the pre-market this morning. Still watching this one. SCS touched 25%, better than expected earnings for that one. Steel case and Apple downside as well. I saw a volume alert there just before I came on there. 178 for Apple.
So ARM it's within spitting distance of the IPO issue, which is $51. Now, I would suspect that ARM 51 will have more support and more interest in it. I think it's an overvalued company, but I think there'll be more interest on the bid than Cart would have at 30. That's just my 2 cents, just based on the major players and investors in ARM. We'll see. I mean, you never really know if it's going to be true 100%. But the market coming in, I got 1 short, which is frustrating. Intel, I like 35.50 for potential bounce every $0.50 we mentioned. So if 36 fails, like look at the symmetry. It closes, In the aftermarket, got 36.5, but 36.5 there, curl at 36, bounce at 35.5. Maybe it's that simple. I want to get one more leg out in front of that low. Maybe it's in the 60s. Ideally, it's in the 50s before any potential bounce play. But if the market goes for an inside day until we get to the Fed, then I zoom way in. And what is the overnight bottom? Like 15.39, call it 15.4, and then a little bit underneath.
Look at
if we're inside day, then we'd be bouncing off of that level in here, potentially. And if that's going to be the case, you want to make sure you pay out in some shorts, look for some bounce longs. Call in ARM Analyst price target 46. I mean, there's tons of, I've seen a bunch thrown out there. I'm only saying 51 because that's the issue price. And in under a week, if it's trading underneath that, it doesn't look great for the underwriters. So sometimes you'll see them buy that price and look for a little bit of a dip buy there. Just kind of a scalp trade there. Brendo?
Just seeing Lulu popping up in front of me here. There's no volume behind this, but it's a nice day for Lululemon here initiating, or there was an analyst that initiated at a buy. So an upgrade here for Lulu, guys.
So I've seen a lot of people throw Life W at me, Yatube 387, 25. Kind of a chart. This Life W, 25.
Life comes at you fast.
Yeah, life comes at you fast, and 25 is the level. Like if I was looking for a level that I'd be willing to risk, like if you're willing to take a 25, then I think you're giving it to like at least 23, give it a couple of pennies. Either that or join trend, consolidation, VWAP, like those kind of things. I'd look for into the 25 level. That's usually how it would play. But going long here randomly at 22 into the 25 level is weird. I'd rather it dip in and then maybe carry through. Otherwise, we don't have to be too crazy about it. There goes Intel to the low of the day. At least something's working. I mean, Pinterest was like okay if you got out of the break. If you got out of the initial move on Pinterest and just took it all out in the break and didn't expect continuation, good. But if you look for it to trend, it sucked. So the reload ends up being a loser. Neo, more of a flat trade because we did get some profit there. I'm actually dead flat on that one. Big swing and a miss not to have gotten the fill on ARM. But Intel is resolving to the downside as that continues to flush down. AMC might have a chance.
At some
Maybe the breakouts in AMC. I was about to write this one off. Now maybe it does take out that 850 level. Okay. Sometimes when the market's really weak, I say this over and over again, your long opportunities are on penny stocks and squeeze plays. So if you're looking long and the market's trending to the downside, look no further than your squeeze type names, AMC included. There's 850 there. Life W, as I said, maybe a VWAP bounce or a 25 break gets me interested.
All right. So right now we just missed the AMD long at 102, but that's okay. It didn't really, it came to 102.20. We're at 102.10. So it didn't, not like it came in that close, but it did come, not bad. All right, so we're finally learning our lesson a little bit here, finally. Like I say that kind of tongue in cheek, but it's true. We tried the long, didn't work, then now we're short. So now we're finally short Apple as this starts to come back in through that 178 level. So we tried 179.50 long, that was horrible. And then we tried the 178 long. You saw me try that, not working out. So then once we broke down, now we can get even lower on this one. And there we go, breaking through 71, boom, there it is. Finally, we'll spend some money on Apple, but it's been a losing trade today for sure on Apple. So nothing to sort of write home about right there. Microsoft, we now have 5% left. We got that fill up there at 329 as we talked about. So far so good on that fill. Pretty happy with where that one's going right now. So yeah, let's just continue with the same old rhetoric here, man. Like let's hold this short. We've got Apple short now finally working 40 cents back into the money. What's going on with CGC right now? 105.
It kind of bounced already, but it's still going back in.
There it is. Okay. I don't know. Anyways, trying to load up. All right. So a little bit of a move down here for CGC.
Yeah, I think the thing with CGC, and I might be, I'm still on the bid there. When it already made the bounce.
Oh, you had to pay for shorts.
Yeah, like it made the bounce. You had to be in this at 3 or 4, and it gave you the 10%. I was sitting in this yesterday and got the early move, and today I wasn't sitting in it, waiting for the perfect price. I paid for locates, so 2 ways to play this. If it fail breaks the bottom, I'd look for the long. Fail break means it gets under 1, immediately reclaims it. I go long 101, give it to whatever the local bottom is, likely 99 in a situation like that, and then you're looking for a VWAP or trace. If it just goes straight through, looking shorts underneath that $1 level. This is, it's SSR today. Oh, that's right. Yeah, CGC is going to be short sell restricted. So you just
okay.
you can fire the order to go short if it takes out 98 or 99. It doesn't mean you'll get a fill. You can always cover your long, but you cannot hit the bid without an uptick on CGC. I forgot that it was going to be SSR again today for a brief second there. NEO, no 9 break just yet. AMC, no 950 break. We'll monitor both of those, but it looks like the 1 level on CGC is coming in right quick here. It's flushing into this $1 level. So I'd only look long on a fail break. Otherwise, you look the other way. Fail break would be, there's the break.
I wanted that so
Hold
bad.
one.
Oh, it hold one. Okay, I'm trying to get some pay for shorts here.
What did I get? 2s. Oh, that's a bad price. I want 1s when that happens, because I usually want to risk 3 cents, not 4. It probably doesn't matter, but I end up getting 2s on that rehold. If it goes right back underneath, I had paid for locates. I want to flip to the short, but yesterday we did the fail break under and got out at 5s. This time, I'd look to see if it could do a similar bounce. But I'm giving it just underneath that 98 level on CGC. So make sure I still have my stop. Actually, my stop's a little bit, yeah, it's in the 98s. I have my stop. So you can always cover a long. Like, I can get out of the long. It's just you can't hit the bid without an uptick to enter a short position. So a reversal is not an automatic fill, but I'll get out of the long if it breaks this low.
All right. I was trying to pay for some shorts there, and I actually paid for them for somebody else. So shout out to whoever got those.
They'll probably want them.
Right there for CGC. So I'll have to go tell.
Who begins with the letter S?
Yeah, Brankles. I just paid for some CGC shorts for some dude over there. But it's okay.
I've done that before.
They're so cheap. It's less than a cent a share. So obviously, so we'll see. Right there, it's 1/10 of 1 cent
reverse.
of
That's the
a
problem.
share. Oh man, still going down.
No, I can't. I didn't get it.
I tried to punch that 105 when it was there. There's an offering here. Canopy files for an offering right now to the downside. So there goes Canopy. It is a nice move. We just saw that. I was trying to get that short, and obviously we missed it there. So maybe on a bump up, we can get a little bit now if we're able to on Canopy. Let's just see if we are able to get that. But remember, it is pay for shorts as well. So there it is. We do have some of that right now. We're only short here at 96.50. So we actually, for some reason there, Neil, we did hit the bid. So I don't.
It says continuation.
Yeah, no, it doesn't make sense.
But I didn't get the reverse there. So here it is. I did not get the reverse when I got out. I had to chase that down. So I got out here where I expected at 98.5, and then I couldn't get short until 98 and some 96s. So weird. It says continuation SR. Anyways, we're in it now, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I see who it might have been that got the shorts. It doesn't really make a difference. So I wanted to get to, by the way, NEO's getting close to $9 to the upside. I want to keep our eyes on that one. AMC, the other one, we're in CGC, but AMC getting close to the breakout as well. So some things going to the downside, but a couple of squeeze potential stocks that are going to the upside. I like NEO breaking its SSR. I like that AMC break. I don't care about the ALE news very much, but it isn't so much like what the catalyst is. It's just more along the lines that there is some kind of a catalyst for AMC. So we'll look to play that if we can.
Instacart not doing anything. Apple, I mean,
Instacart's,
yeah, it's doing stuff, but I mean, I've already lost on it, so it's not really doing anything to get me too much excited about it one more time. So here we go, man. We're short. Whatever. Let's just see where we go on this. If it breaks back above 1, we'll get out at like 102-ish or something like that on CGC. Let's just see if it continues to make the move down. The news, of course, is that Canopy growth rate here on Benzinga. I mean, Brendan probably has this as well. Files for offering up to 46 million shares of common stock. So there it is right there coming through. So that's nasty. They've had a big move to the upside. We've sort of talked negatively, obviously, about the space, and for good reason, right? I mean, that HHS Schedule 1 to 3 there, it's just a talk, right? And we're going to have Biden, and it's going to be a talk throughout the season, right? So we'll have to wait to see what.
NEO's getting close.
Yeah, and we're also watching out here too, because Apple's making the move down, and so is AMD right into these levels again here. So I actually going to cancel my AMD and even go a little bit lower, like 102.05 or something like that, just in case. You know, we do wind up getting a little bit rinsed if it does break through 102, because the market's coming in. We've got a nice trade on Apple as well.
Check it out.
Hitting the day's low.
Larry Bevins says, aloha from Maui. That's what I'm talking about. How are you doing out there from Maui? I hope everything is okay.
Yes,
I hope you're doing well. Glad to have you join in there. It just sounds like really good news. I mean, if you're watching from Maui, it means you got power. Hopefully you're having a lot of fun. Shout out to you. But it just reminded me, so we have 7,000 people watching. 7,000. Haven't got to 1,000 likes yet, so I got to do it. Not to... You said you don't like it.
Take this opportunity to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You won't be disappointed. There's lots of bangs.
People.
You said you don't like it because of the sweater.
You got to give the people what they want.
I know what they want.
I know what they want.
Like, subscribe, and share the show that takes you into the heart of the market every day.
There we go. So that's now we've now
that
given
shirt looks
the
awful
people
lot like what Brennan's wearing today.
what they want. So there it is.
Look at Brennan. Next time we're at the desk, that shirt and Brennan's shirt are very similar.
Shout
Anyways,
out to Sharif there.
Matter.
All right, so we do have AMD in right now, and it's about to come out if it does break through too much lower than this 102, and it looks like it is resisting as much as it can here. It doesn't even want to go up, man. It popped to 102.13 on our fill, so we did have an amazing 7 cents at one point right now, but I just kind of sit here like tongue-in-cheek. Like, I don't... You know, this should have been a good long. We liked the 103 break. We actually made some money on the 103 break, and then we gave it back a little bit once it broke below. And now we're as patient as we can back into here. But I'm not, my patience is about to run out. Like, I'm not waiting all the way here. There's the breakthrough 102. So if there's some buyers, they should come in right now, and it doesn't look like they want to. As look at this NASDAQ, man. There it goes. It is puke city right there, NASDAQ, just making these new lows right now. So glad we have Apple short, not glad we have AMD long, though, as that's going to come out in just a couple seconds here as we break back down below 102. So again, this one is about 10 cents. There it is. Ooh, this one's about 10 cents worth of risk. So if we break this 101.80, we should be able to get, or 101.89, there it is. Did it even break there? No, what came out there? Microsoft came out. Okay, so Microsoft broke, but AMD did not. But AMD is minutes away from breaking, it seems like, right now.
Yeah, and this, by the way, this DTOC, everyone's asking about, it is halted. It has a tap of 1975. Yeah, 1975. Halted at 1886. It's only done 400,000 shares, everybody. That's not a lot of volume, man. Like, this stock went crazy before, multiple halts, so it can go nuts. Through 20 is a big resistance level, so be careful chasing that one. That's just not a lot of liquidity, everybody. So we always say trade with caution, but when something has only a few 100,000 shares, it's like, what are you able to do with it? Because you know there's not going to be a lot of exit liquidity when you need to get out. So Intel checking up at 35.25 here. Maybe we short the pop into VWAP if it gets there. ARM, by the way, it's now bouncing off 52. It's $1 and change away from the IPO issue price. I'm expecting there to be a bid at 51, and if there is one, I'm talking like $1 million. Like, it's got to have. I want to see size. If there's no size on the bid, I'm not just jumping out and saying, hey, let's short ARM because we think the stock needs to go down. I'm shorting that sucker because I'm expecting size. So going long at 51 if I see some size on the bid there. That's all I need to see, and then we'll go for it. Cart as well. That was the other IPO. Tried it once. 33 is the resistance level here, obviously. And we danced around with the lower high off 32, but big level at 33. It could be a stair step down now that's worth a little bit of a shot, but kind of a swing and a miss there as well. NEO, I'm just waiting for 9 to go. NEO looks like it wants to take that 9. I had the dip buy, kind of got wicked out there. Now it's a double top. 8.99 is the high. Bit of a squeeze play. I think this one looks pretty solid, man. The market's weak. It's going up. It's a relief rally. Chinese ADRs do whatever the heck they want when the market's moving. So this one wants that 9 break. Still looking for it on end of the I to the O.
End of the I to the Izzo, H to the Izzo. Yes, sir. Here we go. Get down. Hopefully we can get down
CGC
here on CGC, of course. We have CGC up on our screen here so you guys can see it. You know, we've got some positions here on that. So let's see if it does want to get to the downside. Hopefully that is the case, and we'll fall down a little bit. I'm bidding some 93 flats right here, so we need a little bit of a whoosh down to get that fill. I guess we could just sit here. I mean, this is why I don't really trade these, because like when I look at it, it's like I don't really, there's a lot of these quarter prints here, like, you know, 4 digits back in right there. So if you are going to scalp it, I mean, basically trading is free at these levels. So I don't know what your broker
They don't
charges
pay a
you.
rebate. Well,
Yeah, but even to punch in and out is
Yeah, it's
pretty
very
cheap,
free.
right? So I think it's worth scalping at some of these levels. But there
They
you
used
go.
to have rebates.
CGC
Good
trying to make a move down, and it sucks because that went to 91.50 there, 92.50, sorry.
Well, I got
92 cents, 50,
I know.
55.
Yeah.
Again,
What's the weird thing is there's more.
half dollars.
Like there's way more like Reg NMS means you're not supposed to like cross books. Like you
Right.
should get the best bid or the ask. On penny stock, let's just say there's way more crossing through and then weird fills that go off underneath the best bid
Yeah.
or above the best ask, and it happens more on penny stocks than it will on the over market. I'm bidding 93 more because I got a 93 fill, but I'm bidding more at 93 and then 91. I usually think these are going to 80 or 85 cents. Tesla's trying to bounce here. AMD's trying to bounce. I got to watch out for Intel because it might bounce before 35. See what happens on that one. Neo, where's this Neo break, man? Like, I'm just going to stare at it for it not to happen.
It's not happening there?
Oh, it looked like it was going to go. There's the big push up, consolidation, higher lows. I'm like, this is it. Going to break 9, going to break 9. It's at 9. It's at 894. So we're just patiently waiting for this one to get through. AMC is the other one here. Consolidation, double top. We just like to play this off VWAP. You know what's even better than being long on an 850 break? Being long before an 850 break. That's what's better.
Yeah, you always want to try to
Until it doesn't work.
predict said break. All right, so
Now it's going to
what
go
was
down.
that IPO again? I keep saying the wrong thing. KVYO. So KVYO. Just a quick little check on this one. Still $30 and absolutely no talk. Seems to be pretty hush hush right now, and we'll wait for the tap to get going on this name, right? So still tapping 30. So as I said, maybe the NYSE wanted to stick it to the NASDAQ, but I guess not right now because there's absolutely nothing happening right now on that name. So let's just stay tuned, and hopefully we'll be able to get some fills going through on that one once it does open up. AMD trying to go a little bit now. So this has been a good buy since 102. We finally waited for it. So let's just make some money back here on AMD. We'll have to wait for a little bit higher. We just took some more 20s out. I'm waiting for VWAP. Well, not waiting for VWAP. We'll take a 50 because that's been pretty, there it is. That's been pretty good so far. But again, just bouncing off into these levels. The short, holding something that's short right now into this makes sense. I mean, we're already 70 cents in the money on Apple, and that was a good one. We actually saved ourselves there because we were able to make back, not even close to everything, but able to make back a little bit, and we're just putting some scratch back in right now. Was that a call for Brendan, by the way?
I think so.
Yes. Okay. What's up, Brendo?
Hey guys, busy day for small ones moving around. Keep seeing this DTOC popping back up. Resumed, halted immediately again. You got to go back to Monday. This thing went crazy all the way up to $40+ if you remember. This is a SPAC. It's 1.1 million shares on the float. So just be aware it's done this before recently and can get going in a big way if it wants to. MSOS, some of the Canopy names, or Canopy, some of the cannabis names moving around once again this morning, so just keep those in mind. Blue Jay Diagnostics, BJDX, back to 5. Actually just broke 5 back to the downside, but was up on nothing that I could see this morning, so not a lot of news, but BJDX doing a ton of volume. Canopy, if you missed it, 45.9 million share offering coming through. Big move down for that. And then EXAI on an AI collab with Merck to the upside today, guys.
Collab. There you go.
Collabo.
When Brendan's saying things like collab, he's just like, oh yeah, baby, that's what it's all about. Not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth on AMC. That has, I didn't even know that had sound either.
Same, nor did I.
That's awesome. We're for the first, if you've been watching a while, we've never had the sound effects in our earpieces, so this is all brand new to us, a lot of this stuff. So AMC, it's a trend to the upside, but remember, when I tried this trend trade on Pinterest on the dip buy, it didn't work, and the breakout was better for a quick in and out. I still like the local high break of an 850, but we'll scalp this if it's gonna give it to us, which it just did, so ring the Reggie on that. I do wanna maybe get back into some CGC shares, but let's be patient with it. I got slipped on the reversal, but then was able to get these fills here, 97.5. into 98. So 97 change is my price. Best fills 95 and 93 so far. I'm going to put another 95 bid, but I look to grab a curl. As long as it doesn't break above $1, I'd add a curl there. I want to give it a penny or two above the dollar, and if it fails that break, add again underneath 99 if we get that chance. Intel's approaching 35. I still think 35 is, I'm getting out. I said this yesterday. I could be dead wrong about this, but I said this yesterday that I would look short on Intel till 35. And then, like, that's the spot that I felt would be support. And on a Fed day, I generally think on a Fed day that usually, like, things don't typically go, like, Intel down, if it goes more than 3%, 4 or 5% on a Fed day, I feel like is a bit much. The 50 periods here. I have a trailing stop in right now that I'm going to tighten up. I just feel if we bounce here, this would be that spot. I'm underneath 10s. And that actually might be a little bit greedy, trying to get those 10s. If it bounces,
Intel's falling that much?
They don't like it.
Wow,
they don't like it. They don't like it. Remember, it broke that massive. Come to the daily chart.
Massive.
37.5 was a huge breakout on the daily double top break, and then it wicked 40. Like, reject 40 on a single wick. That's not a bad wick. It legitimately ran to $40 and then just turned lower high. And then it kind of broke down here. Like, it tried to check up, previous breakout for support. It tried to hold that, and then it broke that without any fanfare yesterday. So once that broke, we were short off the 37.5, and to me, logically into the 50 period, which we're sitting at right now. So CGC continues to flush to the downside. I can only imagine, like, the other names that are going. I'm sure Sundial and Tilray and what's the other one? ACB.
ACB, yeah.
Aurora Cannabis. How could I forget that? I'm sure they're having a bad day too, but it was CGC with the actual news.
Yeah, CGC had the flush down there of the offering. So, you know, it's funny because on CGC we were looking at it, and I was looking at it just because it was at a dollar, and it was starting to make a move down there, and it came across the scanner because, you know, it broke the 200 period right there when we were looking at it at 105, and it was just rejecting off VWAP. So we actually got the news before the news came out, I think. I don't know. Like, we looked at it at 105, and me and Neil were talking about it, and that's when I realized, uh-oh, I started putting offers out there because I just thought we could go short here against 110 into a buck. Didn't really realize that we would be flushing down the way we were there. So unfortunately, we did not have any bids right there, but we did have some bids right now at 95.20s. Or again, I hate this little stupid. It seems petty, but, like, you know, when it rips or when it makes the move down, you got to be sitting on the bid because
you can't put an order at that point.
Don't really know. Yeah, like, you don't really know where. Like, that just bumped up. And it's only a cent, so this is what I'm saying. Like, mentally, it looks like it's actually moving around, but it's really just pennies right there. So we'll take another short. I'm going to get out if it breaks 102. So I just feel like 101, $1 hits, we break it. We'll take another short here at around 9. I'm sitting at 99, I believe. So 99 there, or 99 and change, I don't know. We're going to sit there, take the fill, and then watch out for a 102 break. But again, the news is already in there, right? And so it's already out. We broke through $1. So realistically, if you're looking at this, Neil and I, let's just say there was no news, you'd be saying, okay, watch out for a $1 break higher.
Yeah.
So that's what we're going to do. We are going to pay attention for that break a little bit higher there and see where it goes. We're making some quiet money now on AMD, and so we'll take another out there at 1. This is the highest we've been able to get out right there. It did flush back into 102. We didn't get out, nor did we get any more there either. So, you know, that's, okay, we just got another out there on AMD, but again, nice move. We should have probably got a little bit longer down there. My next out is 102.50, so maybe we can get a climb back into there. But here we go. Now there's a little bit of, like, see, a little bit of a downside move right now. 55 cents in the money on Apple, AMD, CGC. That's all that we have. Plus, we have Cart right now making a move back to the upside here as well. What's up, Rendo?
It's a penny stock kind of a day. UAVS is a drone company. There's a couple of them, drone-related companies popping up right now. The FAA, guys, apparently there's a note being circulated right now going to approve expansion of where drones are able to fly. And this could affect also eVTOLs, those vertical vehicles as well. So some drone action right now.
I'm down with that.
Why not? Looks like a little bit of fun. AMC did make that breakout. Obviously, you know, like, I'm going to get some out of, if it doesn't break the high, it's probably coming back into VWAP. So it does break the high. Took it out there at 40s. It then curled right in here. I was looking for a rejection as a reason to get out, but that was just an explosive move on AMC. Ended up getting some 58s. I'm going to hold on to a piece. If we hold out the breakout price, probably a reload on the way to maybe $9 today. We did talk about some resistance levels on AMD. Just got trail out of Intel. AMC, we talked about resistance levels on AMC above 850, and it's really just the 9 level there just last week. Intel party might be done. Is the market bouncing here? Maybe it is, because Intel just wicked to 35.10 and then trailed me out at 35.25. Intel dog for 2 days in a row. You got to be able to take these shorts to the downside when it's happening in this stock. Like, look at it, give it up 37.5, then it gives it up 36.5. Didn't enter until it was underneath that 36 level. Maybe it catches a bid somewhere, but it doesn't look like it just yet after their investor day. So it just looks like it's a sell the news type of event. We've been seeing a heck of a lot of that on these, whether it's just a presentation, an investor day, or the iPhone launch, whatever it might be. Kind of a sell the news thing. And we're still waiting around for NEO to break $9. AMC went. How about you, NEO? And by the way, remember I said I got into the dip buy on AMC?
We just get
and it worked to the high. Well, it did the same thing on NEO, and it didn't work, right? So like that's, we flat on NEO because we're holding on to actually 60% of the position when it breaks down here, and I didn't get back in. But the difference was in on the back end, meaning it hadn't shown a bounce yet. This is a bounce. This is some green, so like long here or like long here. So I didn't do that. I get in on the way to the downside when it's still showing weakness. That's the one that didn't work on the dip buy. And on AMC, the one that did work, bounce off VWAP. There's your bounce. There's your consolidation. There's your green that you're looking for, and then you go into the long. Anytime you hear me say I want to get in on the back end of the trade, it just means I want someone else to start buying and I join it, as opposed to try to be the person that's making the bid on the way to the downside. So front end, back end, man. You just got to get in after that bounce next time on NEO.
Yeah, AMD, I mean, just like your Intel there, we'll actually be fine on AMD because we're able to get a lot of this out. But yeah, it's breaking through 102 again. We're long at 102.03, so 10 cents worth of risk here, probably about 15 cents worth of risk to that bottom of the day, and then we'll just wait to see if it can get that bump back up. We're actually sitting at 102.10 there, and just to make it work, but the risk to reward, it's still fine on this name. It's just you're at that bottom again with the NASDAQ trying to sort of make these bottoms, and we do have crude oil coming out right now at 10 o'clock, so here comes crude oil coming through. What is our crude? It's NL? No, it's not NL. CL. I don't actually.
It autofills because
we'll have to watch out.
The October contract.
Okay. Yeah. Here goes AMD back. Oh shit! We didn't get any of that? Oh man, we're right there at 102. Oh, we were right there at 102.08 or 09 there, and it went to 08. That's bad luck right there. Hopefully this will continue to make that move back to the upside. We also do have Cart finally. Oh man, we missed that one as well. We were sitting on the bid of Instacart down there at 64, and that's where that stopped as well. Little bit of bad luck here happening right now, but it is oil, and it is Brendan at the desk with actually crypto update.
Oil inventory data there at 10:30 as well. Looks like a smaller draw than expected for crude. Not really moving around on that whatsoever. A couple of things as far as crypto is concerned this morning. Kind of interesting. SEC laying out some more charges in the DeFi space, or talking about possibly doing that as well. Grayscale making some comments, the CEO making some comments as well, suggesting that, yeah, the SEC should lead the way globally as far as implementing new regulations to, hey, also help them out when it comes to getting an ETF or converting to an ETF for Grayscale. Here's Bitcoin ahead of the Fed. Kind of volatile right now. This is an hourly chart, so we're just in this range still. Back and forth we go. 27 still holding as support, 27.5 at the top for resistance. So we'll see what happens this afternoon when Mr. Powell takes to the microphone. 0.2%, basically flat. 27,160, Ethereum 1630. A little bit red on the day, but mixed board more or less, top to bottom for crypto today.
All right, let's draw the IB high here, right here, basically 15, and then we'll get the low as well as we look. It's going to be right here. We just made the low. So let's wait to see what happens. Okay, there we go. So all right, so now we have that drawn. We'll see. We're just bouncing off some of those levels right now. Okay, and here goes AMD just a little bit right now. So we'll take some more out as it's finally starting to go. We are at 15s. Okay, now it's up to 20. So that's good. Let's put an offer at 20. We just stopped there. Hey, maybe it wants to go. We'll see, but there goes AMD right now, making that move off of O's, and there's a whole bunch more outs. Like, I don't know, man. We took a bath early on that Apple trade. Since then, we've just been trying to scalp back some of these profits. But again, the name of the game here today might just be nada. The NASDAQ is flat on the day, as we can see right here. So, not much happening right there other than a move down right back into some of these lows again. So we'll just see if we can hold. I mean, there's the bottom. We just got that put in. So now we'll see if we can make a move back up to the upside. And we're going to see if it can be led by AMD. Again, AMD up today, 0.5%. If we're going to play that relative strength game, I mean, the NASDAQ is down, AMD is up. So if it can get going, I do like what we're seeing right now on that. We had an opportunity to get some, no, we didn't really. I thought this broke through 95. It just broke through 96 right now. We're short at 97 on CGC. So something's going to have to break at some point there. And either it breaks above $1 and then we'll get out, which is fine. 3 cents worth of a hit. The best we've gotten is 2.5 cents because we got some 95 XXXs there. So hopefully that'll come back in and we'll be able to get that. The mistake is not have any bids when it flushed right there. So hopefully we get another flush and then hopefully we are sitting there on that. AMD just resisted again up there at 20. So we'll put an 18 and see if we can get a fill on AMD. So far so good, but yeah, market direction southbound, just hovering on those bottoms right now. Give me those 18s.
It's a good level on that 02. I missed the reversal on Intel there, that 35. Neo did break 9 finally, so I do have that 901. Not a heck of a lot of volume on the break, so it's kind of struggling at 5s. I do have an offer out there just to get some 5s and some 7s and see if we can get something in front of that 10. Looking for a continuation move. CGC, not really, no refills for me. I'm still holding on to 3/4 of that sucker to the long side. To the short side on CGC underneath the dollar. Just got a fill on Neo, but there was a chance. Like, this is me trailing out of Intel. This is it coming back in where I'm thinking it's going to go down and give me a chance at 35s. It kind of wicks underneath, doesn't give anybody fills closer to 35 even, and starts to go. So the bounce was at the right spot, just my execution was lacking. Not enough aggression for me on that, unfortunately. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a miss there. AMC, we're still in that one as it's kind of trying for those highs. I don't know if it gets back to VWAP, that'd be a pretty big rejection. Let's just see let's let this one calm down for a bit here. I don't want to make a rash decision off of AMC, but it bounced once off 850. The problem of going long 850 here is either you're really tight stop and you get wicked out, or you give it some room and what are you giving it, 20 cents on AMC on a reload here? I just want to hold it. If it's going to trend up, there might be a more appealing play a little bit later on. What is Pins doing? Because Pins was a bit of a dog. The breakout good. Yeah, now it's holding 27. Pins looks way better now. Shout out to, who did I just see in the chat? J-Mock in the chat. Yeah, great look. Look at it hold at the 27. Sometimes let it make a false break, trap shorts down here under 27 and then jump to the upside. The breakout, as I said, if you got it all out on the 28 break, great. I did not, and then I had a reload that stopped out. So that's why it'll be a loss for me, despite the fact that it looked good to the upside. But a much stronger move here. I like that V-shaped recovery. Let's see it hold. Come to the 3-minute chart here. VWAP's going to be at 27.5. I like that level. I always like VWAP if it can hold above there to try and work some long trades. And it's above the pre-market break, which is the same level as well. If the market bounces, we liked Pinterest as a strong name before. I think you got to go right back to it. 1036 and still, I want to say nothing doing for Clavio because indicating a 34 open, so issue $30 and 34 open indicated price, 300,000 buy and balance. Look at the paired volume, 468,000. So right now the opening print interest is 770,000 shares. That's nothing. Either not that many people are interested, possibility, or it's just not even remotely close to opening. Based on the lack of interest there. I feel as if that was steadily climbing that open interest number yesterday on Cart, and it wasn't until it got to a few million that you had that open. So my guess is it'll be well past 11 o'clock before we get that open.
All right, so all is well over here right now as we continue to rip up. So that's been really good for us. Oh, but by the way, Instacart, man, we'll hit another fail. It's funny because yesterday we were negative on Instacart, and today we're going to be red on Instacart as well as we hit the short. We got some profits, but then we got out there once it broke through 32. And then, remember, we got too many shares, so we got out right there. And then right now, we just short in front of 33, and then there's the take. So we actually were able to get a little bit, but then not enough, and wind up taking the L on Cart right now. So, you know, we only have 10% left of Apple. We've talked about that. It was a good breakdown through 178, but then it found a bottom. So where was that bottom and why? I mean, maybe 170, I mean, again, you know, at certain points, you can't just keep saying like, hey, 178's the bottom, 177's the bottom, 179's the bottom, because you don't know where that bottom exactly is. But we just go back to yesterday, or what day is it, 20th? Yeah, yesterday's bottom, and we wicked a bunch of times to 117.20. So the fact that we were down there today, we got a bunch of fills here, 30s, 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 20s. So is it worth a fade right now? The VWAP is up to 178.20. Now I'm looking for more like this, 178.50 or so to get a piece out. Let's get some more out right now as Instacart, as AMD continues to make highs, recent highs, not day highs, but keeps on heading to the high side right now, taking 50 periods, and that's what we're doing right now. So 102.33. We had Brian Shannon on yesterday, and thank you so much, Brian, for the kind words. He watches the show, and very, very positive feedback from him. So thank you so much. And he's going to be coming on next Tuesday again. So at Alpha Trends, 300,000 subscribers. Go check him out. Thanks, Brian, for coming through. And we just talked again about possible downside moves in the market, support and resistance levels, and using something like an anchored VWAP. But again, he's a VWAP trader, and that's the blue line. So if we get anything up to there, we will look for that as well. And then honestly, man, we're just sort of sparking one up here for CGC because we're waiting. They came out. They have to raise more money.
This could get 80.
Obviously, this could get what?
80.
80 cents?
I think so.
Yeah. I mean, Neil's looking for lower lows as well on this one, as am I. So let's go. We don't have anything out. Like, we literally are flat on this stock. Our net is like in the pennies right now. It's like, this is the price I'm short at. So we did get a little bit out there. Let's see if it can float back. I mean, I'm waiting to short not more 99s, but I hope so, Neil. I hope that the rhetoric on this continues to get a little bit worse.
If you look at the 15-minute chart, well, I'm saying it could get to 80. I'm not making that up. Sometimes you do that like every 5 or 10 cents on a penny stock. But you look at the last time it traded underneath $1. So this is the breakout of $1. You look the day before. This is your consolidation with a 97 high. Where is it basing out? 97, right? Last time it was under $1, 97 high. Consolidation bottom to 90. So you're trading inside of this little tight range. And if it breaks down from there, okay, well, that's 80. The previous high there is 80. So I'm just kind of thinking that's where it would go to next. If it resolves down, that's always a big if. Yeah, Neo's starting to come back in. Neo decides it doesn't want. You don't want to hold that breakout, do you, Neo? Neo, the one you wait for, hates me. Yeah, I did get some out there at the 05, reloaded back into it. If it holds trend, it probably has to hold on to the 95. But if it can't hold on to 95, I get a bunch of it out, the majority of it out here. So AMC was a good break. Neo, a little bit more frustrating. It's SSR, but you know, I mean, AMC, the difference here, I mean, maybe it's a difference. I don't know. Sometimes you look for a reason like after the trade. AMC had a positive catalyst. Regardless of what you think about that positive catalyst, like whether it's a good one or not, it still had a positive catalyst, whereas here with Neo, it is bad news for them yesterday. So I'm now out of 80% of it. I'll hang on to see if it can hold some trend, but much more frustrating on Neo because it has been trending to the upside, and I've just not had the right spots to get in. So we'll have to do better with Neo. Ugh. Still in a bit of an upward trend as we go to the desk for Money Talks. Sector Watch.
Just checking on T-Mobile here. Not much reaction, but a few people mentioning a data breach apparently for TMUS. So heads up on T-Mobile. That's how. Meanwhile, the S&P 500, yeah, decent amount of green on here ahead of Fed Chair Powell to come this afternoon. I mean, not huge moves. Tesla looks a lot stronger than it is, I think. 0.5%, notably to the upside anyway. Google downside 1.4, Apple 0.8 downside. Microsoft basically flat, Meta same. the opposite direction. Adobe there, nice day, 1% to the upside. Banks as a group, notably strong ahead of the Fed decision. There's Eli Lilly, 0.7 on a law or a legal case they had go against them that I saw this morning. Not a huge move though, just 0.7. Rest of this group though, healthcare, all positive. UNH even to the upside today. There's some of the consumer names looking good. Safety in here as well. CAT 1.7 to the upside. Deere as well having a nice day. How much is it right now? 2.4% for DE, guys.
You're having an up day or a down day?
Up.
Okay, that's nice. Yeah, I was talking Danielle Shea, big into Deere, so that's nice to see them up. Yeah, right off. Look at that, man. Okay, first of all, let's go downside right now to our friend. To take the line from the prof over there, CGC. You like that one, prof? I have to think of something because now that he's shaved, he's like a younger professor. So
I don't know that you got to give him a new nickname.
I'll think of something right there. But look at Deere, man, right there off that 4 bills.
Family-friendly one.
I mean, that's a good one. Nice move right there. And you can see on the daily chart as well, 397. We actually had Danielle on earnings day for Deere, where she disclosed that it was a decent sized position for her. I think they had beat like 29 straight or quarters, or please do not quote me on that.
It was a lot.
There was something like that, and it was amazing. And then I guess they must have whiffed a little bit. I'm gonna have to find out their earnings date because I don't know if that was it or not on the 20th or somewhere around there for August. But anyways, Deere bouncing off some support, so that's really nice to see. All right, so we just talked about Canopy. We actually got some fills that time, so we actually sat there and took it. 94s. So we got some 94 halves, and then some like 94 maybe flats, I don't know. But anyways, there it comes back in. I hate reviewing this. I'm just gonna leave it now. Hopefully it can crank down lower just to give you guys an idea. I'm bidding some 92s and I'm bidding some 91s. So like every penny down, we'll take it. And then if we're there, we'll still have a very significant portion on if there is a flush in that name. We've made back a lot here just by sort of simply scalping in and out of AMD. The one disappointment is I actually left a bid in there. Instacart came crushing back down. So we got out there. Good out because we would have had to hold it 50 more cents against us, but then it came back in and filled my 32.50. So in what was a short near around 33, 32.80, we actually did wind up getting a fill, and then I just got out because you don't want to stay in to shares that you get fills on that you do not want. So is SQQ a play? So look, I always look at TQQ, so we can look at the same play again here if you want on the TQs or the SQ. We'll do SQ because you asked. So this is the short. So if you think the market's going down, then you want to go long on this name, right? And so right here, if we're going to look at that, let's just look at it. Let's not even think about which way the market's going. Let's just have a quick look at what it looks like. So yeah, you want to short this name right there. So that would have been the flip over on the long. So I think it's primed for a short. If you think we're down today, look, it's going to look the same thing. You're coming up to VWAP. You're coming up to VWAP right now. So the NASDAQ and the SQs are going to look exactly the same, except for one's going to be double the pressure, right? So double the return on one versus the other. So as you're pulling in, I would just say you want to always trade around VWAP. So right now you're around that level. So if this is a level for you, I would say take it. And then you have your VWAP as you're out. So VWAP or down to the 200 period, right into here, 1845 on the SQ. So yes, good little level there. But the reason why we're not really looking at it too much is, honestly, the NASDAQ is flat today. It's only up 0.1. We now have, what is it? Let's just call it 11 o'clock. So you have 3 hours until Fed, which will come out at zeros, remember. The Fed interest rate tool was 99%. Let's just have a check on the temperature right now. Probably the exact same. Hey, what's up there, crash guy? Right there, what is that thing called? Let's go to the downside now and look. There it is. 99 problems. And raising ain't one, because right there we are going to have a 525 to 550 area right there. So, 1%, there's always that chance that something goes awry, but we'll wait for talk at 2:30 on the Fed. So if you're trading against the Fed right now, there's really no point. It's already out there. Everyone knows what's going to be happening, and it looks like it'll be a pause for this rate cycle, and then we'll wait for November 1st. And then that's when I think they raise, because of oil.
That's sort of the thing. Like, everyone knows we're not getting it here. The big question mark is the next one. And then maybe the dot plot tells us something. You never really know. When it comes out, if there's any surprises, we'll get it live to you. I think we're on like 5 minutes early or something. Usually we'll come on like a few minutes early just so right at 2 o'clock, you're able to get the release, which will be as expected, obviously. We'll still get it to you live. A couple of new things in here. ARM finally came back and set up a short. So we missed a few shorting opportunities on ARM today, if you hadn't noticed. This one because I hadn't paid for locates. This one because I was looking elsewhere. Thank you, Instacart. And now we're at VWAP. It just did this wick, which got me in here to give it to this high. I think 54 quarters a level. But if I'm going to short this move in here, I'm only adding if we resolve red and get underneath VWAP. So if we resolve to another red candle on the 3 and get underneath VWAP, I think that's the ad. Still going to have the same stop. And then I think 54 a quarter is just another level that I would play for, I almost said Instacart, but ARM. First trade of the day for me on ARM. I feel like we've been in ARM every single day. Like from the time that it opens, we're in it right away and then trading it heavily. And today was, you just had to be in it right away. And that's happened multiple days in a row. Like where your best shorting opportunity did happen right at 9:30, but we miss sometimes on those. The market is kind of curling into the downside. Let's see what happens, because I also just jumped into the VWAP trade on pins. Is still in New York, Neil. On pins, if it can't, this is going to be a tight stop. If it can't hold on right here, I think it's kind of an easy out. I want it holding VWAP. Like you can hold 40s, then maybe it'll be okay. But if it can't do that, then this is just too frustrating for pins, because the market. I like the VWAP bounce because it showed some strength, and we were talking about that a couple of minutes ago. But this is the NASDAQ. If it makes a lower high, it just plunges. It doesn't matter how strong a stock is. It's probably going to follow suit. Maybe we get some Intel opportunities as well. That was the best short for me. We'll see what happens with CGC. But Intel not really getting to VWAP here. I would have thought a reload gets us to 35.5 because we like every 50 cents on Intel. But we're stuck here at the 40s. Maybe like a wet the beak to get into it here, because the market goes red. I think Intel can get to 35 even and still got 35 to 40 cents to go.
Hey, you know what? It probably is time to trade weaker names here, because the only thing we have on the short is, well, we have Apple, and we don't have many shares. We probably should have reloaded that one. Yeah, Intel still needs to get to 35.50, but it's getting close. There's Apple right there. Again, we talked about VWAP. We were waiting for it. We could have just gotten short at Super Chat. Yo, what's up, Siraj? I just saw it there on the chat on the bottom, so let's have a quick look. Shout out to our new member. Oh, Siraj is a new member as well. Hey, what's up, going guy? Oh, there it is. Just thanks for the Super Chat. Okay. Thank you for that one, for sure. And thank you, Siraj. You've now found us, and we've found you. So thank you so much, for that. So shout out to Siraj. All right, so here goes Apple again. Would have been a coulda, woulda, shoulda, because that coulda, woulda, shoulda been a good short there at 178. We're already short. Look, we already got rinsed on this, man. We have the #1 profitable name here today with Microsoft, and we also have the #1 losing name as well. That's never that great, but Apple was a disaster. We went long early on that one. We were able to get out for like 20 cents or so, and then that was only like 10% or 20%, and then it just fell in. Then we got out at 179 break, which was fine, but then we averaged it in again, and then right there got a nice 178 break back up into 178.50 ahead of VWAP. Then that broke, and that's when we said, okay, let's forget about it and switch over to the short. And the best short that we got was about 60 to 70 cents on the bottom there. So not bad, pretty happy with it overall, but again, could always do better on all the plays. And right now, we're trying to do better. We're trying to do better right now on CGC. So hopefully this can come in. I'm not even bidding 94s. Let's see if we can break below, get into that 93 area, and then we'll start ringing some more registers on that one. Hopefully it does come through at some point. That would be nice. Apple downside, and then AMD's all the way back. But that's completely fine, man. Again, we have that same 20% left on AMD. Possible reload area down here as the market comes right into the bottom again, but AMD's not at the bottom, so that's giving me a little bit of pause for concern. I'd rather have AMD a little bit lower. My stop on this one has always been 101.90 break. So if we break below 101.90, then we are out of CGC. So, out of AMD. We just got a fill, thankfully, right there on CGC. So we said we weren't going to bid 94s. We didn't. We bid 93s, and there's the fill. So we actually got I'll give you the exact price. We got 93.006 right there. So 06, not 006. So there you go. Nice move to the downside there, taking a clean 4 cents on a 97 short. So let's, or not, actually, I'm sure at 96.68.
There was apparently a question. Bears versus Bulls is saying with that super chat from Siraj.
Was there a question?
Yeah, well, he's just saying from that super chat,
Okay.
Can you please put some light on RSI for day trading? What time frame would you use to look at RSI for day trading? I barely use it, but I use 14 periods. I know you put it up there.
I have the same thing, but just the 25s is what's marked. I
Okay.
go 25 and
Well, the bands is
70.
I do 30-70 bands, but it doesn't really matter. I use 30-70 bands for 14 periods. You use 25-75.
That's it, and the 14 period as
And the
well. So
14
you can right click here, you go over to here, you go over to indicators, and we go to RSI, and there it is right there. So 14 period, 25, 75, highlight everything, make it look nice and groovy. But again, it's not necessarily.
It's not the holy grail.
I've just started looking at it. So I mean, the way how you could look at it is like Apple right there. It's always, I feel like it's an indicator that you look at after the fact, not really as you're into it. Like, you know, right there's Apple at the 25, right? So does that mean what? You get out? I mean, there's the bump back, then there's the out again right down there when it hits the 25 again. So there are some, you know, some areas, but it generally is hits the bands when there's an aggressive move one way. So definitely pay attention to that. All right, it's 10:53. We only have 7 minutes left before. I don't see Obi, but I assume that he's here. It is Sharif, Obi coming through very, very soon, as we do have to go over to the desk. Guys, here comes Apple falling back in again as well. So Apple to short and money talks with Brendan.
Hey guys, yeah, obviously the dollar in focus ahead of Fed Chair Powell this afternoon. We did, as we mentioned, get some very positive CPI data out of the UK this morning, better than expected to the downside. The pound, as a result, was higher to start the day, but has since reversed with the dollar creeping back to the upside. But yeah, all focus on what is to come this afternoon at, it's actually going to be 2:30, not 2 p.m., because, hey, they're not going to do anything. This is the dollar pound. So we had a huge spike up to 81.5, 82 almost, or 81.2. Right back down, though. It's since actually gone red on the day. So the USD, DXY, creeping back to the upside as we head towards 2 p.m. this afternoon, even with it red on the day as well. But pound strength fading, euro kind of flat on the day, but everyone awaiting what is to come this afternoon, guys.
Yes, sir. And we're waiting a couple of things here. Just to give you one update, I have 2 fills before we get to 90, and then I'll have half the position on CGC. If it bounces back up, I think it was a mistake not to have reloaded at 98. I'll probably rectify that if it gets there again, but that is headed to the downside. I haven't got a fill on ARM. It's bouncing right here off of 53.25, it looks like. So I'm trying to get that. I never got the add to it. Try to get underneath VWAP. I'll try to do that as well. Market looks like it's trending to the downside. As far as Clavio goes, whatever. It was there before. I got to sort by paired volume there, so you can always see. It's a bit of a trick, right? Usually I sort by imbalance size. Paired volume gets you, like, it's still only 770,000 shares indicated on the open of this thing, with an auction price of 34. So I still lean towards it's nowhere close to opening up, but we'll be there for you. That's why we're on all day, because when the market's open, anything can happen at absolutely any time, and we're here all day, whether it's Sean or myself in the morning and back at 2 o'clock, or the professor and Obi-Wan Kenobi will be doing it today from 11 till 2 until Max is back, because Max is enjoying himself in South America. So it's been a fun one with 5 days to go. 5 minutes to go, 5 days. 5 minutes to go, 5 days to go. What the hell am I talking about sometimes? Nonsensical. I want to go back over to a name that has been, I'd say, surprising. Because technically speaking, it's somewhat of an uptrend. I think it's finally resolving down. That's Instacart. The 15. I like to look at a 15, but even when you look at it on a higher time frame, look at the liquidity grab above 33. Like what I'm seeing here on the higher time frame is this 33 level is looking like the spot. Like rejects 33, short under 33. I trade 32 for some reason, but yeah, this looks like it's a definite short. Just to keep in mind, this IPO debut was at 30. Maybe the underwriters try to defend that price, right? So if it gets to $30 and you see a big bid, that's the underwriters trying to have this thing not go underneath the issue price on day 2, which, trust me, is not a very good look for them. It looks like a really bad. It's a bad look if in the first week you're underneath that price. It happens, but that's why 30 could have a bid on it. Same thing with 51 on ARM. If you get to 51 there, I think you see the same thing.
All right, just real quick here. Yeah, Instacart, I just, under my breath, it's like, I can't believe I lost on this stupid stock because we pretty much had it, but we didn't take advantage of it enough. Right there, Apple out at 50, so that's a good one. Another 50 cents in our pocket right there. AMD, just an update here because there is size at 20, so we're sitting at 18 to get something out. There it is right there, 60,000 shares on the offer at about, I think it was 20 there, now it's gone, but now we're pushing down. So we'll wait to get a little bit of a reload there. We did not take any more out on CGC. We got a great 93 fill, and we'll do that. But for now, it is this time. Shout out to Hamster. He wants the lunch, what's for lunch. So we're going to do that right now. We'll also post it up on Twitter. Well, today, I think it was chicken on Monday. I think it was chicken yesterday. Today is Wednesday, so guess what?
Wow.
Now we hear the music. It is country chicken pot pie.
I like
So if you like chicken and you like pot and you like pie, today, country chicken pot pie with thyme and black pepper roasted new potatoes. All right. I mean, that's something. So
You know what you said.
yeah, of course I know what I said. Yeah, exactly. So
I like.
they're there. The animations are the best, says Tom.
They're
as well.
fantastic.
That's good. So you cannot barbecue chicken.
We're gonna get potato salad with our.
Yeah, we will get potato salad. That's
We've been putting potato salad on our salad the entire week.
Whoa.
So
AMD just got
the market just
Why didn't I get stopped out?
quadruking to the downside. Chewie still falling. Apparently, JJW just said. I mean, Chewie's been falling.
Why did my stop not?
That was a nasty move to the downside. I'm actually gonna try adding to ARM. Where is Instacart at, and why am I not getting filled in that one? I guess it's nowhere near. Yeah, it's 32.30. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, that's not getting above VWAP. Maybe I got to look underneath VWAP for this. But the market, the NASDAQ, I should say, I keep saying the market. Most of you know by now I'm talking about the NASDAQ. Yeah. It just went red and got underneath that. So a bit of a wick and then volume spikes across the board when we wicked underneath the morning low on the NASDAQ. If it holds underneath there, I think that's where you look to add to some shorts. I don't want to jump into anything yet, but I am looking at Instacart off that 33. Less than 1 minute to go. AMC and NEO, one of them a good breakout. That was AMC. I'm looking for like what it did before, like hold on to VWAP and start breaking back up. It could be doing it now, but NEO's going the other way. You want it to be one way? It's the other way. So took out 80% of it when it failed the 9 break. Okay, I took a piece out there and then got back into it and then took it 80% when it failed 895. I'm looking for that to hold VWAP, but I'm not jumping back in until I see some strength on VWAP. So my longs are in stocks that I hope are gimmicky and not going to follow the market as we head into lunchtime. And still nothing on Clavio just yet.
No,
Clavio, I don't know, Clavio.
I'm not going to take that IPO, but I will watch it.
Yeah, I don't like the long.
Again right now. So I just put in a ticket there because my AMD should have stopped out there when it broke through, and it didn't. So we had to punch out a little bit there in the 70s on AMD. So small hit there, but definitely one that we did not anticipate taking. So it did break back down below. It should have fired off around 101.89. We talked about that. So the fact that it came back up is fine, but we do take an L there when we did not mean to hold it that far against us. So if you did see that, that is what it is. Here comes CGC. Here comes Apple. Apple's 70 cents in the money. That's good. CGC trying to push a little bit lower. We take another 93 flat fill there. Now I'm bidding 91s. So we'll just wait. I mean, I don't, like I said, man, as this moves around, making money.
Before we go, we got to address Disney.
It's going to be another top stock. Well, what's Disney doing?
Oh, Disney's at the high of the day when the market's at the low, and it's up 1%. Shout out to, I mean, look, Don Cherry was mentioning Disney in the chat. We try to get to everything that we can that's moving. That's what we're supposed to do. We are obviously actively trading always. But, hey, look at Disney. Again, a little bit of counter trend action, making a higher low. Okay, fine. It's also making lower highs too, but I'm trying to root for this thing to get up the crapper because I still have some in my long term. But look at the local breakout on Disney. If this market can turn, look at the gap fill potential if this can hold on to 82.5. That's a bit of a gap that it put in yesterday's trade. We're over time. We'll be back, obviously, just before 2 o'clock to get you that Fed rate announcement. We'll be back for some lunch money as well at noon. But for now, let's head to the midday. You've got, there they are. You've got the professor and Obi.
Ciao.
New picture now, Sharif.
Oh, yeah. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's Obi-Wan Kenobi. I am Sharif, and we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules. with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the good folks there at Searcher. I like that bull that they got on there. That's the bull from Wall Street, I think, right? I mean,
yeah, that's the one.
I'm gonna probably go to New York maybe for some Christmas vacation. I will be taking a picture with the bull. I mean, how apropos would that be? I mean, right? Oh, how are you, my man?
Good, how are you?
Good, good. My face is feeling cold and naked, but it's okay, right? How are you?
I'm good.
Everything's good. The trading.
Yeah, exactly. So waiting for the IPO there. I guess I took a couple fills on Cart and what was the other name? SPRY as well. A little bit of in-play names, right? So haven't really touched Amazon today, but taking a look at it, that 139 short was pretty decent. Kind of a yesterday's consolidation area. Missed the short on that. Wasn't really paying attention to it. But yeah, no. Cart was a bit of a woozy there out the open. Bit of a chop, holding some of these levels there. But yeah, just took it off the 32. Kind of chased initially, but I wanted the 32. I wanted to price in and around this 32, so we managed to get that price on our average, and then we attempted to push the 33. Can't really make it past yesterday's end of day consolidation, so I just got out of that one there. But yeah, we'll be looking forward to seeing if this kind of catches a trend here. Watching ARM as well, but yeah, KVYO is the number one thing on my list today. Sure.
I'm just reading the chat, man. You guys, the chat, you know, is at a current state, a perpetual state of undefeatedness. None of those words make any sense, but let's look over the daily movers, guys. They're all small cappers today. Oh, someone's sneezing up a storm back there. They're all small cappers on my list today, even though I should probably include Disney here because it is making a nice little move there, maybe knocking on the door of 83. We'll get to that one in a sec. DTOC. What is this stock? Digital transformation. Sure. $220 million market cap. The float, a measly, a tiny, a minuscule, a modicum, 1.7 million share flow. I was going through the words there, baby. This coffee.
You got a thesaurus somewhere over there sitting right there, man? Like, what's going on?
Right? Anyway, let's go. DTOC, multiple halter to the upside. Let's have a look here. This one really got going, Obi-Wan Kenobi, right at the bell. It popped up from that 1383 that it had been hanging out at, and then 1531, we had to pause trading. We open up nicely here at that 16 2/3 gap up into 1820. It's been 1, 2, 3, 4 halts to the upside, and then we had one to the down, another one to the up. Now we're kind of slowing down, and as you can see here, reflected in the volume declining off its peak here at 50,000 shares per 1 minute candle here at 1035. But we are doing a bit of an interesting dance at that halt level, that third halt level to the upside, that $22 level. We're holding it. We're not holding it strictly in the sense that we are wicking below it, but there is some support coming in around there. Where would resistance be? I would suggest to you 24. That's another up halt level that we have to keep an eye on. So we'll have a look here. As I say this, I always want to preface this because we always have new viewers coming in. This is a very dangerous and very volatile stock. You can find yourself on the wrong end of it very quickly. So make sure if you're trading this, you have to make sure that you're sizing in accordingly and you are managing risk vis-a-vis stop orders. So DTOC will be on my radar. Another small cap gapper du jour, SWIN. This company, yeah, it's a very small cap. SolarWind Holdings, $42 million market cap, tiny by any standard here. 2 million share float, which is also tiny. It has not halted, I don't believe. No. But it hasn't been as volatile of a mover. Anyway, yesterday's close was at $2.45. We've been moving up quite nicely. Look at that dip into VWAP, got bought up beautifully there. And if you missed the entire move, you were rewarded on that VWAP dip into 295, 290, because then it curled back up into 320. So you could have had a 30-penny winner on a $3 name, which is aces in my book. But we have a possible double top brewing here. What I would be looking for is a decided break below that 290 level and a possible double top and then a flat bottom break to kind of finish that off. So SWIN on my radar. We'll have a look at that. Moving on to more small cap gappers. Let's go BJDX, because it's not showing up on my scanner for whatever reason. This one, Blue Jay Diagnostics, I already like it because it's got Blue Jay in it. Shout out to the Jays who play the Yankees today, by the way. Ooh, there, good move there. Was that you, Neil, or was that Ramin? That was Neil. Okay, all right. I thought Ramin was quick with it there, but all right. All right, BJDX. 6 million, 5.89 million market cap. Okay, so very small, 785,000 share float. It is absolutely tiny, very dangerous stock as well. Let's have a look at this one more thoroughly on the 1 minute chart here, Old One Kenob. We closed out yesterday at that $3.10 level, but we did gap up in the morning, albeit by a little bit to 350. Then 8:30 hit, and whatever news headline came in, I'm not even going to bother looking. But we moving up quite nicely here. We get up to that $6 area, 595 technically is a high. Now we're holding that 200 period on the one quite tightly at 459 and change. But to me, it's not tradable for a long because we are south of VWAP, which on my chart is 515. So I will be steering clear of this one for the moment, but I wanted to make you guys aware of it. Cart is up here as well. And then I yelled to Neil this morning about GNS. Yes, this one, I don't want to call it a multi-day runner because it hasn't been running lately, but Genius Brands, definitely one we're very familiar with. Again, $39 million market cap, tiny. It floats a little bit bigger at 26.2 million shares. Decent day, sub $1 to start the day, was hanging out at 87 pennies, almost 88 pennies. We got up to $1.15. Now we're doing that epic battle with that $1 level to see if we can stay above one. This might be an interesting dip trade off one, but you're going to have to really manage your risk here because we are creating lower highs and we are south of VWAP. So Genius Brands also on my radar, small cap gappers. I'm staying away from the big names today. I don't know what to expect with respect, to how we're going to move. Papa, he's going to get on the mic at 2:30. Like the big kahunas were saying, we're all but certain to get what I want to call a hawkish pause because I anticipate him to say inflation is too high, core inflation is too high. There's another rate hike, maybe two, but we're going to stay higher for longer. That's really what I'm looking for. And I definitely want to keep my eyes on that dot plot to see how many rate hikes the majority of the FOMC members are projecting for hence going forward. So a lot of data points coming out. The speech gets released. We know about all that, but there's more stuff to come at the press conference and with the dot plot. And with that, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, I still haven't, necessarily figured out how to properly read and assess that dot plot. So I might be coming to you to figure that out a little later there. So I was watching. So again, the plan for today or the plan going forward is going to be a little bit more trying to focus a little bit more on in-play names. As you guys know, I spent a lot of time with Amazon, and I think it's time for me to come out of that hyperbolic time chamber and start to execute some of these strategies on in-play names. But yeah, take a look at this 35 hold on Intel. We know Intel's kind of in play from the past few days. It's doing some R-vol today as well. And take a look at this. VWAP kind of holds as resistance. We get above a little bit of VWAP in the morning, just in and around this 36, and then we start to sell off a little bit. So I guess I'm just looking for that continuation. We saw that yesterday as well. VWAP was pretty heavy, so sellers in and around VWAP. On Intel is a thesis that we're testing here. It was pretty grinding strength to the upside. I was watching it for like 20, 30 pennies here, pretty straight to the upside. And then the first sign of kind of sellers stepping in a little bit with confluencing with this kind of resistance, this support turned potentially resistance now after straight greens into this level here. So we're testing out that thesis on Intel. Let's see if we can catch a sell. Let's see if the ask stays a little heavy here. On Intel, selling off of VWAP, definitely in play, doing a little bit of R-vol as well. But yeah, let's see how this one goes. We are working with a little bit of confluence there. I know some other names in play was also pins. We got that news yesterday. And it started doing some significant volume off of it. Take a look at that, about 2 to 5 R vol there on that. And today we're holding those levels. So that's also interesting to me. I'm keeping that on watch. Still holding below below VWAP there. So let's see if we've made lower highs on the day. Let's see if we can make some lower lows, or we just chop sideways here. But the level I have kind of that I like to be watching for is right here, this 2780, and maybe this consolidation right in and around VWAP 2760s as well on Pinterest here. But yeah, we can take a look at some of the volume leaders on the day today and see what some of these guys are doing. We know NIO yesterday was doing a ridiculous amount of R-vol. Take a look at this. These are R-vol bars right here. I have it set for, I think it's a 5-period R-vol, but yeah, so it takes the average of the past 5 days given the real time of that candle. I think that's how it's calculated. But yeah, bit of a sell-off yesterday, pretty strong, going all the way from about $9 to about 840s. And today we come up and we hold above VWAP, and it's holding very peculiarly. The tape into the close was very, very interesting. You guys saw that there were millions of shares on the ask. Kind of trying to sell there, and then they all got filled, and then it went further down off of that. But coming in today, we're kind of holding above some of those levels. I think that if we can hold VWAP and try to push some of these prices, I remember the $9 flush was pretty crazy, like right there. Take a look at this flush that happens right at 9. Right, heavy selling, it flats, it goes flat after on top of 9, very tight consolidation, indecisive, and then it makes a decision and comes quadunking to the downside. So today, if we can get past that $9 mark on NIO, I think that we might be poised for a potential bid up. We can see that it's holding VWAP, so that's a good sign of confluence that we want if we're looking for that long. But yeah, NIO doing significant R-vol yesterday, and not as much as yesterday today, but we're holding above yesterday's consolidation kind of levels mid to end of day on lower volume, which I think is a good look for a potential pop-up or squeeze as well. And Tesla, our friend Tesla, not really doing too much, a bit of a chop consolidation sideways. We talked about how that 280 was definitely a place of resistance, a place to sell, and we're kind of consolidating below that level today. Pins we already talked about. AMD, I think I had 103 as a key level to kind of interact with. I got the alert on my trading view, never really took a position by the time that I looked at the ticker, we were already trading in 103.30s, and I think the idea was to take this consolidation over under this 103 mark, depending on what the price action was. But yeah, you could have taken both ways. You could have taken the long on the initial break, and when it comes in breaks back below and gets below VWAP right here underneath 103, I think the short would have been nice too. But we are basing off of day low. The initial reaction low of the open has kind of double bottomed here at that 101.60. Let's see what we do with that level. A bit of a sell-off here in the chips. We know Intel has been selling off as well. Let's take a look at Nvidia also. So Nvidia is on this list as well. Nvidia, a bit of a sell-off off that 440 mark, kind of where sellers showed up yesterday as well, kind of showing up, keeping us heavy. Now again, today, the reversion man is showing up at 230. And we got a number coming out at 2 as well. So gonna be patiently waiting for that to come in, and just taking the trades that make a lot more sense and that have a decent amount of confluence, right? If you have like factors, like 10 factors that you got to check before you take a trade, we want at least 5 or 6 ticks on some of those boxes to even think about initiating a trade. And I guess we did a little bit of that with this Intel position here. Let's see if it works out. A bit of a pullback, not necessarily anything significant in terms of a pullback here, but let's see if that kind of starts to come in. These sellers start to come in as well. I'm watching the ES and the NQ as well. Look at how the consolidation consolidation is testing its lows here, and then the NQ pushing its kind of consolidation lows here at 15,340 as well. I think I have 15,250 here on the sticky note as a potential area of interest on the NQ. I want to know if we can even get down there, what we might do in and around that area. I think that's like the week low there. But again, volatility, I'm not expecting it to come in until the Fed talk today. In and around 2 p.m., 2:30, looking for reversions, of course. So that's why we call him the reversion man. When he steps up on the podium or when he steps off, I think if the move is there, it's pretty clear and directional in a sense if you can catch it. But if you're getting chopped around before that, it's a little tough to preserve the mental to take that trade. That's what I've noticed for myself personally. But yeah. Just going to be waiting, watching. Let me know what you guys are trading. Oh, right, Google as well. I had 137 as a key area, kind of a multi-level support on Google today. And coming in, we broke that level. That's another missed trade from me. 137 on the sticky note there. I was a little busy trading Cart and what was the other one? SPRY in the morning to really pay attention to this one. But take a look at this 137 crack on Google. Bit of a support there from the past couple of weeks, or from this week and a little bit of last week as well. So I was like, okay, if Google is holding this 137 so well, give or take 20 to 50 pennies, if it's holding this level pretty well, then either over or under. I was looking for the support, but take a look at this. You flush down, you bid back up, and that support turns into resistance exactly at that 136.60 area. So now we're using that as resistance. We're underneath VWAP. We're underneath the morning consolidation. And Google being one of the top names in the market, I think this is kind of giving us the direction on the day as of right now, as some of these futures look a little heavy there.
Down, bro. Yeah,
Yes,
we're doing nicely here on Apple. We took the bottom break. There we go on Apple. All right, very nice. Let's see if we can get down into that 177 area, OB1 Canob. I looked over to Katina man and I said, what do you think about Apple double bottom here? He's like, no, I don't like it. And I had to agree with him. I'm going with the trend OB1 Canob. As you say very, very often, the trend is, I think, maybe one of your most cherished friends.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like it to be my friend, but I guess sometimes we have a love-hate relationship that I'm working on.
It's a fickle little you know what.
Yeah, so because the counter trend is nice when it's there, but like I tend to fight the counter trend a little harder than I should be. Expecting the moon on the counter trend, when in reality, like, knowing that you're in the counter trend, I don't think you should be expecting too much. If it comes and pulls back into the range rapidly,
maybe you can you can term a new superhero, the reversion man.
Yeah.
Because, you know, if you're not taking it with the trend, you're looking for a reversion trend.
Yeah.
Correct? The reversion man.
I mean, no, the reversion man.
Damn credit, bro.
I already gave that name to Mr. Powell, man. He is the reversion man? He is the reversion man.
I apologize.
At 2:30, the reversion man speaketh.
I apologize.
At 2:30, the reversion man speaketh. So, you know.
We make up words and superheroes here on the show. All right, guys, I've got another profit taker here, just a smidge above 177. Let's see what we can get that fill. But I'm looking here at the future. I'm looking at the big tech names. Let's bring in the big tech chart. The Mag 7, or in this case, it's a Mag 8 OB1 Canob, because I've got, you know,
yeah, you threw a little bit of Tesla and AMD in there. Or
well,
no, Tesla's part of it.
Yeah,
AMD,
it's
yeah.
AMD, the odd one out here. All right, they're all weak. Let's just call a spade a spade. Everything's weak here. There's, you know, maybe ones that are showing a bit more strength than others, and I would have to say AMD. It's up 1/3%, while I believe everything else on this chart is red. Even our friend Stressla, which is marginally red, only 0.12 below yesterday's close, 0.12%, not dollars. All right, we've got that fill here on Apple as Apple breaks 177 down, and to the right is my friend Apple. The long term, probably not happy right now, Obi, but well, you know, this isn't the long term at the moment, so we're gonna have to go in And
Short term only. You're only thinking short term when we're here, right?
right. Well, I mean,
We can't let the long term influence our decisions on like.
It doesn't influence my
few
decisions,
minute.
but I have feelings.
No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It
Yeah.
influences your emotions, your
Yeah.
bias, your
Exactly.
mindset, which all need to be preserved
They
when you're
do.
day trading,
Very
right?
well
As
said.
best as possible.
I would
so.
have to agree 100% with that. I'm looking here at Mr. Softy, and Softy, Meta look very weak. Google looks very weak as well. Look, it's very similar patterns with these bad boys where we had that move down a bit, like in Apple's case, 5, 10, 15, 20, about 25 minutes worth of upside, bouncing off 177 and a quarter, coming back into 178, and then an immediate rejection off that 178, and then we go back down $1 plus because we just did break 177. The same can kind of be said for Mr. Softy. You get a bit of, retracement higher here into that 328 and a quarter, 328 and a half, and then quadunk goes the dynamite as we break through 327, and we're barely holding on to 326 at the moment. So we'll see. We're trying to, bamboozle a trade here and there. Google as well, 135.27 I have marked as a level. I just don't remember where it's from. Anyway, Google, much the same pattern like Apple, down a few 5-minute candles here, coming back into that 136 3/4, and then boom again, we go down $1 plus on the name. So very similar patterns on these bad boys here. And then I think it's time to wet our beak a little bit here. Ob1 Canob with a little bit more out. Reliable Rudy, what's up, brother? Baba, 86.75 to 86.55, solid area to build along. All right, let's have a look. But first, we're going to wet our beak on some more profits here as Apple continues to head south. But let's have a look here at our friend Baba. Shout out to Ian. We miss Ian. BABA. I just want to, I want to put some outs here.
Can
I send it to you for a second?
Yeah,
I'll
no
look
worries.
at Bob in a second.
Eric Lenouville. Again, you gotta tell me how to properly pronounce this one. But he's asking me if he should go to the gym and come back in the PM. Hey man, if you're not planning on trading that KVYO, then yeah, I think that's fine. You gotta stay healthy. Gotta go to the gym. Try to work out every day. But I think three to 4 times a week is the healthy quota for me. But yeah, no. If you're done for the morning, then yeah, taking a break at midday is a great idea. I know we have a few traders on the floor. They trade the morning session, and then they hit the gym for the lunchtime where it kind of goes sideways and slows down as well. Coming back in the PM where volume may or may not pick up for the evening. But yeah, no, that KVYO IPO is set to come out as apparently it's IPO season. We've had 3 multi-billion-dollar IPOs in the past couple of weeks, including today. But yeah, let's take a look. We know we talked about Cart yesterday, and let's do the same with KVYO today. I have their S1 pulled up right here. We can take a look at some of their underwriters. I think the IPO price projected is $30
yes, sir.
there,
Cool.
Sharif.
Up above that.
But yeah, take a look at some of these names, some similar names that we've seen this week. You have Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Citigroup, Barclays, Mizuho again, and William Blair being some of the top underwriters on this name. So yeah, definitely going to be looking for potential support or selling off of the initial range. But yeah, let's see how the IPO comes out. We saw Cart yesterday. Cart was pretty interesting, very different than ARM. In my opinion, in terms of like I guess volatility and sentiment as well. But yeah, still exercisable opportunities galore on these IPOs. So yeah.
Okay, reliable Rudy. I'm ready to look at Baba over here for you. Look, I like the levels 86.75 to 86.55. It's a good look. It's an interesting look. Why? Because it is the 86.75 is kind of the low end of the IB open. Shout out to Dan the Man Emmons. I don't even know if he's in the chat. I haven't seen him in a while, but there we go. And then the 86.55 is it's not the low of the day from yesterday. That wouldn't be accurate, but it is after the IB open. That's kind of the general area of where we got low. So if you want to build a position around there, sure, it'd be interesting. My concern is, though, that we have this 86.10 area that we have to keep in mind. That's a prior day's close. So we'll have to wait and see, and that's the low area here on the IB open. That's the low end of that range. So, yeah, I see what you're saying. Maybe if you were to get into that position, you could give yourself to like 45 or something in and around there. I wouldn't put too much risk on it. Also, really depends on what time of day it gets into that level. I think Neil talks about this a lot. He talks about how these Chinese ADRs, they're really kind of good earlier on in the day, and then if you're looking, I guess 2 o'clock onwards, they tend to do nothing and consolidate. So, yeah, that's kind of my suggestion to you. If you get in this, it's going to have to be earlier on. I do like your levels, though. They do make sense. It won't be a trade that I get involved in, simply because it's lacking a catalyst of any sort, and it's not really... Yeah, there's really nothing for me in it today other than the fact that, what is it, down? How much is it down? Let me have a look here. BABA is not even down. It's up 0.75%. It's down about 1/3% after the bell. But, yeah, and it's only done 3.2 million shares. Really, what's its 5-year average? The 5-year average for BABA is about 17 million shares. I don't even know if we see 17 million shares today. We'll have to wait and see. In the meantime, I'm going to nurse this Apple trade where it's nothing really to write home about. Got a couple of profit takers here lower in the mid to low 80s. We'll see if this one continues down. I don't see anything in the trend here telling me that it's going to reverse. I'm trying to keep my eye on the NQ as well. We're down 1/4 point on the NQ. We're slowing down a bit in the descent but we're still very much near lows. 15,330 and 1/4 is the low. We're at 332 right now. So there's really nothing showing me that we're going to start retracing back up. We'll have to wait. The only thing is, though, if this whole dollar on Apple ends up being a support level, it could kind of turn the market. We'll have to wait and see, because we've been dancing a little bit at this 177. We really haven't been giving up the ghost. There have been buyers just south of this 177. We're going to have to get away from it with some vigor here to kind of convince me that the level's been broken. Otherwise, a few pennies below, a few pennies above, and we're still holding that level. Let's have a look at Apple and what its levels are the last little bit here. Let's go to the half-an-hour chart on Apple. All right, yesterday, clearly that 177 level was important. We didn't quite make it down to 177 yesterday, but there were several half-an-hour candles bouncing off the general 177.15 area. Look how many touches we have here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we make it our way back up into that 179. So 177 level, even though we've made a newer low today on Apple, the general 177 area is of interest to me. And then going back to the 15th, which was, I believe, Friday, 177 was a general area of resistance when we in the opening range break. We didn't really hold it strictly. You got up to 77.5, but look where the closing prints are. They're all at that 77 level. So it tells me that this is probably an important local level that I have to keep my eye on, in the same way that 79 is an important resistance level locally that I have to keep my eye on. Look at the 18th. We reject off 79. Yesterday, we danced off. We couldn't really break 79 with any vigor. And then this morning, 79 was as good as we could do. Sure, we wicked up to 79.70. That's only a wick. The closing print, again, south of that. So I'm keeping my eye on 77 and 79 until further notice. I'm sure there will be more volatility when Papa comes on the mic, because these big cap names very much influenced by interest rates.
Yeah, for sure.
We'll have to keep an eye on that.
I was looking at the futures here. Take a look at this kind of consolidation zone here at the 15,340s ish area. We had some of that at 2:30, 2:30, maybe I think that's 3:30 yesterday, and as I think the futures are an hour behind, right? This the time here, but yeah. So about what is this? 2:30 or 1:30 yesterday, 2:30, 3:30-ish area. But yeah. Anyways, 15,340. We're kind of consolidating in and around that level here. And we talked about that 15,250. You can see that bottom here. That's yesterday's low. That's kind of the week low as well on the futures. And we seem to be catching a bit of a consolidation here. But again, we caught some consolidation here as well. Looking left at a previous consolidation level, you couldn't bid up more than 15, 20 points, and then you continued back to the downside. So let's see if you're going to get more of the same, or if we actually catch a real bid here today. But yeah, taking a look at how some of the selling was pretty strong yesterday. We did about a 50 to 60% reversion. We come back in to those same levels, and then you start selling again. So it's just like, it's almost as if like sellers are recycling this price every time it gets up here. The sellers are getting aggressive with the sells, and so that's kind of piquing my interest as well, because if we can distinctly get above this 15,450-ish area going forward during the week, that might definitely give us some fuel for the bid to catch. But yeah, a bit of a pop back up here off of VWAP here on Intel. So I'm being wary. I got AMD up as well. I was observing that it's making it roughly a bit of a base here, 108. We talked about that double bottom 101.60s-ish area, and it's kind of magneting back to VWAP here. Let me just give you guys a look-see on that. But yeah, take a look at that. So we kind of we reject VWAP. And this is kind of the level I have here, 102.50 right underneath VWAP. So let's see if we can stay heavy underneath VWAP, in and around VWAP. And then I might take another chip name short along with Intel, AMD, if it kind of starts to consolidate and gets heavy underneath VWAP there. I think that's going to be a decent trade. If the market continues to the downside, then we will be a little lucky in terms of direction when it comes to that trade. But again, saving as much risk as possible for the reversion man, as he deserves it the most, Mr. Powell.
I don't know, man. Depends really who you talk to. He waited too long to cut, and then he went too quickly, and he went too high. Nobody's pleased with how he's been. Yeah. What does that mean? Keyboard warriors?
No. It's just. I don't know. It's like what needs to happen is going to happen. People will have things to say whether they like it or not. But I guess the powers at work need to get their work done. So that work is going to get done one way or another, I think.
Yeah.
That's what that means.
Do you think maybe it should be done well rather than being done not so well?
I mean, if you look at, I always speak of this, if you look at it historically, since when have governments been effective and efficient at implementing anything? Right?
Bang.
Since when? So if you know and understand that, why are you trusting them so much to act a certain way? Right?
I guess
it's always a fugazi. They do some things right, they do some things wrong, and that's how governments have always been. I don't have anything for them or against them, but I understand what type of player they are when it comes to society. So being wary of that and living life with that awareness, I think, is what I'm trying to go for there. But yeah, no, I mean, whatever's happened, whatever's going to happen is going to happen.
I think that's just an explanation rather than an excuse. If you're going to do a job, you should do it well, or you should get fired.
Oh, sure. Yeah, no, for sure. Theoretically, that's how it should be.
No, I mean,
but
if I don't do my job well, I get let go. If you don't do your job well, you get let go.
Sure.
It's like the weather people.
Yeah.
Right? Meteorologists get it wrong all the time, yet somehow they have their job. Yeah. It's bewildering to me, and it's funny. Anyway, moving on. We're going to go on here. Apple is finding a bit of a balance, and so is the general market. I'm looking possibly at resistance here at 15,350 on the NQ. That's where we kind of bounced off last time. Let's have a look at what I'm talking about over here. This is it right here. Look at this. This troughed out, then we broke it. Do we find resistance around that 15,350? Let's see if we get up there. I don't want to take out the entire thing here on my friend Apple until I see this level has been decidedly broken. We're short 36s, but we're back into 24s, so we're still like 12 pennies in the money. Again, getting close to that entry area. This is what I'm looking for as a level break and a decided break of that level. But otherwise, it could just be, a momentary retracement and then we make newer lows. And that's kind of what I'm thinking about that. So yeah, we'll try to exercise some patience here on my friend Apple, but who knows? Let's see where we are. The excess meteorologists are fortune tellers. Sharif got a little Trump in him. You're fired. No, come on. Come on. I'm not. I'm just, calling a spade a spade. Anytime I I make plans on a Saturday and it's supposed to be sunny and it rains, I'm like, curse you, meteorologist, CP24.
I mean, those guys are working. Wow, I missed the ad on a potential ad on Intel there, but that's fine.
Go for it. Yeah.
But no, those guys work off probabilities, right? So if they're like, oh, there's a 90% chance of rain,
right.
That doesn't necessarily mean that it's 100% going to rain. It just, I think it means they're just going to be right on that call 9 out of 10 times.
Sure.
But if you run the stats, they could still be wrong multiple times in a row with that same stat. And it's similar to how some trading strategies work, right? So it's just a game of probabilities that the weatherman is playing. And yeah, let's see if if these sellers are weathermen as well today, and they're going to continue to make it rain.
OB.
Weather persons. Yeah, I apologize. Yeah. I gotta get with the lingo.
I'm kidding, dude. Come on, bust the chops.
So we are short AMD. We talked about getting short on AMD underneath that VWAP to see if sellers are kind of adamant, and yeah, they kind of show up there. So let's see how this works out. Intel is selling off, continuing to sell off, and then the ES and the NQ as well. So yeah, chips catching a bit of an ask, of a heavy ask there today. Let's see if there's continuation.
Carol giving me the business over here. She's like, Sharif, bruh, you need to get more sun on your no more beard and stash places. I'm like, give me a break. I just got this off. Yeah, I don't do the tanning bed, so I'm gonna actually have to spend some time in the sun. But I do go for a walk. 10 to 10:30 is my walking time. But usually in the morning, it's shade. Most of the areas here, because we're downtown Toronto and there's buildings aplenty. And so there's plenty of shade, which I typically like, because who wants to sweat? Ramin is like self-tan, bro. No, I'm not gonna do that, Ramin. We're gonna try to get some sun on the weekend. Friday is moving day, Ob1 Canopy. I move into the new spot, so I will be not here Friday, and therefore Saturday maybe we'll get some sun on the balcony, if there is an opportunity. Yeah, so interesting look. All right, we're still holding this Apple trade. Happy I didn't get everything out because much in what I anticipated, we rejected 15,350 as a resistance level, former area of support. Can we print a newer low? 15,330 and a quarter is the low right now, and I'm stop my watch. But we haven't made a newer low. We're at 15,333, 334 in that area. So I'm just waiting here for the trend to resolve, to continue downward, or to see what's going to go down. So try not to take anything more out and just helping here. You're helping your uncle to move, Nimit? No, Nimit, I am moving. I am moving into my new place. I'm very excited about it. It's bankrupted me. And yeah, hopefully I can enjoy it a little bit. Havana Woody, honestly, Sharif, use sunscreen. Get the tan slow. Hey, good advice, man. I definitely didn't use sunscreen in Hawaii, and hence why I came back very dark. And I remember I was scolded in the chat. Someone tried to use me as an example in the chat there in the summer as, don't do like Sharif, use sunscreen. Like, it's not really what I want to be, using as an example for. I was hoping to be something a little bit better. Anyway. Keeping my eye on here on Apple, we're definitely holding that 177 level. The lowest out I had here was, I believe, in the low 90s. Yeah, we got some out at 92s. We're gonna see. We're gonna see here. I'm not taking anything out. I think we may be able to resolve below 177, and there we go, down into 177. But the thing is, again, we noted on the half-an-hour chart that 177 was an important level. So just because we broke it by a couple of shekels, it doesn't mean that we've given up the ghost on the level. I think we could end up finding support here. So I don't want to overstate my welcome. Someone's saying Microsoft 1-minute wick. Yeah, I did see that, by the way, Bao. Look, this is what Bao is talking about over here. Look at this softy wick. This is not a dark pool. I don't get dark pools on this platform. Look at that wick from 326 and a quarter, huadunk to 325.03, and then bought up immediately. Something going on with Softy here. Let me have a look to see if there is news on our friend Softy. 1142. No, not seeing anything yet. The last news blotter entry I have is 1112. So not sure if that was a fat finger or somebody was making a position adjustment or what it was, but I typically don't get any dark pool prints on this platform, and therefore that is likely a real print. Anyway, keeping my eye on that. And while I keep my eye on that, let me tell you about this. Tesla looking like the strongest of the bunch at the moment here, getting off that 265 and a third bottom there. Now we're knocking on the door of 266 and a half. It wants to go green. It's a smidge below green. It closed out yesterday at 266 and a half, almost exactly, and that's where we are now. 3 pennies removed off that level. Tesla seems to be making a decent move up 41 million shares today. No news on Tesla that I see here recently anyway. There are some earlier news blotter entries. So keeping my eye on those. I'll send it to you, Ob, as I have to use the washer.
Yeah, no worries. Here's a name which I haven't observed or seen in a while, but I didn't see who it was in the chat that pointed it out. But take a look at IBM, guys. IBM is straight to the upside. I think it was just off of an upgrade. There's definitely, it seems like there's a buyer on the, just by looking at the chart, it seems like there's a pretty adamant buyer on this name, IBM. Straight to the upside, opens about 148, pushing 152 as of right now. So yeah, pretty strong there. I don't know what the catalyst on this thing is. Let's just check real quick. I think what was it? Right here, 4 hours ago, initiated an outperform by RBC. And yeah, okay, so they got an upgrade. And it's bidding straight up. So there could be, I haven't looked at the tape yet, but there could definitely be a little bit of a buyer on IBM off of that. As take a look at these grinding candles, very tight, and just consistent volume on that above VWAP. So it seems like somebody is interested in IBM right now. Maybe we can hop on the back of that player there and maybe catch a bid as well. But it is up quite a bit on the day. You know what? Let's take, before we make any decisions, let's take a quick look left and see what's up and define some levels here on IBM. So let's just take a look at that straight up. Whenever I see strong green candles like that, I get a little bit of a flutter, you know, I guess in the heart rate. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. Take a look at that breakout, that 148 right out the open, multi-week. Looks like it's a 52-week high just by looking at the chart here. Wow, crazy. All right, let's look left. Where are we going to find a resistance? Take a look at that. We're almost at that resistance, pretty much knocking on the door of it. 153. Those highs, we have not visited those highs since December of 2022, right? So this is 1 year highs on IBM getting pushed up, catching a bit of a grinding bid all the way to the upside. Let's see what it does at 153. I'm going to add a bit of an alert there just to see what we do at that long-term resistance. Okay, it seems like I'm out of alerts on this account, and that's fine. But you know what? We'll put that alert on my main account there. But yeah, that 153 potentially coming in on IBM. Let's see if it can catch or continues to catch a bid. I'm going to actually pull it up on some tape here. Okay, we got stopped out of our AMD. That's fine. I kept it pretty tight there. Let's see what it does. It's chopping in and around VWAP, right? So if it can get back up there and catch a sell again, we were a little chasey on this sell. It could have, should have been up here where the tape kind of turned at this previous high, but we chased it for like another 10 pennies. So, you know, that's the reason why I kept it a little tight there. But if the stonks are starting to turn, and if the chips are looking like they might turn there, then it's a good thing we got stopped out of that trade right there. But I'm willing to hit it again if it comes into fruition. The NQ and the ES catching a little bit of a bid here. But yeah, you know what? I kind of want to put IBM on my radar right now. We'll put AMD to the side for a second. We'll stay in Intel until if it takes us out. But yeah, let's take a look at IBM because I'm curious to know what that tape looks like. It trades on the NYSE. All right. So yeah, bit of a thin tape here. Let me just pull it up for you guys as well, so you guys can observe along with me. Right. It's an NY. Okay. Boom. Right there. So yeah, catching a bit of a bid, 153 probably incoming. 152 is right there. We're knocking on the door of 152. But yeah, let's take a look, see if this is gonna continue to be tight and catch a bid. But now that I've I guess pointed some attention at it, I'm gonna be observing for any changes in that price action there. But yeah, Sharif, what's up?
Yeah, nothing here, Ob. I'm on the verge of getting stopped out as Microsoft just made a higher low on that move back down into 177 held. Last time around, it had rejected off the 50 period and come back down. This is my entry over here. If this makes another higher high decidedly, then the trade for me is no longer valid. I could get bamboozled, which is fine. Wouldn't be the first time. But if it comes back into that 40 level, I'm going to cut it. So I'm willing to lose about 44 pennies on this name. If it comes back into 40 here above this former support area of resistance, I'm going to cut this trade. As the market is finding a bit of a nice bounce back, Meta's moving back up. So softy after that really weird wicking candle. Tesla I already told you about. Even Amazon. The Amazon whisperer next to me here. Google finding some support off 135.25 as well. So if everything is going to start curling, yeah, and not the least of which is the NQ. The NQ broke that 15,350 area we were talking about and also reclaimed the 50 period on the one. So I think, you know, if it gets back into 40, I'm going to end this trade. Let me just see something here. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Havana Woody, if you notice that your stature and size grant you a lot of respect, hope a fedora on your head and leverage it 3 times. I'm not really sure what that means, Havana.
Yeah, what does that even mean?
I don't know, but thank you. In any event, shout out to a good friend of the show, Havana Woody. Cover your shorts with long pants. Winter coming early, says Peter. I like that. All right, so I'm waiting here possibly to get stopped out through the break of that 177.40 here on Apple. It's still down 1%. However, the trend looks like it is changing here with the higher low, and if we get a decided close above that 177.33, that would make it a higher high, and here we go. We're about to touch that 40 level, so I will end this trade if we do get around there. Tesla now, everything curling back up. This could be bamboozlement. I mean, I may need to give this more room. I just don't like the trend change here, especially we kept talking about that 177 level being an important level, especially on the half-an-hour chart. We'll wait and see. I don't want to take it. I don't want to take it too soon. T-Daddy says means he likes your look. All right, cool. He says. He's saying a fedora makes you look a baller? Makes you a baller. Oh, I don't even have a fedora. I did have a fedora back.
Oh, yeah?
Did you ever have a fedora?
Fedora game pretty strong here.
Yeah?
I got a few, but like I don't wear them as often anymore. But yeah, I guess I do have a bit of a collection there. From a few years ago, I was wearing them a little bit more adamantly.
I just read something hilarious in the chat. They're like, Max is in South America, so it's not going to be a Lambo trade, it's going to be a llama trade, which I think is an excellent play on words, and you're going to get a couple of bangs for that. Shout out to the Mad One enjoying his food down there. I'm out of this Apple trade as it breaks through 40, holding to the plan here. If it made a higher high and a higher low, maybe I get bamboozled, maybe I don't, but it looks like to me like the trend is changing. The question then becomes, if you're so sure the trend is changing, why don't you get on the long side of it? I don't think those two things necessarily equate. Just because I'm doing risk management doesn't mean that I'm convinced the other side is gonna run. I don't always like to equate. If it's not a negative, then it has to be a positive. No, it can be neutral. So that's kind of my thinking with respect to that. And as I look at Apple, I'm looking at the side chart as well to see what other moves they're doing. And we're getting a pop on everything, man. We're getting a pop on Nvidia. Nvidia is about to go green on the day. AMD is already green. AMD's up 0.75% right now, but just below VWAP as well. Let's bring in the Meg 8 over here. This is what I'm talking about AMD. Look how many wicks off yesterday's close on AMD. This was a great long for anybody who took this long off yesterday's close, and that was 101 2/3. Essentially that 101.60, 101.61, or whatever it is around there. You get one wick in the IB low, and then you get another opportunity here right at the beginning of the show, OB at 11 o'clock, and it really hasn't touched that closing price from yesterday since. And here we go, coming into VWAP, which to me is an important area of resistance on the name. 102, just a little bit below 102.5, 102.44 or so. But it's been higher high, higher high. Higher low, higher low. Now we break above this 102.5. This might be an interesting move here on AMD. I don't even think that there's a headline for it. Is there? Let me have a look here. It's up 0.8%. Advanced Micro Devices, price target maintained, 200. By who? By Rosenblatt. Okay, cool. That's an all right headline. It's not bad. It also could be as a result of the market not really liking what Intel had to say at their conference yesterday, at their event. We know that there was a lot of volatility with respect to Intel. Ended up lower yesterday, decidedly about 4%. Today it's down another 2%. So it could just be a kind of not a sympathy play, but the opposite of that. For AMD, I know that Intel was talking a lot about how it's trying to make its processors jive with the AI, and they had all this talk about how they were going to make it possible for you to use the large language models on your laptop and not actually have to send things to the cloud, thereby being able to avert any privacy concerns, this, that, and the other. Maybe it was a sell the news type event for Intel. It's been up it's up quite nicely as of late. We've been dancing with that $40 level as a resistance level. In any event, I think, yeah, AMD may be running on that. We'll see. Good amount of volume today for AMD, by the way, about 24.25 million shares. With respect to Apple, happy I got out where I did. Here we go. Popped up into the 50s, 177.50 here. Definitely a higher high and a higher low, so a possible trend change on my friend Apple at that 177 level that we kept talking about. Interesting look. Meta also looking real good here, guys. That 303 2/3 as a bottom, looking mighty fine. 303 3/4, 303 2/3, whatever that is. Look at that V-shaped recovery or U-shaped recovery going green on the day now, up 0.18. Looking to take that 305 1/4, 306, and VWAP are not that far away from one another. So we'll look at that for a possible area of resistance should it make its way up there. But the market, I just don't want to trade any more of these big tech names, OB, because we don't know what.
How come?
Because of the papa, right?
Oh, right.
Usually there's a bit of indecision on days when the Fed is going to speak, right?
Yeah, no, I agree. There's definitely a little bit more fugazi there, and a little bit more chop on Fed days. But yeah, no, definitely. I guess I got a little short there on IBM. Just want to kind of probe that buyer just to see how strong that really feels there. As soon as I got short, we kind of dropped into the 50s, and then 50s kind of started holding and pushing back up and back into this consolidation, which is kind of a little bit different than what we've been grinding up doing. So keeping that in mind on IBM. But if that seller wants to stay strong, I will definitely respect that and maybe potentially get with that trend. But again, it's almost 11:56 here. I don't know if here's the thing. I'm not trying to speculate, but
you're going.
But from what I see, there's a bit of slowing down of the buying, but that can come back in at any time, right? I have no control over that. That's something I can't control. But what I can control is my stop and my emotions on this trade here. So, but yeah, so Intel kind of still teetering on that VWAP as the market kind of pulls back up, right? So I think that's a good sign that Intel's not necessarily following through. The ask is staying heavy and a little stacked, right? While the market kind of bids back up into this consolidation, which might be giving the hint at maybe continuation back down, but who knows? I am going to be a little patient to see if there is follow through on the sellers here on Intel. I'm watching AMD as well. AMD kind of got back towards its VWAP and it's starting to sell off there. 102.45, 102.50s. Ish being that VWAP area. So let's see what AMD does with that VWAP before getting involved again potentially there. Intel still looking pretty decent. Got my eyes on Amazon here as it's starting to, like Sharif said, the trend is starting to break, and it did kind of break here. So if you took the break of that trend, that gave you a nice 50 pennies right away off of that break. Never really looked back, but it seems like we're slowing down just in front of this consolidation from earlier and yesterday's closing print. So that yesterday's close kind of acting as a bit of a resistance in the midday here after we've already kind of made a couple of resistance levels here. So we're going a little sideways here. I want to see if whether we can make it past this high right here, this kind of closing price there on Amazon. 137, again, we talked about this being key. Now, wasn't looking at Amazon today, but just I guess this is all in retrospect, right? Take a look at this. Yesterday, we sell off of this consolidation from from Monday, right out the open. This strong consolidation acts as a point to sell off of. Coming in today, we bid back up really hard and then meet that point again at 139.30s, 139.40s, and that area stays a place to sell as 139.50s can't even make it there and quadunks down to 137s. So a little bit of a key level interaction there, a little bit of consolidations acting and showing up as levels of interest, selling in this particular region here. But yeah. What's the next trade? That's what I'm asking. Again, KVYO. That's what we're waiting for here. I don't know if we have any news as to when that ticker might come out. But what is it? Is it 9.2 billion roughly IPO? Yep. So yeah, some strong. It is definitely IPO season.
That $30. People seem to love that $30 share number because that's what they're launching at. Last week we were talking about $25 to $27 a share. Then it went up to 28 to 29. Now we're talking 30. The exuberance is real, especially because we haven't had any in a while. We've been starving. We've been searching for these IPOs. All but nothing last year. But guys, let's have a look at the Fed rate tool here because Max DeWolf brought up a good point. He says, are we all thinking pause, then rip to new high a day? And so, brother, I think the market is pricing in. When you say market's discounting something, it means it's factored it in already. And the fact of the matter is, I think the market has essentially factored in that we're not going to get a rate hike. There is a 99% chance, according to the CME Fed rate tool, that we stay put, with a 1% chance that we get 25 bips and nothing else. Those are the only two options. So, you know, the odds makers, the statisticians, whatever you want to call them, that's what they're factoring in. Now, November, a little bit different. I want to say that I don't necessarily agree with this. We have a 70.8% chance of staying put in November, despite the fact that we have higher oil prices coming up, and we're likely not going to see lower oil prices this year. That's my opinion. The Saudis have made it clear they're extending their 1 million barrels a day cut to the end of the year. The Russians are doing much the same thing. It's just 300,000 on their end. We could see more rate cuts. More production cuts possibly from some OPEC plus members. Don't rule that out. So this, to me, is very interesting. In addition to that, you're having a lot of shelter inflation in this country and south of the border. Yeah, let me just finish my thought. All right, and so this is be very interesting here. 71%, to about essentially 70-30 split. When you go to December, you have a little bit less of likelihood of staying put, about 60-35 here. And for whatever reason, there's a 50 basis point hike, about a 5% chance of 50 bips. So that's my look there. We'll have a look at that and a little bit more, but now we have to send it to the bully. He's at the big desk. He's going to take your lunch money. It's time for lunch money.
Welcome to Lunch Money, where we will absolutely not bully you into anything, but we're just going to look at some trading ideas and what to do over lunch. It's a bit of a unique flavor today for a couple of reasons. Well, not unique because we have an IPO, because we've had IPOs the last couple of days in a row. You can see I'm at the desk. That'll tell you how interested I am in Klavio's IPO today to take the opening print. I will not be doing that. Don't like the open interest. Don't like the valuation. I don't know if it'll be liquid enough to want to trade it right at that open, but we will discuss that a little bit, especially when it comes to Shopify. And then remember, we've got the Fed. So it's a little bit different at lunchtime when you're trying to make trades going into 2 o'clock. Now, as Sharif's lunch just drops on the ground over there. But one of the things that we consider is it can be a little bit more quiet going into 2 o'clock. So you want to be very specific about your trades, trading off of key levels, not necessarily expecting explosive moves until after we get the rate decision, which will be no change. And then we will have Powell on the podium at 2:30. That's when the fireworks I expect to start. Doesn't mean there aren't opportunities out there. Nothing to really look forward to on Clavio in terms of prices, but we can look at Shopify. They own 11% of this company. A lot of their clients use that email service and SMS service that they provide. So if you have a quick look at what's going on with Shopify, and we mentioned this in the morning show, on the daily, which I'll zoom out for you, it has been breaking down. Now the market's putting in a bit of a rebound right now, but you know it's been a few days in a row to the downside, breaking the 50 period on Shopify. And you're a long way away from any sort of trend support. Maybe you have some trend support. It has to form. It's not there yet. Probably a little bit closer to the 200 period. And then you've got this 57 loose level, which I don't really hold too much credence to. Go from there, say it's downward trend. What can we look for here today on Shopify for the afternoon? Well, first things first. You've got lower highs and a double top forming at 58. So it's showing you that that 58 level, after the opening range got settled in, this is your local support, resistance level. And if we break out from there, you can probably see at least a little bit of a decent move. So the 58 break, more of a relief rally kind of idea because, hey, it did get close to that 57 and try to hold on to it. I prefer to play it this way. If Clavio starts tanking, it opens up, indicating a 36.5 open with a 30 issue price. Let's just imagine it opens at that 36.50. If it just immediately takes out 35 and it looks as weak as Instacart did, then short this off the 58 level. That'd be the way that I would want to play it. So you wait for that open. If it, for whatever reason, it starts breaking out and going ham, then you might have a breakout at 58 on Shop. But I think you're waiting till Clavio opens, and I don't know exactly when that's going to be. Anytime between, we always say anytime between 11 and 1 o'clock is generally a good bet. New York exchange, I don't know if it's any better than the NASDAQ. Both of those were afternoon, right around this time, between now and about 12:30 for Instacart. And when we had the ARM IPO. So I think maybe you get something along the same lines with Clavio. And I'd be looking at Shop for a sympathy play there. A couple of other things to note. Not a name that we mentioned at all in the morning show, at least not any point I remember, and that's going to be Disney. I know it's an ugly looking daily chart, and it's obviously trend down. We all know this. It's bounced off 80. Decent sign. It's the 3 minute or 1 minute that I think you want to look at today. Look at the liquidity grab underneath 82. So now this exploded through the open bottom, which was at $82. So explodes to the downside, ends up holding on 81.65. Doesn't really matter where that happens. There was barely a consolidation when it got back to the 82, and then you're breaking out the high. Always a pretty bullish pattern when that happens. So when you're looking at names that look a bit strong, if we're going to be range bound, maybe you want to not buy a bottom of the range on a stock that is at the low. You'd rather have something which is trending to the upside. You have a nice little consolidation here, 82.5, with a potential break 15 cents higher, and you got room to that top. I'm not always expecting you to break tops going into Fed. As a matter of fact, I usually expect that not to happen before 2 o'clock. But this is a name which I think allows you to buy. You can call it bull flag. You can call it a strong consolidation up top. And then if we rally post-Fed number, you've got yourself a name that is making a bottom on the higher time frame, which is relatively strong today. So if you do get a break to the upside, this can be something which can have a little bit more juice to it. It's got a lot of room to 85, 86 on the daily, where I would expect some resistance to come in. Moving on from this name to back to IPO land, it's hard to ignore them because they've only been around a couple of days, and this is when they're going to be hot. And so Instacart, hot's maybe not the word you want to use here, because of what happened yesterday. Nasty, 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 nasty move. I'm actually going to change this to a 3. Just like the look of a 3 minute better. Not a very good debut for Instacart. I understand the notion that it's up percentage-wise. Obviously, they're going to report it from the IPO issue price. It's just always, it's annoying and frustrating when I read articles the next day. Instacart with a successful IPO up 13% and blah, blah, blah. Like, the stock was down from the moment it opened up and was only selling to the downside. But then you have a bunch of talking heads talking about how good the day was when every trader and their mother was watching the stock knew that it didn't have a bid on it, that there was all kinds of selling, and the sellers were in control from the beginning and they were in control at the end. Today's a little bit of a different story, possibly because we're close to that $30 issue price. I thought we were going to get there for a bounce play. I think that's very much in play in the next couple of days. If I see that get defended, I want that long. Any sizer will take it. But for now, look at the tight consolidation. It tried to break out this morning through 33. Got up to 33.5, gets to that local resistance, and fails. So while it was strong early, it's now not looking so strong anymore. It has to do a flat bottom break through 31.40. I don't know that you want to wait for that. My first thought is if it can just hold out this 32 quarter, why is that not zooming in? I'd look to short it off of this local high, maybe even fail a break. I don't know if you don't want to wait until Clavio opens up there to see if there's some kind of like an IPO rotation, but it feels like the sellers can be in control if we can break that channel to the downside. Going to go back over to a chip name that was, I don't want to say it was hot fire this morning, but there's some levels that are just good every single time. Like if you get a big level, sometimes you just want to trade it, and you need something called a head and shoulders, and that's what I'm going to get to in a bit of a second here. This is AMD. You know, AMD 103. Go right back into the well. There's your double top 103 that we've been mentioning in the morning show. There's the break. It fails the break, and you're now back underneath that level. On a Fed day, I'm just going to go right back into the 103 for you. Re-resolve higher. I think 103 can be a breakout someday. You want Powell, if you're taking any breakouts over 103 in AMD and it's after Fed speak, you want to make sure that you're with the market, right? I don't advocate anything in any big cap tech name that is going to be against whatever the grain is post 230, right? I don't care what level's breaking. Big cap tech, I want to be following that market. But until then, this is a name which gave you a double bottom. It's holding higher lows. The market's trying to make a bottom, and it's starting to break back out there. So that's a level to watch. It was earlier. I'm not really changing anything when it comes to that one. And you saw what's going on with IBM. So I don't necessarily want to Obi's in that. I'm pretty sure Obi's in this trade, Obi or Sharif, in an IBM breakout. You can see it breaking 150 with resistance up there. I want to take you to another older legacy type name, and that's Oracle. It's had a bit of a rough go of it since earnings, but here's the plus side for Oracle. there's your breakdown on earnings. I don't know why, a bit of a glitch here. Like, obviously, this was not earnings. This day with the big volume candle, if you can't tell, that's going to be the earnings day when it quadring to the downside, recovers off of this last breakout price at 108. That's exactly where you want to see it hold. Either it holds 110 or it holds 108 from here. It holds the ladder. Now you've got some higher lows on the daily chart forming into a potential breakout at 115. It's not really a breakout. It's more of a recovery rally, but as a day trader, it's going to work out to the same thing. So maybe you're getting led here by some strength in a name like an IBM. Who knows? I have no idea. I don't care about the why. I just care about the movement. But you're heading onto that 115 level, and you are stair-stepping up. So as this is pulling back, hold of 114, any kind of consolidation there. You've got room to the 115 top. You'll be joining the trend. The trend is your friend. Keep an eye on IBM. If that stock pulls back too far, then this one could be kaputs as well, if it just happens to be following on a sympathy-ish type of play. So I do like Oracle here. Again, make sure you're checking out what's going on in IBM. And I gotta give you this one because there's not too many days that we kind of half like AMC. And AMC is trying to go again. So AMC, not the best daily chart. I'm not going to get into the fundamentals of it. You know, quite frankly, whether or not you think it has the value in it, that's up to you. I'm not a huge fan of it, but I do like trading it when it moves. So on the daily, all the splits, this will be split adjusted. You're going to see it's been chilling out on the lows. It's not going to look like much of anything there, but there are some reasons to like what's going on here on the 3-minute chart. You had this consolidation. We talked about the $8 level yesterday and the nice little breakout that it had. And you've had this consolidation all pre-market long, right at that top, just above where it was breaking out late in the afternoon. Then it trapped some shorts. And that's, if you're looking for a way for an explosive squeeze stock to look good and continue running, your best bet is to trap shorts, right? So it's up. A lot of people like shorting pops in AMC. I'm guilty of that all the time. I don't mind it. But when liquidity grabs underneath, wicks the $8 level, and then makes higher lows, consolidate, higher low, into a breakout, it just looks gorgeous. So a couple of things to look for here. You can sort of see this obvious 840 level where it made a top right at the open 945. The first 15 minutes, that was a high. Tried to consolidate there on the way back in, held higher low. Now you're showing support at that 840 level. So there's your support level. That's a dip buy. I give it to that. And potential breakout here. I think there's room to $9. I said 9 to 9.25 would be the spot where I think the short comes in next for AMC. So it's setting up. Breakouts at this time of day aren't necessarily as good as the dip buy, but it's got momentum on its side. The short flow is not what it used to be, but it's not nothing either, right? It's still 15% short flow, at least according to Trade Ideas. I know a lot of people say it's a lot higher. Bottom line is shorts need to cover when this starts going. And it's also free to locate for us. Now, at Day Trade the World, we have free locates on almost every single symbol. That means we can borrow shares to be able to go short just about anything. But when you have to pay for locates, a lot of times is less people that are trying to actively short the stock and it's not as explosive. When it is free locates, and on a stock that is popular for the short, and you look at a daily chart of AMC, that's going to be true, it just means when it does go up, you have more day traders easily involved in the short because it's not costing them anything to borrow the shares. Now, I understand when you go short long-term in AMC, it's a different litmus. It is very expensive to hold shares long-term, but it's a different story when you're shorting on the day and you've got to buy those shares back within the day, and if you're holding overnight, it's just higher cost. So for day traders here, it is a lot cheaper. It's actually free to short. That, to me, makes sometimes the upside move a little bit more explosive. I have been long this today. It has been a good one so far. I think it has a chance to break out this double top. Certainly worthy of a dip buy. Lose 5 or 10 cents buying some 840s for the chance that it can break the high of the day and get to $9. I think that's worth the risk to reward. So a lot of things to dig yourself into. I do believe you don't have to force anything at 2 o'clock. But a couple of ideas off some good levels that I want you guys to pay attention to. That is your lunch money. Good luck trading the FOMC later today.
Appreciate that, Neil. Very insightful and wise. As always, shout out to the Neil. Ob, you made a couple of observations there. Take us through them.
Yeah, I guess I kind of missed Sharif mentioning that Intel and AMD...
You're on mute.
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Sorry about that. Thanks to Sharif, kind of pointing it out earlier. I didn't hear him earlier, but during lunch money, he pointed out to me that Intel and AMD are a little inversed right now out the open, especially, and why that might be the case, as AMD might be catching a bid off the Intel news kind of being bad, right? Okay, that makes sense. So like it kind of goes to show that like okay, AMD is strong off the VWAP. We got stopped out, and I guess for good reason for now. But yeah, that 102.40-ish area on AMD VWAP as well, but this is what I'm talking about. Out the open, sure, you get a little bit of a dip, but it blasts out the open. But if you take a look at Intel, Intel is distinctly different. It just slaps down off the open and then holds VWAP as a resistance. So a bit of a heavier action there on Intel itself. And yeah, so that I think that's a great observation by Sharif. I kind of missed that there, but yeah. Speaking of, IBM broke that trend. We got short when that trend started to bend.
Yep.
And that seller, I was like, I'm trying to probe this seller. Who am I? I'm nobody. If there's big boys buying up this stock, I'm not gonna fight them with my orders in the market. But if the trend is gonna start to slow down, and I see that the bids aren't necessarily holding as strong, yeah, I want to get short. If the bidders were there all morning, and then you see that they're not as strong anymore, maybe the sellers will start to overtake. And take a look at what's happening at IBM right now as we speak here. Almost a point in the money here off of a trend change trade. The sellers really coming in hot. Holy, got a little lucky with that one there, IBM.
I don't know about that.
I mean, might have been a little prepared, but the opportunity presented itself. So
Good trade, old one, Canopy.
A little lucky there.
Fantastic. Well, we're getting the position board fixed there, guys. It'll be 1 second. Actually, switches automatically. The production team letting me know that it goes to Neil and Sean. Thanks, Ramin. Ramin telling me, you have to make a trade, bruh. It's not going to update itself. All right, the trade I want to make is this Meta long here, Old One Kenob. And I want to take Meta and I want to take AMD. They look good. I like this 305 hold here on Meta. We're doing a little bit of a dance here, a bit of a kind of a bull flag pattern off that bottom, off 303 2/3. Is it time to pull the trigger on this Meta long? We're marginally green. We got above yesterday's close at 305.08, and we're trying to hold above it, but we'll see. We'll see. It's a bit of a tricky one here as we move down into 305 1/4, but I do like the AMD trade long. It is the strongest of the bunch, the Mag 8 on my chart. It's up over 1% now. I like it. I think I will be taking AMD long. It's just a matter of getting in at the right price. Look at this, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher high, higher high. It's fantastic. Taking out major resistance level. Sorry there, I have an eyelash in my eye. That 102.50-ish, right? That was kind of the crest that I was looking at for it to take. We'll see. We'll see. I just don't want to jump into it here, but I'm going to try my hand here with Meta, and I will be quite strict in the out. The out will be the break of 305, and I might give it a couple of pennies below in case it just wicks there. But as I look at that, I'm looking at the futures rejecting that 15,375. Why is that important? Well, that's yesterday's close on the NQ. So this is the high from yesterday, and you can obviously tell we rejected it in the morning at 11 o'clock at the beginning of the show. We rejected it again at 12 once Neil started talking, and while Neil was talking, we rejected it again. But we are making higher lows. We didn't get into that 15.3 1/3. We stayed at 15.367 instead of getting down to 15.362. So this could be coiling up possibly for a break, and that would make the Meta trade valid because I want the two to move together. That's kind of my thinking there. So I will institute here a trade on Meta. See if I get filled. We'll see if I get filled here. I mean, may go without me or may dip. We'll have to wait and see. It's always usually a little spready is Meta. And I will also be looking to get in possibly at that 102.50 area here on AMD. We'll let that Meta one simmer. This is the area I like. That's kind of the high, the crest from the previous move up, and the trough down ideally should hold this area. So we're looking at getting in AMD. We're looking at getting in on Meta. It's just about getting the right price going here. I like these two ones, but we'll see. Yeah, that's my look there, Obi.
Yeah, Trevor saying more plays like that. Hold on one second. Let me just scroll back up. Need more plays like that. It'll be great job. Okay, here's the thing. I don't know if it's gonna slap all the way back down. I didn't know what it was gonna do up here when I got short. I just made an observation of a change in trend. And like I said, we got a little lucky when that kind of follows through. But yeah, it's not like I'm going to sit here and every trade is going to be like this one, right? Definitely a little bit of luck involved in that. But yeah, so covered that position right there. A little too hard, too fast. Comes in real hot, and take a look at where it catches a bid, right? That bid kind of moved off. This sideways consolidation from earlier, right on top, 150, 60s. So I might have been a little jittery with that. Maybe I need to follow my cup today that says just hold it. But you know what? First sign of kind of bids kind of stepping in a little bit. I might have been a little jittery, but covered it. Had almost a point in the money there as it pushes back into the 60s on IBM. Again, let's see what the next trade is. But I think that consolidation hold right there, that's all I'm looking for on that trade, and it seems to have worked out pretty decently as we kind of start to slow down here. Let's see if it catches a bid here. But you know what? I'm done with IBM going on from now, but take a look at that. It breaks the 8, it breaks the 21, and then it holds the 50-ish where we saw a bit of a churn and consolidation. Another piece of confluence, take a look at this volume candle right here, right? So this volume candle comes in and then it pops. So and then it starts to consolidate. So that consolidation post that volume candle, there's a bit of support kind of showing up there. So I think that's a good reason to buy irregardless of position. So I did cover there. Right on there, but it seems like if we're going to stay heavy, we're going to straight quadrunk continue to the downside. Again, 150 kind of potentially being a psychological key level as well. Let's see if we can get through this consolidation from earlier 150 40s. But yeah, no, that was my trade. Look at that acceleration to the downside there. When the bid, if such a strong bidder has been on the tape all day and you get like a 2-point move, 149, 150, 151, almost 152, so almost a 3-point move on IBM. Now, you know what? Bit of lack of homework on my part before getting into the trade, but that's okay. We can check right now. The ATR on IBM is 1.9, so it had already done over 1 ATR out the open on catching a very strong bid, and we can see that we pull back into this consolidation range from before. So I think once that bidder kind of steps out of the way, clearly the pressure is kind of changed. But yeah, so Intel still in that position, haven't really gone stopped out. That VWAP resistance coming into fruition there, kind of acting as a sell. Take a look at this. 3 consecutive lower highs just underneath VWAP. Let me bring up the chart so you guys can observe it a little bit better here. Intel, take a look at that. VWAP, where's that at? Right there, VWAP. So we see it attempts to get over VWAP once, twice, thrice. Not nice, as it stays a heavy sell into this consolidation from before. Kind of potential selling stepping down here. Let's see where we go going forward. Let's see if VWAP sellers are present and they stay heavy going forward. But yeah, got a bit of a rejection over here off of this consolidation. This is what we were talking about, where the ES and the NQ were hella strong on a bit of a wipe back, but Intel stays heavy in and around VWAP, and that's what we like to see for the short idea to manifest. So this is more confluence kind of building into the picture that, okay, sellers may be holding this name down. When the futures get a big rip up, you don't even try to break that consolidation from before. And when the selling kind of comes back in, lo and behold, sellers get strong again and firm up there on Intel, catching a bit of a sell on a multi-day frame right now. As chips potentially looking a little weak, let's take a look at ARM. I know we were interacting with ARM. We talked about how that 55 area was a bit of a area to recycle, and all day yesterday you could have recycled that 55 over and under, and that 55 yesterday was definitely the gift that kept on giving as it coincided with VWAP as well. So a bit of a look there, and coming in today, that 55 acts as resistance very distinctly. Sure, you could have been a little confused out the open, but you see this pop right here, this consolidation on 54, rips up to 55, and then fails to follow through and gets slapped back down. That's definitely some bearish action there, rejecting the consolidation of yesterday. And take a look, we kind of quadunk down to 52.20s, making new lows on ARM here. Let's take a look at Cart, see what Cart is up to. Cart not really doing too much. We had this kind of move, realized that it might be in a bit of a range for today, and we took some off of the range, but coming back in, it seems like it is respecting this 3150 low and potentially this 32, 33-ish area high. So as the price kind of starts to compress in and around VWAP, maybe I don't want to get involved as much right now, but yeah, let's see. What is the next trade? Let me know. Ponzi Fonzie saying, come down, Apple. What is Apple doing? I see NKE as well, so I don't know. Go Nike, go broke, says Ponzi Fonzie. So let's take a look at Apple first and see what it's up to. Okay, maybe a bit of a bounce there, trying to push back towards VWAP, but take a look at this solid consolidation resistance right here on Apple, 177.50. That 177 level coming in again as key, as we've been talking about Monday and Tuesday. So bit of a level of interest right here on the 177. Let's see what we do going forward during the week off that 177. Maybe a little bit of anticipatory weight and a price kind of stalling in lieu of the rate decision, right? We got the reversion man coming up at 2:30. Don't forget. So maybe we're just waiting to make a move, right? Off of whatever decision has been made at that time. So.
Yeah, we're right back at that important 15,375 level on the NQ, and I'm gonna try my hand here at Meta one more time.
Okay.
Got in, stopped out. I saw a bit of a reversal candle and a bounce off 305, so I'm trying my hand at it again. Also in AMD, trying to take that bounce off VWAP through that 102.75. So 2 trades on at the moment. Let's see how they do. But Tesla, how many 5-minute candles are green? I gotta count this, man. With the exception of this one at 11:35, let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and then working on the 12th. Tesla is very strong right now. Good move up, half a point to the good, 0.56 now, moving up in the right direction if you're long here on Tesla. But this 15,375 level, how many times are we going to reject off this level on the NQ? I mean, we really need to take this level decisively if we're going to move up here on these big tech names. We're not going to move up on big tech if we're going to keep rejecting off this yesterday's close level. And this is what I meant when I said, don't trade the big tech names to myself. And then obviously what I do, I trade big tech. Because of this inside day look, if we can get a breakthrough here, maybe touch VWAP or so, that'll be fantastic. It'll definitely help the long on Meta and the long on AMD. But, wishful thinking is not a strategy. Anyway, we're long at 56s here on AMD. I'm seeing 60s here, now in the 50s. On the ask with respect to Meta, long 99s, seeing 09s here on the ask, but still nothing quite decisive. I should have just been in this Tesla trade. I only really noticed it now, to be honest with you. I don't know how I missed that. It's very strong to the high side. In any event, my out on Meta will be the break of this trough over here. So can create a newer low. If it creates a newer low, I'm out. I'm at just a smidge below the $3.04 and $0.75. With respect to AMD, it's much the same thing, just a little bit below that 102, 40-ish area. If it breaks that, I'm out. But they're both interesting plays. You know, Tesla really has to be given a bit more thorough look here. Let's pull up Tesla. Oops, not on the AMX network. There we go. Let's load up Tesla. All right, where are we going to see resistance possibly at Tesla? Okay, right here, where we are right now is an interesting area of resistance on Tesla. There's no question about that. Let's have a look. How many times did we dance at this level in earlier trading? Sure, we wicked up above. We got into the 268.40-ish area. But look, all the closing prints on the 5-minute chart are at that 268 level, right? They really are. So this is an obvious area of resistance, and it looks like we're rejecting off it right now. Surprise, surprise, moving back down about $0.25 or so into the 266.77. If this candle closes, it'll be the first red one in a while, but we could easily reverse off this. Anyway, nice little double bottom here with this flat top that has to be taken, which is at 268 level. So we'll keep an eye on that. AMD, Meta, both, you know, they're both finding resistance at the moment. Not surprised. We're with where we are on the NQ. We're going to have to take this 15.375. If we don't, these are going to get stopped out. So that's the look there. Kind of frustrating, but we'll try to exercise some patience and hopefully be rewarded. The AMD is not as in trouble as much as I would say Meta. I'm already negative on Meta, full disclosure, because of this trade here. Got in initially at 37s, added at 05s, and then got stopped out through the break of 88s. Then added again here as we bounced off 305, and my out will be the break of this trough. So it makes a newer low. That's it, and I'm cutting that one. This one drove me crazy yesterday because I got stopped out by like 5 pennies and then ended up going several dollars. And it looks like it's going to do it to me again today. So we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. But that's what trading is. A lot of frustration and, you know, some happiness. You know what I was telling my dad? It was an interesting conversation I was having with him the other day when I FaceTimed him. I'm like, when you get a win on trading, it's so much shorter lived than your losses. You fester, at least I'm talking about myself. Losses fester with you for far longer than your happiness lasts with your wins. I hate that, right? Because there should be some, you know, proportion between the two.
Yeah, for sure.
There isn't, at least for me. I don't know. I can't speak.
I mean, I think that's something you control yourself, right?
I don't.
So it's like but it is something that you can control, like your reaction to it. Now, of course, we're human. That if you notice, it's not just for trading, but human nature tends to latch onto the negative a lot more than the positive, right?
Yeah.
So that kind of nature. Sure, it's like trading is almost counterintuitive to human nature, right? That's how I kind of take it. So it's like, sure, we have that human aspect of holding on to our losers and thinking about our losers a lot more than our winners, and obviously, I guess beating ourselves down for those losers a lot more than the ones that we win. Because when we win, we're like, oh yeah, we won. Right? It's like, oh, we knew that, or maybe we have a bit of an ego and we're like, okay, I knew that was going to happen, right? But when we lose, if we point fingers and blame, oh, the market, oh, the sellers, oh, the market makers, or whatever, it's easier to lay that blame and point fingers on something else. But what I've been learning is, like, if I can kind of internalize that and be like, okay, this happens. It's either variance or it's something in the strategy or whatever it is, the reason for why I'm losing, then I can kind of disassociate myself from that emotion, right? I can be like, okay, this stuff happens. The losses happen, big or small. In the long term, a little blip, this is what I always say. Doesn't matter how much of a loss I take today. If I'm going to be a trader, I know that in the long run, the little blip that happened today is insignificant to the bigger picture, right? So it's kind of like that story where it's like if Bill Gates drops like a quarter on the ground as he's walking, is he gonna spend some time to pick that up? He probably is gonna lose more money spending that time picking up that quarter than kind of going on with his day. Similar thing about like time. There's like what 36,000 something like 36,000 seconds in the day or something, and maybe something happens to you and you're in disagreement, or maybe you don't like something and it happens for like 5 minutes. Are you going to ruin your whole day because that incident happened to you, or are you gonna move on and just continue? So that's why I'm like, I know you guys hear me saying this, and that's kind of reiterating that mentality to myself, because I know I'm human as well, and I get caught up in those emotions. But the thing is, next trade is what I'm looking for, right? So that it's like wiping that loss and wiping that trade and moving on to the next trade, because I want to give the next trade the best mindset and the best mental aptitude that I can possibly give it to kind of push that, right?
And it's like philosophically, but human nature.
Of course, it's hard to implement.
Human nature is not a button that you press on and off. Your feelings are, it's not a radio button, it's not a keyboard button where you hit the keyboard button and you shut it off.
But how you react to that.
Sounds fantastic philosophically. I mean, try to implement that. I think that varies person to person. If you can do it, fantastic. Hats off to you, my friend.
It's hard. It's definitely not easy.
Yeah, I don't have that short term of a memory, and I can't implement it in the way that you're describing. But fantastic. I mean, if you can do it, all the power to you, I'm jealous. I got to tell you the truth.
You just got to be stone cold, man. Like emotionally, like you got to just, I don't know. It's almost counterintuitive. Of course, yeah, it's much easier said than done, but like emotions, we're human. We're going to feel them, but how we react to those emotions is what we can learn to control. And I think that's almost like, forget about trading, that's just in life. I think that's probably beneficial, right? Yep. And that can obviously carry over into your trading. Now, sure, I get emotional and every now and then. I'm human, but the goal is to try to quell that emotion and act rationally in those moments of elevated emotions. And sure, we're human, we feel those, but what we're trying to control is our reaction to those emotions. And if we can become stone cold, then I think that's the gold. That's the goal there. Yeah.
I think there's a halo around.
I'm going a little light speed there. Yeah, it's a little bit of a light speed emotion.
Fabulous, bro. Look good on you there, Oak.
Of course, like people in the chat saying, good talk, it's not easy to follow. Of course it's not. That's why this game is as hard as it is, right? Because it almost counters your natural human intuitions. But those of you who can kind of achieve that, and that's what the goal is here. That's what I'm trying to. It's 100%. It's one of the hardest things to do, right? It's really hard to do, but that is the goal. And every day we try to achieve a better I guess step forward in that direction of achieving that. We're not gonna totally be perfect. Yep. But the effort, it definitely should be there, I think.
I think we broke that 15,375 quite nicely here, Obe. So things are moving up. All right, so I got a profit taker here through the high end of the range on AMD, waiting at 74s. Let's see if that gets filled. No profit taker here on Meta. Because Meta absolutely went bonkers yesterday, and if it really starts squeezing above that 305, I want all the smoke. So nice 25 pennies or so, 30 pennies now in the money on Meta. I want this to get into that 50 penny level. We're about 10 pennies or so from that if we can get that nice move, but we'll have to wait and see. The area I'm looking at as a possible area of resistance on the NQ is 15,385. That's also VWAP. We'll see if we can get continuity through yesterday's close. We're definitely going to need something on the future to kind of get going here on these big cap names. And there's AMD. Sorry, I'm switching between AMD and Meta. I have to manage both trades. But there we go. We wet our beak here on the AMD trade through the break of the $0.75. Now we'll maybe look here for the 103s if we can get into that 103 area. Technically, the high of day is 103.94. So we'll need some continuity here on the future to kind of get these bigger names going. But Tesla, I got to warn you, Tesla is at that very important level, that 268. If it takes it, it's going to be very interesting. There were a lot of rejections at the 268 level all throughout the morning. And if we take it and close above it here on the 5-minute basis, I like this trade. So keep your eye on Stresla as it looks to be rivaling AMD in terms of strength now. It's not up as much, mind you, but yeah, here's what I'm talking about on Tesla. I know that if you guys could come to the screen for a sec. Yeah, there we go. Look, we're rejecting off it again. That 268 level is an obvious level on the 5-minute chart. Sure, you wick up above it, but the wicks, to me, are not as important as the closing print, and we can't seem to close above 268 on Tesla for whatever reason. Anyway, we're going to have to monitor that. Let's move back to AMD here because it is now nicely about 30 pennies or so in the money. Let's wet our beak on a little bit of an out here. And Meta, wow, right, 40 pennies right back down. Can't break that 305.50, but I'm going to have to be patient on this one. Yeah, this one is definitely moving with the market more than AMD is moving with the market because we got into that 15,380-ish, 385-ish area and then moved back down. And as the market moved back down, so did Meta. Not as much on AMD as it did on Meta. So we're battling with yesterday's close on Meta, that 305 level. We'll see if it can hold, but it's quite a frustrating trade so far on Meta, but we'll see. We'll see this 305 level if it can hold over.
Have you taken a look at this DTalk thing here today?
Yeah, I mentioned it.
Yeah, I had it on my radar earlier. Yeah. It was doing a bit of a halt fest. And yeah, some more halting here as it holds VWAP. It holds 20. Look at that 20 hold on top of VWAP and then blast to the upside. Now I don't know what catalyst or whatever this is, but it seems like, whoa, what's going on over there? Almost no volume. Okay, but it seems like on Monday it had some significant RVol. Not really much volume in total, but.
Bro, I mean, we can't
I just heard something. You guys are definitely gonna be excited when you saw that. When you see that in the future, we'll get back to that in a second. But yeah, DTalk kind of halted up now, past high a day. Take a look at this consolidation that we had on the first run up on Monday. 40.75 I have as the high. VWAP hold. Now this is a name I'm not really touching today, but yeah, some crazy moves there. It's the number one on percent gainers today. I was just pulling them up, seeing what's doing any type of volume, and yeah, some what is this? Blue Jay Diagnostics as well. BJDX. I know Sharif has covered some of these already, but yeah, a bit of a fade off from the morning session there. I know I was watching SCS as well, kind of holding that bid. Take a look at that. RVol definitely strong on the day, pushing up off of earnings last night. I don't know what the steel case here. I don't know what the reasoning behind that is, but on pace for record percent increase. So something that's driving that. It's a catalyst that's driving that action is what I'm seeing here. But yeah, some crazy movers. Let's take a look at AMD. AMD pushing to the highs again, so it's a good thing we got stopped out right underneath VWAP on that one, as Sharif pointed out so adeptly before, that it may be doing a little bit of inverse move relative to Intel there. Pinterest, let's take a look at Pinterest. Bit of a chop sideways. The morning was probably nice. You caught the fade off of the open there, that 28 rejecting, kind of falls back into yesterday's consolidation right there to the T, 2680s, and then catches a bid and now consolidating underneath VWAP. Let's see if that bid hold can push us back towards that 28 high today. Let's take a look at NEO. NEO not really doing too much. KVYO is open.
It's open.
All right, let's take a look at this one right here. Sharif, if you want to take over, I'm going to be watching this initially.
I'm going to have to go to a different screen. It is on the NYSE, guys. KVYO. Let's go. New York. Here it is. Come on. KVY. I typed KY. KVYO. Old man hands can't hang. There we go. Okay, so where are we doing here? What are we doing? Where do we open up at first and foremost? The opening was 36.75, I believe. Was it? 36.60 something here. We're up already. Yeah. 36.75? Okay. Yep. Yeah, this chart is distorted. I'm looking at my side chart, by the way, guys. I'm going to have to monitor my trades, but there we go. Oh, it's an interesting look here. There's a Huadunk coming right back down into 36 1/3. We'll have to see if this holds. It's quite spready, 25 pennies at the moment, tightening up to 20 pennies. It's, you know, nothing that I'm going to involve myself in, quite frankly. It's too spready, it's too volatile. I don't have levels off which to work. It's a coin toss. If you can trade them, hats off to you. But I will not be involving myself in this one. 37 bucks knocking on the door of that, up 22%. This is already trading at a premium to the IPO price. The IPO price, like we mentioned in the show, at the beginning of the show, is that 30 bucks. And I stopped out of Meta again. This is brutal. Yeah, anyway, I'm done talking about Meta. I'm not trading Meta anymore. But we're doing well on AMD, breaking through that 102.90 level. Third profit taker. We'll look for that 103 on AMD. I'm going to leave that one for a second. Unreal, this Meta drives me crazy. But yeah, coming back to KVYO, right? We're in a range, guys, 36 to 37 bucks. Nothing that I'm going to involve myself here. Do you have any look on that?
No, I see there's a bit of size there, 2,500 lots right there at the 36 mark. So that could be a decent look there off of that break. So yeah, let's see if we can potentially get a piece of that if that comes in right there. All right, so let's see, it's holding right now. 2,000 lots got a little bit filled and then kind of popped back up. So that 36 is what I'm watching right now. If we can distinctly get below that 36, I think we can potentially catch a bit of a sell there. But yeah, let's see if that size gets taken out. And it's starting to decrement. There it is. It's starting to go. 35.80s trading right now. That size got taken right out on the 36 break there. Yeah, let's see how far this goes. We are sitting a little bit short here on the KVYO IPO.
I like it. Hopefully you can print on that one. 35.80 is what I'm looking at there. I'm not going to even bother covering that, guys. I'm sorry. I'm not going to trade it. I'm not going to do a play-by-play call of the price action. You guys can, you know, look at it for yourselves. I'm going to keep my eye on AMD here. A couple of profit takers set up in the mid-90s and then just for the break of 103. So that's kind of what I'm looking at here for AMD to run. It's running better than the NQ. There's no question about it. We broke above yesterday's close on the NQ, and then we're right back down into flat. We're up 0.2%. But it looks like we are trying to stay above it. The wicks below that level are getting bought up for the most part, and it looks like AMD may be benefiting here. AMD already secularly strong. We don't really have an explanation as to why, perhaps theorizing that it's kind of a counter move to Intel. Intel suffers, AMD benefits, so to speak. We saw Pat Gelsinger on the stage yesterday for the Intel event, and he was talking about their new AI chip, which is basically going to make large language models accessible on laptops and the like, rather than having to send everything to the cloud. So we'll see how that does. AMD rejecting that 102.90, now coming back into the 70s. So some resistance as the market pulls back aggressively, right back down into that nice 20-point move south, as I was talking about, holding that 15.375. It comes right below that again. So lots of, you know, I mean, to be expected, before the Fed decision, you know, we're going to get like this chop. And that's kind of been the look on the morning, Obi.
Yeah, there's so I see about 1,300 lots there at 35. Let's see if we can kind of get down there as a selling. It seems a little heavy there. It's kind of popping up. Like it, I don't know, maybe a bit of a spoof there, but that 35 size keeps coming in and out there. So definitely some liquidity sitting at that 35 mark on KVYO. We saw what happened with the Cart IPO as well. So let's see what this KVYO does with us today. There it is, that 1,300 lots right there on the 35, and maybe some size kind of holding at that 34.50 and 33s. I see some as well. So let's see if we can crack distinctly below this 35 mark, where it seems to have a little bit of liquidity there. We are short from just on top of 36 there. Let's see if that kind of comes in. I'll be patiently waiting and watching to see if that size, if that bid gets a little slapped around on KVYO.
Is that it?
Yeah,
take over again.
I mean, sure. I'm trying to focus on the tape here. I'm not gonna,
coming up into my
I need a
profit
couple minutes.
taker at about 94. There we go. We get the print at 94. And then now I'm sitting at 99s for that possible 103 break. A lot of bamboozlement here, a lot of volatility coming in. I don't know if it has anything to do with the IPO because all of a sudden we're getting a lot more movement on AMD than had been previously the case. Look at that. We broke into the mid-90s and right back down into the mid-70s. Where was this? So a lot more volume also coming in on our friend AMD at the moment. I don't even know what to account for that 1251. Usually we don't have too much volatility, but yeah, the spoofy man, the reversion man, or whoever kind of man or superhero coming in at the moment. I'm looking at the future. That's why I keep looking to the side, keeping my eye on the NQ and seeing what that's up to because it seems to be influencing here the AMD trade that I'm in at the moment. We're long 55s. There we go. Right back into 60s we go. So interesting look here. I'm also keeping my eye on this KYVO on the side. I've got a side chart. I've got the 1 minute up, but nothing for me to comment about that. I think that I'm going to have to cut the AMD trade if we get below 40. So I got in at 55s, but to me, it's no longer valid if we break this area over here. So let me show you guys exactly what I'm talking about. Let me bring in the ticker. Right over here. So this is kind of the low that we were dancing with when we were bouncing off the VWAP area, and 40 was the lowest print. If it prints anything below that, I think I'm going to cut this one. We're already taking some profits out. I don't want to let this one go against me. But look, it is stronger on the day, but it is subject to the whims of the market. So if the market's going to start curling back down, I think we may see some rejection areas on AMD.
Here comes that 35 there, Sharif.
Go for it.
Coming back in, we tried to push that 36. Can't really get there, and then drop back down to the lows here on top of that 35. So let's see if we can crack that size on that 35 there. It seems like selling is a little heavy. Didn't really want that 36, and also kind of rejecting some that opening range as well. So 35 kind of being that key psychological, getting a little bit of a chop there on top of 35. I don't really see the size there anymore, so maybe a bit of a spoofy man, but that size might reappear if we kind of make our way a little bit down there on top of that 35. But I do see about 300 lots sitting at what is this, 33.60s. Okay, so maybe, who knows? We go all the way down there. We might be a little lucky on this one here. But yeah, that 1,200 lots on 35 kind of decremented. We saw that it was like 14 to 1,300. Now it's about 1,200. So maybe people are moving out of the way there on off of that bid at 35. Maybe they're looking for better prices on that. So being a bit wary of that. Let's see if we can kind of catch that 35 sell, if it can even come in. The spread is going crazy here, about a 30 to 40 penny spread. That's pretty wild. Okay, all right. So let's see. I don't know. It's a bit of a chop fest here. Let it consolidate is what I have in mind. Not really coming into fruition, that 35. So let's see if we kind of bid back above. Then we will definitely be a little wrong on this, but it seems like that 36 may be catching a bit of a sell. So I have no idea. Let's see what this price action brings us going forward today. But that 35 and that 36, a bit of a pinballing action between both of those prices right now. Trying to figure out, again, price discovery, right? It's the first day of the IPO. It's got a little bit of interest now. Not as much volume as the other IPO there. You know what? It came back to 36, and it's starting to push there. So I'll piece off of that one, and we'll take it. We'll let it consolidate a little bit and see what's going to happen. That 35 never really wanted it, so maybe we can hit the 35 if it comes back down there. But that 36, that rebid into 36, I did not necessarily like that, as the bids are kind of firming up and the spread kind of closes into the ask there. So yeah, I want to get out of that one for now and maybe reassess that 36 level there. But yeah, that was a little unfortunate. We were almost almost a point in the money there off the 36 short, and yeah, kind of give it back to that 36. But that's okay. We're looking for that next trade. If that 36 wants to stay heavy and that 35 wants to break, then we can definitely hit that level there. But that 36 size doesn't really want to get through that again. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, man. All right, quickly, Keeping my eye still on AMD. We're still in the 60s, so nothing really to report there. The other one that I'm keeping my eye on now is Tesla, because there was a bit of a candle of indecision, a doji candle over here. This is what I'm looking at. You had that wick down just a little bit above VWAP at that 267 and a third, and then right back up we went into 267 and 3/4. So let's see if this one can print a newer high. We know we've been rejecting off that 268 all day. That's been an obvious top, even in the more volatile time in the morning. We would have wicks above it, and then whoever was either shorting or selling at that level kept this one from really reclaiming 268, and it hasn't been able to claim it. With any 5-minute closing prints here, to be quite honest with you. So keeping my eye on that, knowing that it was a nice V-shaped recovery off that bottom at 265 and a third, but knowing full well that if you take this long, you're going to be contending with that 268 level. And that's only about 40 pennies from where we're trading at. So it is a bit of a riskier trade anyway, in my opinion, to take long at this moment. So Tesla, definitely on watch as well. I'm also keeping my eye on the future, but we are very consolidative here on the futures, man. Wow. This is what I'm talking about. Look, this is the closing print yesterday, 15,375, and then how many times are we going to dance above and below this by a couple of points?
Oh, baby.
Here? Go for it.
Look at that. That 36, I was like, okay, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, man. I apologize.
Go for it.
But that was a wild move there. That 36 comes back in. It's a good thing we got out. We talked about that tape read that we saw underneath that 36. You consolidate in the 60s, the bid can't really drop, and then the break of 36, rebid back up, gives you about 20 pennies to 50 pennies right away, and it's blasting to the upside right there. So reason to cover, reason to buy. That came in underneath that 36, and now we're blasting back up. Let's see what this consolidation holds. I have the high here as 39.50. I don't know if the high is 39.50. Actually, let me just check. 37.04 says Sean. Okay, all right, so 37.04. So maybe that 37 level might be interesting on the way back up, because, yeah, if shorts are definitely holding out the open off of that opening break, then, yeah, they might get a little tilted off that 37 break back up. So that's what I'm going to be watching there. Is there going to be size there? We saw the size at 36, a little bit more size than the Cart IPO. Cart IPO didn't necessarily have that much size on it. Okay, there it is, back through 36. All right, so I guess we want to recycle a bit of 36, or maybe that was a lick grab. I saw somebody in the chat saying, put my stop at 37 for the short. Maybe that was the right idea, but hey, you know what? We chased the short a little bit. You saw it live right here, 36.5. Got the punch, 36 got the punch, 35 didn't punch out, wanted the moon, but comes back into that 36. We'll let it consolidate. We'll let it do its thing before we take the next trade. But that 37, maybe a bit of resistance. We popped back through that 36. We were talking about what a lick grab is yesterday. Wow, take a look at that. That is a wild movement there. That is a pure lick grab on top of that 36 there as we wipe back up, catch all of those stops, and then slap back down towards that 35. So maybe that 35 is that next trade. But that 35, that 37, that's what I'll be watching for. Let's see if we can take a next trade off of those, for that size there, Sharif. The spoofy man. The spoofy man is present.
Yeah, I gotta give you credit on that. A good call there, Obe. I think that was a good move to get out there. Tesla right back into that 268 level again after that candle of indecision, or reversal candle, whatever you want to call it. Here we go. Do we get that higher print? Do we get that close above 268? It's a good look. I mean, it's been stronger. It's up 0.2% today. Tesla's just made a newer high above that 14, came into that almost a $0.25. I think it got into 21s, I believe. What was that? 22s. Okay. It's riding on 22s, baby, like my car. But you like that setup,
See what
eh? Yeah, 24. There we go. This 5-minute high. This 5-minute candle. Tesla's going. Here we go. Through 30s. The future is at that VWAP area at 15,385. And Tesla's really getting going here. That was an obvious reversal candle. Now, obviously obvious in hindsight, he says, yeah, sure, I know. right? But now we've actually closed the 5-minute candle above that 268 and quite decidedly. And there it goes through the $0.50. It's about to go to the 2/3 of a dollar. Man, I am missing out on a really good trade on Tesla here. But good move. Tesla's about to hit 269, man. Holy cow, baby. Tesla is really going right above that 268 level. What happened, Katita, man? What have you done? I know, I talked about it. I willed it into existence here. And then AMD goes the other way, of course, right? Yeah, but Tesla looking real good, up 0.75% now. But careful with this one. We saw the wicks earlier into that 268.60 level. And then we saw that exact same candle at that 268. Did it go 60 or go 50 something over here? Let me look. It went 59. So it was 1 penny off the high. And are we going to get a reversal candle here, a hammer candle, a topping tail candle, as I like to call it? Or
hammer time.
There we very well might. Here we go. Do we hold 268? So Tesla, very interesting trade. Obviously, we know it's quite volatile on regular days. It's probably going to be volatile on this type of day today too. So there you go. Coming right back down, but is this a buying opportunity here at 268? We'll have to think about that one. But anyway, AMD, now I'm about 3 pennies out of the money on AMD. I'm going to see if it holds, if it breaks this trough over here. That's the end of my AMD trade. We were able to get some out, but still holding the majority of the position. Looking for this one to maintain its strength. If it breaks that 38.40-ish level, that will be the end of my trade. But let's have a look at Tesla over here. Right night. This what would Obi call a lick grab off that 268 level, former area of resistance, now support. So if you dip trade off that, you're already 40 pennies in the money, but do we hold? And most notably, do we make a newer high a day? We got to 59s and 60 was a high day prior to that. So Tesla is showing some strength now, up 0.75%, looking to go up 0.75%. The thing that stands out to me is you have a 5-minute candle closing above 268 where you didn't have that at any point in the day earlier on. So this may be going here for our friend Tesla, and I don't think there's any headline. Obviously, it's just regular Tesla, volatility. Looking at the blotter, nothing coming up. So interesting.
Yes, sir. So we got down to that 35, and then a bit of a spoofy action there on that 35. That bid keeps on changing up sizes as the price kind of bids back or kind of pushes back down towards it, and it holds. It holds quite well on that little bit of a bid there on top of that 35. So I think that 35 is kind of proving itself as of right now with the limited data that we have printed on the chart. Now we were talking about this. Naked charts, gotta love them, right? Not much price action. Every price is kind of new, and a lot of mechanics that you can observe off of these new prices on a fresh chart like this. It's almost beautiful the way some of these levels interact. As we saw that 36, and then now the 35 kind of coming in. But take a look at that. Not as much size there. We saw that it had 1,200 lots, 1,300 lots. Now it's under 1K lots there, 955 lots there on that 35 right there. I don't know if you guys can see it. Let me just pull up the tape a little bit here. Yeah, so right there, that 900, buddy's sitting there at that 35. Let's see if that cracks as it's pushing right into it right now. So that's going to be okay. So it only takes out like 300 of those lots and then bids back up. So you know what? That level of fugazi, I kind of want to step away, and definitely don't want to fight some of the algos there on that kind of lick grab off the 35 there. So that's definitely an interesting move. I'm gonna be patient. Right, I'm going to be patient, let it do its thing, and kind of consolidate there. I hear Brankles from over there saying Tesla going crazy. Yeah, man, Tesla. Take a look at this breakout here. This is breaking a weekly high, right? Monday, Tuesday, and a little bit of this morning. You cannot get past this 268.50 as that quadunk came in on Monday off of a support break off of previous week. And yeah, maybe a little bit of a gap fill all the way to 271 could be in the cards today if this rips to the upside, as 2 days and an intraday float of shorts might be on the wrong side on top of that 268.50 area right there, slapping straight to the upside. on Tesla. That's a good look there. I'm not necessarily involved. We still got this Intel short on. Intel still doesn't necessarily want above that VWAP, and I think that's staying good. We're starting to crack the low of this consolidation as well. So let's see if we can kind of start getting that selling that we have been for the past couple of days underneath VWAP, as it seems like there is a VWAP seller that's pretty adamant to not let Intel kind of pass that point. Now, we could be wrong, right? But we are seeing factors of confluence that give in to the trade. And we could be wrong if it kind of slaps back up to the upside, but that's yet to be seen. I want to see this. Look at the interaction on this level here. This 45 on the ES, kind of chopping in and around, got below it, bids right back up off of that 4495, and then kind of churning around that 45. And then the same thing with this, with the, I guess, this 15.3 and 15.4 area here. We can't really distinctly get to any of those levels, but we start chopping in and around in between both of those prices on the NQ. So yeah, I don't know where we're headed there. Tesla looking like it's hella strong. Let's check. Let's give a check to some of our friends, the Mag 7, as Sharif likes to point out there. We'll take a quick look at the Apple underneath VWAP, looking a little heavy as well. Quick look at Softy there. Softy, take a look at that beautiful trend right there. I'm sure if I up the frame and throw some MAs on this, that's looking real nice. Yeah, take a look at that. Respects the 8 right off the open. No real violation of that 8 moving average on the 15. Very clear trend on Softy. Again, we talked about that 330 being a little bit of a key level. Comes in the pre-market, stays resistance, and that resistance pushes back into this consolidation that we already cracked yesterday, right? We violated this 327 level as well. So yeah, so we're catching a bit of a sell-off there on Softy. We can check Google as well, take the spaghetti off the chart. Yeah, catching a bit of a sell as well. So looking like we are going to be a little heavy there across the board. Now, I know I'm forgetting some as well. We already talked about Tesla. Let's take a look at Meta. I know Netflix has been in play over the past few days as well. Let's take a look at Netflix along with Disney next. NFLX. Sometimes I get a little dyslexic. That's fine. But yeah, VWAP rejection off that 295 area right there, respecting a bit of VWAP respect on Netflix. Let's check Disney. Disney looking pretty decent there. On a bit of a bid, holding above VWAP there on Disney. We know Disney was catching a bit of a sell over the past couple of days. Take a look at that RVOL that came in on Tuesday, literally yesterday, off of I think it was catalyst driven. I don't know, Sharif, if you know the catalyst behind behind
the Disney 60 billion in the parks in the next 10 years.
Okay, so they're putting their money towards the parks, and maybe that's catching a bit of a sell there.
270, man.
Yeah, man, 271. We talked about that gap fill. Go for it, Sharif.
Nothing, man. There's nothing to talk about.
It's a technical break, right?
That I kept talking about 268 and didn't take it. So there it is. Now it's $2 plus in the money, $2 and a quarter. Yeah, it's going. It's squeezing here, 1.5%. I don't think there's a headline for it, right? It's a technical break. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything here. Going just electric. Tesla Australia partners with CBA. What is this? Has forged a dynamic partnership with the Commonwealth Bank of Australia, where there's financial behemoth. I don't think this is it. You guys can come to the screen so I can show this. This is it right here, where the financial behemoth has been selected as the go-to financial provider for enthusiasts on keep on shifting to electric vehicles. I don't know if this is the reason. It came in at 106, and this one really kind of got going. When it got going? Yeah, a little bit before that. So I don't think this is a reason. Doesn't seem like the appropriate headline to kind of make that move anyway. 271, baby. That's where it's going. But the one that I really need to keep my eye on is this AMD trade, because if it breaks this trough, I'm going to cut this. We're already like 15 pennies out of the money, and I will cut AMD here because it now has made a new low, coming below that 102.40. So that's my look there. We take a little bit of profit on AMD, and then we give back about 10 pennies for the rest. That's all right. Nvidia also making a big move back down as well. So keeping my eye on both of those. And I've got no trades on at the moment. Nothing really for me to go here.
Yeah, that Tesla move was wild, man. We literally, as we spoke, we were like, oh, a potential gap fill, in quotations, into previous support, 271, and then where do we go? We slap right into 271. Definitely trades around where the significant portion of a recent float, either long or short, is in trouble, is caught offside, and you could take a high probability move for a couple of points just into previous levels, as we are only like 3 points away from it, right? That 268 into 271, roughly 3 points, as it's 268 and a change there. But yeah, Tesla, 2 points, it'll eat that for breakfast. So if you can catch a piece of price action where you're like, oh, damn, a lot of the float for this week is offside. If they are short, maybe you can catch a couple points of high probability move there on Tesla there. Okay, so that 35 still hasn't cracked. I'm watching that close. I almost was tempted into punching into that 35 violation, but it's not coming there, and that size definitely decrementing as well. So you know what? Even if that 35 breaks now, I want to stay away from that a little bit and see if we can kind of respect that 35. If I am thinking short, if we can come back into that 35 from the downside, make a lower high, as we kind of are. The opening wipes up to 39, and then 37 is kind of that high, and then 36.50 acts as a little bit of resistance, and that steps down to 35.70s, building into, as Sharif likes to say, a flat bottom break as price compresses into that 35 as that bid slowly decrements over every test. Only about 200 lots left there on that 35 mark. So let's see what we do with that 35. Now, again, I'm not necessarily going to interact with it. You can watch it right here. That 35 break, again, the good moves, I think, were right off of the open of the IPO. Take a look at that. Rebids that 35. Even if it does crack, let's see how far it can get. Maybe it'll wipe down. Who knows? Not me. I'm just an observer watching this crazy market here. But it's IPO season, Sharif. IPO season galore. I know we have a couple more coming up. I don't know their names right now, but definitely one for the homework for me coming up in the coming weeks as well. So not as big as some of these, as ARM or Cart or even KVYO, as multi-billion dollar IPOs there. Take a look at that decrement, 35s. 35s, all that size got taken. Bit of a reserve there. So yeah, maybe that size is a little iced at 35.
Yeah, a lot of people are speculating why Tesla's moving. Some people saying there was a Morgan Stanley event. Some other people saying that Elon is tweeting about Neuralink because of the human trials that are going to start going on as well.
Where do I sign up?
Yeah, right? So no, I'm not seeing anything on my blotter except what I just showed you guys with respect to this Australian bank or whatever. Tesla Australia partners with CBA to streamline whatever that news is. I think it's just a technical break because we had been bouncing off that 268 over and over and over and over, rejecting, I should say, off that 268. Here's what I mean. Let's look at the 5-minute chart. This was the level. You had wicks above it, but all the closing prints were south of that. And then you're getting the gap squeeze. Maybe you had some shorts set up here, but there was an obvious level there at 268 going into the morning, and that got taken. And boom goes the dynamite, baby. Especially with these 0 days to expiry options that are now very, very popular with retail traders. I think we're going to be getting those on P-Pro 8 soon at Day Trade the World. But I know that, that is something that is being used a lot now by, I don't know, and I don't want to say investors, but it could be institutional traders that are trading intraday as well. But there we go. Tesla, all sorts of strength, trying to hold that 271 right now. We'll see if we can get and stay above 271. But the spread is good. Just the volatility is wild. 1 3/4%, 1 2/3%, depending on what moment I'm talking about. But as I say that, let me tell you about Nvidia, because Nvidia is absolutely rejecting, and it probably has something to do with the reason I got stopped out on AMD. It's moving in sympathy with Nvidia. Look at this rejection here of that 435 on NVDA, coming back and trying to make newer lows through that 432.5 break. So it's a sell the smiley face sort of thing that Michael Noss would say, but let's see if we can actually break below that low of day at 432 2/3. So Nvidia selling off now 0.5 point, removed from yesterday's close, and we have lower highs and now possibly, if we break this level, lower lows. You'll have 2 of those. So keep your eye on Nvidia, as it's now, as I talk, 0.2% to the south side as well. Nvidia kind of giving up the ghost here after, you know, being kind of uneventful all day. And Tesla continues to go 271.60. That's how many 5-minute candles that are green now? All sorts of strength with Tesla.
Yeah, man. So that 35 finally broke. We talked about that. That 35, there was a reserve there. There was size there. There was spoofy men there, spoofy persons there. But yeah, as soon as that level breaks, that 35, you got 50 cents right in the money right there. 35.50s printed on the bid off that 35 break. So I guess the short idea was not wrong. Maybe I got to stay a little. You know what? The cup. Gotta listen to the cup right here. You know, just got to drink some of that sauce. All right, so that 35 break was nice. Gave you 50 pennies right away. We said we wouldn't be involved in it because again we had good prices on the short earlier. We stopped out and it comes back in. That's fine. The move is on a continuation. But you know what? Like we said, if that 35 can come back in from the downside and prove itself as resistance, maybe there I want to get involved there on that kind of price action. But other than that, I want to stay away right now. Let it consolidate. Maybe a day 2 play tomorrow after off of today's price action. I'm looking at being the next decent probability trade on KVYO. People talking about Cart and ARM, so I've pulled that up as well. ARM, we talked about having a couple of trades. Sorry, not ARM. I had a couple of trades on Cart this morning. But ARM didn't really have trades. That 55 we talked about being really nice. And it comes into VWAP. VWAP is acting as resistance and kind of prices compressing up into it as of right now. Let's see if this double bottom here, this price respected twice, especially on this straight sell-off off the open and off of this. So it's telling me that there may be some decent support here at the 52.30 mark on ARM. So that's definitely something I want to keep an eye out for. And you know what? Just because I said that, I'm just gonna draw that in right there just to see if that kind of respects over the coming days. But yeah, Cart, we had that Cart trade as well in the morning. Kind of identified that maybe has a decent probability of doing a bit of a chop going nowhere, but the range is pretty wide there, right? 31.30s. So the initial opening range there is 33 to 31.30s ish, right? So we get involved in that and kind of take that piece off of the range. But yeah, take a look at that. It comes back into VWAP and kind of churns, isn't doing too much. They're pretty tight around those levels there. But yeah, this KVYO still continues to sell off there. So bit of a trade there. I got to go back and review as to, okay, why should I be getting back in here on that lick grab? We identified that was a lick grab when it pops back in so vigorously, comes back in. Take a look at that 34 coming in. Doesn't even give you that 35. Okay, maybe it gave you 34 90s, and I definitely missed that. I was looking for a bit of a push into 35 itself, but I guess the 90s, you can't beggars can't be choosers, you know what I mean? So if I'm asking for that 35 and I get 34 90s, that's probably good enough if that price kind of rejects. But we're seeing that follow through of that sell-off, a bit of a trend to the downside off the open, strong selling on KVYO. Intel, we're still chilling in Intel, kind of taking its time there. This could be a little bit of an intraday swing off of that VWAP. We know that in the past couple of days, it's taken quite a while. Yesterday, it churned in and around VWAP all the way until 3 p.m. before it actually had the move back to the downside there. So a bit of a churn that we're involved in on Intel. Not too worried there. Got an idea of where this trade is wrong, and we will definitely respect that. But yeah, this Klaviyo IPO, great IPO, great open to the IPO, good volatility, clear levels that with size. We didn't really see that on Cart too much. I think Cart, we only saw that at what was the level? 37.
What is happening here, bro?
What's going on, Sharif?
Tesla
to the moon?
It broke the $0.50.
Yeah, it's squeezing, man. It's squeezing. We talked about what a potential reason, and sure, Elon might have tweeted and
I still
added
don't have
some
a reason.
fuel.
I don't have anything. Brendo, do you have anything on Icon about Tesla? Okay, he's gonna look. Because this is ridiculous.
Chat was saying
It's
Elon
274.
tweeted.
Yeah, I know, man.
Is it off that tweet? Maybe. Who knows?
I don't think Neuralink's gonna move it like
But the
this.
thing is, if they're moving on to human trials, I think that's significant news.
That's from
to be
before.
able
That's
to be
from before.
allowed to move on to human trials
That's from
says a
yesterday,
lot.
Obi.
Okay, all right. Okay, so
Yeah,
maybe it's just a
unless
technical
there's something
break.
new, yeah. I mean,
All I see is the
coming in,
technical.
We're gonna have to wait and see because I don't have anything on my blotter. Not anything to explain this, man. This is ridiculous.
People are saying
We're
he
talking about
tweeted
268.
yesterday or today?
Oh, this is from a couple of days ago. With
Apparently he
respect to
just
Neuralink.
tweeted as well. Let me just
Maybe
check.
something new
Yeah.
about Neuralink. But yeah, the Neuralink human trials, that was yesterday's news, or even the day prior to that. But man, we just touched 274. But we're coming back a little bit now. But I mean, wow, I don't even know what to say about this. Other than it's just kind of frustrating not to have, obviously, a $5 move. But it's not unusual for Tesla, right? Tesla can make moves like this, no problem. Pitchbull wants me to look at Palantir. I'm looking at Tesla right now. Maybe we'll look at Palantir in a little bit. But where do we get a move down if we get it? I mean, that 271, we had a little bit of, come to the chart if you're able to, Ramin. At that 271 area, we had a little bit of dance around there, a couple of red candles showing up before we kind of shot up. We'll have to wait and see if we even make it down there. Did he put anything?
Oh, I'm still checking.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, but here we go again, back into 272 3/4. But I was looking at the side chart here to see where we could possibly find some resistance. And this is the half an hour chart on Tesla. The 275 area obviously is staring at you in the face, and you had multiple rejections off there on the 18th and again on the 15th. But look at the 15th. We actually had a little bit of a higher move into 276 and a third. So I'll have to keep an eye on that. I think Ramin just messaged me something. His tweet 5 minutes ago is significant. Let's have a look at what he said. What did he say? There. When a Neuralink is combined with Optimus robot limbs, like Luke Skywalker solution can become real. Ooh, very interesting. And then Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez chimed in for whatever reason. With respect to his tweet there from interesting. Look, there's a video here we can possibly show. Maybe I can pull it up here because Ramin messaged me on here. Here's his tweet. Let's pull that up.
The one 20 minutes ago or the one 5 minutes ago?
I think this one is 116, so it is 5 minutes ago.
I think the bid started to catch a little bit, like 20. It's showing me like 27 minutes ago ish.
Okay, we don't want to get okay. Okay. Yeah, this is the tweet. When a Neuralink is combined with Optimus robot limbs, the Luke Skywalker solution can become real. That's pretty damn cool, man. And if that's the move, okay. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah. It's a different one.
So
Brendo sent it.
Yeah,
okay, hold on. We're gonna bring in a new
tweet.
one here.
Yeah, I think that was the one, the first human patient. That's
okay,
the one
here it is. The first human patient will soon receive a Neuralink device. This ultimately has the potential to restore full body movement. That's amazing. In the long term, Neuralink hopes to play a role in AI risk civilization risk reduction by improving human to AI and human to human bandwidth by several orders of magnitude. Imagine if Stephen Hawking had this. Wow. Okay, so that will move stuff like that. I love Elon, and he definitely does not shy away from making big pronouncements. He also does big things Shout out to him. I'm a fanboy, and I don't apologize for that at all. But good move. The price action is what we have to look at, though. We have a 274 top at the moment. We're trying to get above 273. We're just a smidge below it, OB. We're hanging out at that 272 3/4.
Yes, sir. As you guys just saw, we've got about 35 minutes till Powell. Actually, no, 35 minutes till the decision, and then he's going to step onto the podium 30 minutes later. 2:30 is when he will show up there. Just continue to watch KVYO here. Broke the 34, got to 33.5. So yeah, that selling is definitely coming in off of that open there, that 35 clean break that we saw. So a bit of a follow through, churn continuation there. Watching Tesla as well. Tesla pulling back off that 274. Maybe we can catch that bid on top of that 271 that we said was a bit of that gap fill type of area there on 271. All right, so let's just check. You know what? Let me know in the chat what you guys are trading. I'm curious to know what you guys are up to today. Throw some names, throw some tickers in the chat there. We can check them out. I'm always curious to know what some of the spicy moves happening in the market are. Now, again, it's a beautiful thing to have multiple eyes on the market because we can't catch everything. I can't catch everything. I don't have eyes like like the surveillance fly. You know, millions of eyes kind of watching different things happen. So, yeah, that's always a good one. People talking about ENPH. Okay, so Mara, PLTR. Let's take a look at some of these names here. Let me just take this out of the way and see what Mara has been doing today. Okay, a bit of a consolidation, kind of respecting this kind of range that was defined yesterday. We're kind of tightening up around VWAP there. Just in and around, we saw the $10, how it kind of interacted earlier on in the week, kind of rejected off that $10 mark on MARA, and yeah, a bit of a heavy sells seem to be being bought up just on top of that 9. So a bit of a churn there. People, what was the other one? People saying Tesla. We're already looking at Tesla. Baba, yeah, I know Baba. Baba is working right there. Nice. Somebody's in the dollar club there. Okay, nice. Sean saying he shorted Tesla. I think that's a great move there. Bit of a pop. We said that the catalyst could, sure, it was an Elon tweet that can bring in that pressure, but that buying pressure definitely a bit of a squeeze going on there, as it could have exhausted that 171, but 4 points, 275 acting as a bit of a resistance right now that we just saw. Bubba looking good, man. Got Bubba a bit of a double top out the open. That 87.50 acts as resistance. You make a lower high, and then you reject VWAP, and then you kind of consolidate and grind lower, pushing low of day right now on VWAP. So yeah, those Bubba puts looking good, man. People talking about Tesla. Yeah, I guess everybody's Tesla.
About this Neuralink thing in the chat. Guys, maybe the production
It's very controversial.
That's why I was about
topic.
to suggest a poll. If the production team can help us out with this, if we can create a poll, are you bullish or bearish? No, maybe are you pro or anti this Neuralink thing? I personally think it's great. If it's going to help out humanity, I think it just has to be used well.
Of course.
Because, well, yeah, you never know.
It's just like any tool, man. Like any tool. The human behind it dictates how that tool is being used.
Yeah, except AI, because then it overtakes a human.
Yeah, exactly. AI might be controlling itself at some point. Hey, man, I'm waiting for this. I'm waiting for the singularity. You know, it'll probably clean up our act a little bit, but yeah, let's see. That singularity is definitely something I'm looking forward to. As you know what, a man can dream. I think it's definitely a possibility there. If AI reaches to its, I guess, how do you say it, sentiency? If it becomes sentient, right? I think we'll have a lot to learn, and maybe some more free time on our hands to kind of enjoy the delicacies of life.
Have you looked at the NQ today, man?
Yeah, man, I'm watching it all day.
Look at this. This is not like consolidative, man, or consolidate. What? Look at this. Look how many times we've bounced above and below by 5 or 10 points off yesterday's close. 15, 375. This is so super consolidative. I mean, to be expected, I guess, especially in the afternoon after the bigger move has been had. Yeah, you don't typically see this on a regular day. At least you get some more ups and downs, but very, very consolidative on the NQ as we wait for the FOMC decision at 2 o'clock with respect to interest rates, and then the Jerome Powell interview, or press conference at 2:30. I'm going to have to hang back and listen to that. Usually I take off after 2:30, but not today because I will have to be listening to what Papa Powell is saying. And then keep in mind, guys, dot plot. You're going to want to keep your eyes on the dot plot because that is an important consideration as well to see where the FOMC members see interest rates are at. So back to Tesla here. Oh, there we go. The poll is live. Thoughts on Neuralink, question mark. Pro, against, I'm hitting pro. So 47 votes so far, 68-28. We'll see where this one ends up by the end of the show. Don't forget, OBNI only on for about 15 more minutes, and then we send it over to Neil and Sean, who will take you into the, I was about to say CPI, the Fed FOMC rate decision at 2 o'clock. Keep in mind, his speech, Powell's speech, also gets released at 2 o'clock. If you want an immediate copy of that, make sure to go to the FOMC website. That gets released there. And then Brendo later, probably around, I don't know, maybe 1:50, 2 o'clock, we'll have a comparator between the last statement and the current statement, and then show you what words were added, what words were removed. That's obviously usually quite reflective of the tone and tenor of the FOMC and how they feel going forward.
I don't know.
What happened, Neil?
Neil just saying we might have matching kicks there. So, yeah.
Okay.
Close.
Yeah, so keep an eye on that. No trades for me at this moment. I was in Apple, I was in Meta, I was in AMD, Apple positive, Meta very negative, 0 for 2 on Meta. Really couldn't get this one to work. Tried to take it several times off that 305. Didn't work out for me, so ends up being a loser. Red day on the day, no question about that. Tried to look at some small cappers earlier, nothing really to my liking. DTOC looked good, up 86 or 88 and a third right now, but it's one of those ones where it's just super spready and hard to trade. So I will stay hands off at the moment. I'll let One Canob enjoy his short in Intel. Good trade on that, Obe.
Yeah, I mean, it's still working out, right? Hasn't really distinctly moved that crazy. And again, I'm observing, like, okay, whenever I'm taking this trade, I'm always trying to ask myself, like, how could I have positioned myself a little bit better here? Because it gave you great chances, right? Lower highs to get back in. And I was observing those right underneath VWAP. So we had a bit of confluence as well. We talked about this consolidation range out the open. Again, it has significant volume right out the open. So I think that R vol relative to midday volume in the morning can be used as, if you see it respecting, I think it can provide a decent place to risk. But again, we're still pretty close to VWAP. FOMC being only about 27 minutes away, this move could wipe either way, right? And we could easily be just as wrong on that market move there on Intel. But yeah, as of right now, it seems like it's working. It seems like the sellers are still there underneath VWAP as they have been for the past couple of days on Intel. And yeah, it just happens to be working out there. 33.50, kind of the low on KVYO, pushing right back up into that 35. So it kind of proves to me right there that 35 might be of interest. We talked about a distinct push back up to 35, and maybe this is it right here as we kind of churn in and around that 35. So now I'm looking for signs to kind of potentially take it short off the 35. But if we see that if we see confluencing factors that don't really give us that kind of that direction or that type of probability stack for the short on the 35, then maybe a long. But again, let it consolidate, let it do its thing. Maybe we're going to get an end of day move, just like we did on ARM. That ARM move was definitely crazy. 25 minutes and 35 seconds.
Gotta bring the camera
right there. Yeah, a little bit over there. It's
but
okay.
Good move. The production
Yeah,
team
we're
has been
counting
killing
down.
it
Yeah,
lately,
man.
I gotta tell
They've
you
been
the
putting
truth.
in work. Shout out
yeah.
to Remy and Fabian for that, man.
Yeah, and they're not like afraid to try new things either,
Yeah,
which I love.
I love it.
I gotta tell you the truth.
You know, it keeps the show spicy. You know, it keeps it entertaining, keeps it spicy.
This
It's
is
a
the
lot
one
of
that
fun.
I like, though. Guys, head over to the Trader TV Instagram page if you want a good chuckle, and make sure to watch the real or Twitter, Instagram, whatever you want. It is a chuckler. Let me tell you, my friend the Neil over there. Get the Neil in the frame. There he is. Have a look. Can you show this?
That one.
I can't
That
put it up
camera
there.
right there. Yeah.
Look at this. There's my buddy Neil. A little parody there with our friend Jerome. Oh, that's better. There you go. Head over and make sure to like and subscribe. Definitely on the gram and X. Did I call it Twitter earlier? My bad. I meant X. The new platform, formerly known as Twitter. Yes, Neil's killing it these days, man. What fantastic. The Katina Man also took that. Katina Man, are you still holding that short? No, Tesla. You took $1. The Katina Man is still holding this short on Tesla. Say that again.
Nice.
He is 103 short AMD, by the way, guys. And that was from the morning, right? Oh, an hour ago. Okay. Yeah.
Nice.
So right around that 103 area on AMD. Solid trade there as it breaks through VWAP. This is the trade that I was going to tell you guys about. I wanted to mention Nvidia. Nvidia is looking uber weak here, and I think the 5-minute better reflects the weakness on Nvidia. Yeah, this is it right here. Look at this. Look at this break through 433. Now we're talking about that 432. We already made a 431.81 low. So Nvidia, all sorts of weakness here, and I think AMD is a bit. I think there's some sympathy move down here with Nvidia. With AMD. On Nvidia's weakness, because AMD was quite strong, was over 1% on the day. It was moving counter to Intel. Intel was moving down, AMD was moving up. They're both CPU-based, designers, whereas Nvidia is more GPU. But in any event, it looks like Nvidia is moving down and is pulling down AMD with it. So keep your eye out on Nvidia now, 0.75% to the south side. We didn't talk much, well, I didn't talk much about KVYO because I have no interest in trading these IPOs. Don't know how to trade them, don't have any levels off which to work, so I kind of steer clear of them. Anyway, it looks like it's finding, though, some resistance here at 35. Ironically, 35 was that level that it was bouncing off initially. There was a lot of wicks into 35, and then you had the big move down, and then you have that V-shaped recovery, and now 35 acting as a level of resistance. Let's see if it can take 35 here, and not just take it, but hold above it. It's still quite spready. It's 13, 12 pennies now, 10 pennies, this or that. Hard to trade for me. You can get cut up quite easily with a small amount of shares just getting in and getting out. Look at that. You have already 15 showing up on the ask, but the bid doesn't move above that 35 level. There we go. Now some good movement coming in here above 35. I wonder if this is the move or we're just going to get more bamboozlement with wicks above 35 and then reject. It looks like that's exactly what's happening, at least for the moment. So KVYO continuing to have resistance at 35, not able to take that level. We'll keep an eye on it going forward. Tesla now looks like it might give up the ghost here, because here was the high at 274. You made another wick up into 272.25, and now you have a bit of a flat bottom brewing at this. Let me look at my side chart here. 271.5. So I think we break down there. We could easily see a VWAP retracement, maybe a whole dollar, the $10 move into 270. Possibly, but it looks like we are retracing a little bit off that exuberance off Elon Musk's tweet about Neuralink. We'll see what we get with Tesla. It's still up well over 1%. It's 1.86%, was up more at its height over here at the 274 level. But there it goes, breaking through that 271.5. Nice flat bottom break here as it heads into 271. Good trade for whoever had that short.
Yeah, man, the market's kind of coming back into the downside there. Solid shorts there, kind of coming into fruition. That 45 broke, that consolidation range from the morning on the ES, kind of coming back in to these lows. That 4495 area coming back in as well. The NQ's kind of coming in. Now again, 20 minutes left till the rate decision, and yeah, so we're catching a bit of a sell. So maybe we do a pop after he leaves the podium there. I have no idea, but yeah, let's see what move comes in. I'm already short a little bit of Intel. The markets are kind of giving us that tailwind, so I guess that's a good thing. I definitely have to kind of go in and reassess, like I said, how I could get a better positioned into this trade, into this thesis of the short off of VWAP on Intel. But it seems like we are catching a bit of a bid here off of this previous consolidation. So I guess this is the next problem that the sellers will have to deal with here. This consolidation to the downside. Now the fact that the ES just broke its consolidation low, the new low of days, kind of being pushed on the ES there. Let's see if the NQ kind of follows in step. It is kind of giving us a little bit of a tailwind to the shorts, to the short side. I know. Sean is in that Tesla short, that Tesla coming back right into that 270. Beautiful move there. Oh, and USM. Hey, Sean, I haven't looked at Amazon almost all day today, so. Oh no, is this gonna? Oh wow, that's a beautiful move, man. Yeah, take a look at that. So I was kind of looking at this 139. We talked about the 139. Yeah, it's all flushing, man. Look at the futures, man. Everything's being pulled down.
Dang.
It is raining. It is raining on the bids. Right?
I like that.
Beautiful.
Ah, okay. We'll have to keep an eye and see what's up. I don't see any new headlines for me, though. Yeah, good move down here on Tesla, finding some support at 271. Let's see if we get another step down into 270. VWAP on my chart is just a little bit above 267. So there's we could see a V-shaped retracement. There's no question about that. Tesla, I would not put that beyond the realm of possibility for Tesla. It's quite volatile, both to the high side and the downside. So you see it up 1 3/4 now. You could see it flat very soon. So there we go, especially if we get a bad decision or bad comments by the Fed. I wanted to show Meta here because Meta really giving up the ghost. That was like $2. Why is it showing me? Oh, here we go. Let's go 1 minute. There we go. Look at that bottom break on Meta. This is where I got out, guys. This 304.70-ish area. Look where we are now. We're breaking below 303. Meta super weak now, was trying to stay green. That 305.50 was an absolute top for it, and it was been down into the right ever since. Now down actually 0.75% today on Meta. I don't see a headline. I think it's just moving with the market. Yeah, there's no headline here for Meta. But the futures, like Obi mentioned, 15,350. That's where we retrace to after, trying to dance with VWAP here at 15,385, 380-ish or so. We moved down about 30 points off that level, but 15,350 was a bit of a support level from earlier. From a resistance level, pardon me, does it act as support? This is what I'm talking about. The double bottom over here, the middle part of the W was 15,350, just a smidge below that. And now we're getting some support right at that level again. So is this where we're going to hold up? And I expect there to be some, I don't want to call it an inside day, but some range-bound trading off key levels because of the nature of what we're expecting, right? We're not going to have breakout or breakdown trades. We're probably just going to be within the range until we find out what's what. And that comes at 2 o'clock. So not much left, but 2 minutes left on the show. And then we're going to send it up to Brendo at the big desk. And I will join him up there for that. And then we will find out at 2 o'clock what's what.
Yeah, man. So I think we're all kind of waiting for that to come in now. I am watching this Intel short here. Might want to de-lev a little bit before that number comes out as well. We're catching it a little bit, like we said before, a bit of a bid right here at 35.40s, for now, again, this trend is kind of strong to the downside. We have sellers on our side. We have market tailwind as well. I'm looking for reasons to cover. I don't see too many just yet, any strong ones at least. But yeah, a market event is definitely a reason to execute in and out of your position, maybe going into it and then coming off of it as well. Don't want to get caught on the wrong side off the market event, but I think a little bit better way to play it, in my opinion, is I'm going to piece off a little bit, keep a little bit on the table, and if the reaction off that decision goes in our direction, then we got a little bit we get a little bit lucky there, and then if we get stopped out, it's not on the full size. So you know, it's not a bad way to kind of execute in and around that, in my opinion, right there for this specific position that I have going on right now. Let's see what you guys are saying. Elon has a new tweet.
Oh, he does.
Oh,
okay. Another one?
Maybe.
Is that
I
sending
don't know.
itself?
I have no
I can
idea.
check real quick.
Are we going to
here.
send it off to?
Yeah, we are.
to
But we
Brendo
can check real
50
quick
minutes
before
earlier?
we go. I'll check my friend Elon's thing over here.
If he's going to be tweeting and causing some price action, yeah, some disturbance on the floor.
There we go. He's attacking legacy media, of course. Strange that there is almost no legacy media coverage of this. They don't like you, Elon. You know that. About 2 million people from every country on Earth are entering through the U.S. southern. Okay, we're not going to talk about that because we don't talk politics. All right, guys.
Nice.
OB and I will see you guys tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Brenda's at the big desk.
Take it easy.
Hey guys, there we go. Yeah, 14 and change to go before we get the latest decision from Fed Chair Powell, followed after that at 2:30 by the press conference where we'll